Well, well, well. They said 3 hour maintenance extension was gonna stop us. But obviously, nobody believed that. So far as I can tell, if we take a look at this beautiful screen right here, you would see that it in fact says that there's only 7 minutes until the end of the maintenance, which gives us a boost of confidence, hopefully. Maybe. I don't know. But let me find the one thing that we just did, and that is this right here. What better way to wait out these last few minutes than with this? I really like it's almost like a producer tag if you open the game for the first time. Like it almost feels like a producer tag. What? That shit is still live? I could have sworn I ended that one. Let me fix that real quick then. Like I was particularly certain about that, but hey, well, I guess not. Oh no, terrible, 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 terrible. It's what it is, man. All right, doesn't really make much of a difference to me. So we have something new, something exciting, something interesting. What is this? Arabella revised the description of Epiphany 3 for Hollow Verdict. Revised the description for Ibarra's Ego Manifestations 2, 4, and 6. Does this mean they changed? Does it mean they stay the same? I don't know. Let's figure out. Let's figure out what exactly happened. Alright. Okay, so highest health instead of HP. Great, great. Fracture she inflicts through an ability. Okay, so cards and ego skill. Great. Great clarification. Fracture through an ability. Awesome. So this means it does not work for end of turn activations. That's, I think, the main change here. Yeah, so you can't just passively stack this. You actively have to trigger Fracture. And that's what I would assume what this means. Insane. Yeah, massive buffs. Massive buffs. But what about this one? Alright. We have ourselves a ginormous buff. Arabella can now use her 360% lead card that inflicts 2 fracture 1 time per turn instead of max 1 time. Nothing really changed. I don't think anyone of us even realized that it said max 1 time. I think we all just assumed it was max 1 time. Max 1 time per turn. But hey, now we have the clarification. What is this English? I don't know. But I do not regret. Like, if there's one thing I will not regret today, it's my partner summons. One thing I will not regret today is going to be my partner summons for unspecified reasons. If I have to go the distance, I will find the way. I will find whatever I need. Whatever it takes to get there, I'll get there. But yeah, Arabella. So, I think we're gonna have like, well, maybe 130-ish summons. I think. And we are 70 away from a 50-50. So, things might become a little tight. But we'll figure things out. It's gonna be fine. I think I'll be pulling just the partner. But for who? Wait, okay, let's see. To use this partner, you need number 1 a striker. Number 2, they need to be able to apply fracture. Number 3, they need to be able to activate fracture. And yeah, okay. Well, then again, the ego skill you could technically make work on anyone. Which maybe. I have a crazy idea. Do y'all remember the Haru support build? Who here remembers or knows about the Haru morale build? What if you use Haru as a fracture generator through Blossoming Venom partner skill? Yeah, okay, I don't know. But like, you could apply like a little bit of fracture. Then again, it would probably be like, main 8 times top. But still, you would get morale and fracture stacks. How much more time for the maintenance? Like a minute or two. Oh, a minute. Okay, come on. We need some good luck. We need some good summons. Oh, we need to get ready for a fucking marathon on getting this limited up to speed. And yeah, we're going to need to build some decks. We need to check out the new deck buying feature thing. Maybe we need to crash the stock market a bit as well. We'll see what happens. Alright, come on. 1 minute until maintenance ends. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Maintenance. Go, go, go. Any second now. Much love from Morocco. I appreciate it. Time to prove all the Doom posters wrong. Say it with me. Arabella is a goddess. There you go. For sure, no more extensions. I don't think they would extend it on the last 60 seconds. Especially because this gives us like the most official in-game time. And they are saying it's going to be 9:59. And well, it is 9:58, dear gentlemen. What happens after the maintenance ends? The game launches, supposedly. Like, some sarcastic people like to say, what happens after the maintenance ends? Maintenance begins. But we are believers. We are Ara fan club members. And together we shall make it happen. And ready to get the whip? I don't know, man. Game is currently under maintenance. Yeah, I can see that. What does that mean? You know? What does that mean for me? So we're clicking the clicky button. But clicky button has not done anything yet. Let's see. Okay. We're going in game. Probably to another countdown thing. But who knows? Maybe. Hey, there we go. Oh, why is it not here? Is there skin a must buy? Well, depends on if you care about combat. But if you're looking to get that Arabella lobby in your own hands and have access to it a bit more than just in the lobby, then it could be a wise purchase. Maintenance finished! Finish him! Well, there we go. 0.75 gigabyte Roonies. This could take a little bit. Because remember, we are double streaming at the same time and we have like all this other shit running, so don't bully my internet too bad, alright? It's gonna get there. Any second now, alright? It's gonna be fine. And because we're downloading something, that means no extra delay. Stove delay is naturally normal for us. 50-50 time. True. Should you start playing the game today? Why the fuck not? Why wouldn't you? So what you can also do is something interesting, like potentially starting the game and getting a 5-star early on the Arabella banner. If you don't hit, you're guaranteed the next time. And if you do hit, well, what else would you want to get? So might as well start today, and then you'll also have the entirety of the next... Hey, Rain, appreciate the prime. You have the entirety of the next 2 months to save for the anniversary. Can't the partner enable the combatant to apply and activate the fracture needed using her secondary ability? Her secondary ability does not activate fracture. I mean, we'll obviously test it all out, see if the devs exactly meant what they want to say. Sometimes they say one thing and then don't mean it. But yeah, where's Man Lin? There's no Man Lin today. There's an intro, pay attention. Okay, I'm not gonna blink. You know what? Putting your eyes out like this actually makes it harder not to blink. But I am not gonna blink, I promise. Yeah. Totally worth it. Okay. Arabella. Arabella. You know, 350 gems from the maintenance, we take those. Crazy thing is, today these might actually become relevant. These maintenance gems might actually become relevant. Ooh. New tune? Alright. This is like summoning ritual, you know, we are channeling our inner Arabella for better luck. You know, hearing this, Halloween should be an absolute banger. Hearing this, oh my, how hard are they gonna cook on Halloween, right? So, without further ado, we are sitting on 17,800 gems, 16 tiny summons. We have 0 pity. We are looking at 68 to the next 50-50. And we are also looking at a 70 towards the next partner. Man, oh my, this is going to be certainly something. Your 30 pulls in a dream. Let's go. Yep. We might actually have to, you know, give it a little touch and figure things out, but not to worry. What do you think? Give me a 1 if you believe we will at least get an Arabella. Give me a 2 if you believe we'll get both an Arabella and her partner. And give me a 3 if you think we're gonna fail at both. Or either of them. 1 for a singular Arabella. 2 for her and the partner. 3 for we're gonna get fucked. And 4, well, that would be a massive natural disaster. 3, you are evil. I can see that. I can see that. Holy shit, Kevin Bayi, you are definitely giving us the 2s. Alright. Let's get it. First temple of the update. Whew. No blink. But remember, fake out is always on the menu. Remember, the cope dies last. Fake out is still on the menu. I don't know how. But, you know, it's possible. Let's see. For our first 10 pull. Maybe it's gonna be a bunch of radiant hero moments. No, it was not. It was Owen. I don't know how to feel about that. That kinda seems like a bad sign. Also, why is Owen on a banner? Now, like, seriously. What is he doing? But okay, second 10 pull. No need to panic yet. Still no need to panic. It's still a good 10 pull. And that is because it's a great temple. It's a Nia. It's the best temple I've ever seen. So we're going step by step, right? Get Owen first, then Nia the other raid up, and then get the third raid up Arabella. It really is sometimes that simple. Well, maybe not. Maybe we first have to get them both together in a temple. So there's Nia. Now we just need to get Owen. And then we should have unlocked our Arabella. Well, I mean 30 summons. It's not like we only have 127 or whatever the calculation was. Next one. It's a hit! Okay. Okay, let's see. Is it insta hit? Or do we need to click? Alright, gentlemen. Arabella or anybody else? What do you think? What do you think? Are we believers? Are we believers in Arabella? Because this is actually important. If we win 50-50 here, we can at minimum guarantee the partner. Ara Trust, Luke, or Leah, Hugo, Yuki, Kayron, the Arabella. Okay. Nope. Not either. Let's up that volume so we can potentially get like the in-game voice line. Very important. On the very last, almost. Oh, no! 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 Why? No! Not Hugo! Not anybody else! Oh! He's... Oh, I guess we've been glazing him too hard, huh? We've been glazing Hugo too hard. Now he actually thinks we want him. Oh, shit. Not a Hugo. Uh-oh. Okay, gentlemen. We are officially in danger. Let me do the quick math here. We have like 80 summons. 70 to Arabella guarantee. 70 to partner guarantee. Is it still winnable? We shall see. Do winners win, or does the evil Hugo win in the end? Let's find out together. Ah, imagine like insta back-to-back hit. That would have been... Oh, it would have been so important. You know, to get the morale back up. Ew. Anderson Owen. That's not a good sign. A Hugo into an Owen is a very bad omen. A very bad Owen even. Uh-oh. If you take Owen and you take the W of Owen and turn it around, you get an omen. But it's not a good one. Alright, let's continue. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So far, so terrible. Only saving grace, we didn't have to go to full pity for Hugo. Okay, resources are dwindling. But hope is still kindling. Let's see if it actually is worth it to keep the hope alive. Come on. Any second now. Any second now. 40 left. Okay. We're getting perilously close to pity. We are on a highway to hell. Okay, it's another Owen. Once again, that's not a good omen. Alright, but it was a 2 4-star. Okay, within 30. We still have, math tells us, 47 summons or so left. Do we already need to like look for an excuse? Do we already need to try and find and see if we can maybe get some more summons somewhere? Because I don't think we can, at least nothing like instant. Because I don't think there's summons here because we do get the Omega code. Yep, there's only standard ones. Well, let's get back to it with revitalized spirit. I'm currently debating, maybe we should... we need to own her. No. What do you think? Do we first have to show our devotion by going for the memories? Probably not. That'd be a simp way to do it. Come on. Oh, fuck. That is 50. Yep. Yosh. We're getting close. We are getting close to zeroing out right here. Guarantee an Arabella within the next 6. Are you for real? I hope I'm not for real. Because for real, I don't want to share your fate. Holy shit. Oh. It looks like Arabella singles. It looks like we're about to do Arabella singles. Fucking hell. Alright, gentlemen. We are on 60. How many more does it take to get us out of this misery? Is it a singular one? Is it 2? Is it maybe 3? Somebody said it's gonna be 4. 7 would be devious. I don't want to go to 67. She's draining us so hard. She is. Not in a good way. Okay, 61. Well, so you came home in the end. There's only a slight problem. This looks a little impossible right about now. Well, we have like, I don't know, 27. We're going to have to get like early for this to make sense. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Do we really have to use our top secret ability? Do I really have to use my top secret ability? Well, I guess it makes sense. I have to pay for my crimes of daring to summon more times for Hild, huh? Well, every sinner has a price to pay. And that price sometimes might just come in the form of liquidity. Fucking hell. You know, I really thought we would be able to avoid this fate. There was some guy that said Arabella drains you. Now I understand what he meant. Now I finally get and pick up what he was putting down. She does in fact drain us. Just not very kindly. Ay. We better hit early. Like, I want to save most of these for like, well, I don't know, but I hope, I really do hope we don't have to go like too far. Like, I don't know, I didn't even do the math. I hope we're guaranteed at least. Otherwise, yeah, well, we might be in a world of trouble. It's making problems. It is making problems. 1 second. Is my internet not working or what? Oh, there we go. Alright. Oh, Arabella, you better make this shit make sense. Make it make sense, please. Ay. The best outcome for sure. Not for me though. But not to worry. This was all gonna go towards the development of skins with in-game battle functions. All right. Don't worry. It will all go to a good purpose. So we might be guaranteed, but that doesn't mean that I don't want to hit early, because that means we can blast some more summons on Arabella. Ah, shit. All right, come on. Don't make me suffer though. Oh, that is bad news. Oi. That is terrible news. Ah. What be the best? What be better? E2 Arabella or E2 Hyde Mary? Well, for now it seems like E2 Hyde Mary. We just have to see how much damage Fracture can do. Ay. Oh no. Oh no. They are indeed draining us. Okay. 60. Alright. But like what? 61? No, or like 51, 52, 53? Wasn't 52. Wasn't 53 either. Wasn't 54. Yes! I require your power, Licinia. Well, gentlemen, I do believe at the end of the day we might have still made the right decision. Maybe the silver lining is at least we have the partner. Now, some people like to call me a W. We don't talk about the G part. But then there's also the proper one, and that is W greed. And that is, if things are going well, you don't stop. If things are going terrible, well, why did you stop? So, can we get another Arabella? Not for any particular purpose besides hopefully redeeming our terrible luck. We have 70 until next 5-star. Can we get anything? Let's find out. Yoshin, E2 and E4 merchant feels like an E4/E6 merchant, if that's what you're referring to. You lost your 70. We drained, indeed. What purpose are gems if there's a banner to summon on? Start thinking. Think smarter, not harder. I don't know. Okay. 20. Also. A casual? Hell no. Not today. You know, Lillian used to be so rare. Like, having a Lillian at more than one copy used to be a ginormous flex. Probably still is if you're a new account, but Last Temple, I don't think we're gonna do like all our singles because we still need to use some gems to buy something like auto delegations probably. Oh, is it a fake out at least? Oof. So not to worry, we started today with like 1,000 gems anyway, so it's not like we lost that much if you think about it. It didn't even take that many summons, you know, so it's all good. It's all good. It's all in the pursuit of greatness, in the pursuit of happiness. Yeah. It was where are my affinity? Oh, where are my affinity resources? No, seriously, I could have sworn I had more. Could have sworn I had more. Well, they must have gone somewhere. One of the reasons why and where they went, well, is probably the Arabella home screen. What the fuck is the Hugo doing there? Was that worth it? Was that worth our summons? What's that water? I don't know. It's sunscreen, you know? Sunscreen. Yep, stream already 18 plus. GG, bye bye. You really can't tell nobody about this. Now, before we proceed with upgrading Arabella, there's one initial, very important step we still have to take. It is a small step for a CC, but a great step for mankind. And that is we need to figure out who is Crimson and who is yearning in the waves. Right? Because if nobody yearns, then who is Crimson? It is a philosophical conundrum that can only be solved by investigating the causes of one such phenomenon. So yeah, we need to get philosophical with it. Did it work? Okay, sure. Let's do it again then. Okay. Luckily, this is a lot easier. Okay. Let's see. Move to the mailbox. Okay, so Arabella. Now it's time we start our analyzing, right? So before we can do that, we obviously need to figure out what's the baseline. Well, the baseline is this right here. This is where things become important. Sad, combat, flustered, smiling. I don't like her smirk. Characteristic. Okay. Now, did they get bigger? Or is it just because she's leaning? Like, did they up the sliders, or is it just me? What the fuck is this skin? Like, seriously. Ay. Okay, now, what did we really want to get? It's obvious. Normal. sad, combat, flustered, smiling, characteristic. Where is my blush? They increased the sliders, but they took my blush. How dare they? So, now that we've found out everything that this skin is ever gonna give you, we have to skin another thing. And that is Owen and Hugo alive. But outside of that, we still need the card skins. And if I know my luck, then I know for a fact we're about to get a bunch of card skins. Because that's a lot easier than actually getting lucky on the banner. And also totally a lot more relevant. Well, there we go. Every second 10 pull gives us a sticker. It works mysteriously just like that. So, now for the hardest decision of them all. Well, it never was a decision in the first place, was it? We shall have a look at the fruits of our labor after fulfilling the basic conditions. Well, let's find out. Just in case. Yeah. Okay. So, approved. What about number 2? Seems about right. Once again. Yeah. I can agree. That is certainly a card art if I've ever seen one. Final one. Last test. Yeah, I can agree. These cards are certainly shiny. So, now that we found out what Arabella is all about, thank you all so much for joining the stream. We now know the best build for Arabella, and we shall go and wait for the next character. Am I right? Alright, let's see. Did I properly pre-farm? Did I properly pre-farm for Arabella Mummy? Let's find out. Can I even properly pre-farm anyway? Let's see. We have made it successfully to level 40. Good job, me. We've made it to level 50. Good job, me. Can we make it 10 more levels? Looks great. Good job. Success. Level 60 has been achieved. Now, step number 2. Potential. So, do we have enough potential? Potential 1. We are obviously going to ignore this one the moment we get it. Get that out of the way. Ooh. Fracture on the basic is kind of sweet. But then again, they probably could have put Fracture on this basic as well. Huh? You know, some people might call me unreasonable, but I feel like the community as a whole was looking for a different kind of basic upgrade. But it might just be pure coincidence. Then again, let's continue, right? So, we've made it to the signature cards, the crit rate, the crit damage. Now this we don't know. We do not know what this is about to say. My guess is 15% passion damage, but it could be anything. If Arabella's, passion, instinct, red hair, my fault. If Arabella's attack is higher than 600, 5% of instinct attribute damage. For every 20 attack, add an additional 10. Once again, we've outdone ourselves by getting a legendary 700 attack. You can now obtain 15% instinct attribute damage. Luckily, this was in no way, shape or form predictable, leading to a successful integration of the final potential as something that really set her apart from everybody else. Good job. Alright, let's see if we can also max this out. I really don't know if we should be going for the divine chance. I really don't. Especially because if we activate distortion adaptation on the season planet, we also get the divine thing anyway, right? So, I mean, it's expensive, that's for sure. But don't I have a couple of the other fucks? No, I don't. Ooh, so I'd be having to use these ones. Well, we're already here, aren't we? Alright, Arabella has been successfully integrated into our account. Good job, me. Now, I might have forgotten a little something, and that is the partner. More specifically, the cost that comes with upgrading the partner. So, let's hope. Let's hope that doesn't turn into a bit more of an issue. So far, so good. It's getting close. But we did it. With 150,000 credits left, we have successfully gotten our Arabella partner potential. Well, if you're ever wondering what could be another reason to buy the skin, did you ever feel like getting watched while upgrading somebody's potential, or even just standing at potential for no reason? Well, there you go, right? That could be another selling point, right? Okay. Sanguine Thorn, what have we farmed for the lovely lady? What do we have at the ready? So we have crit damage, crit chance, damage over time. We have damage over time, crit damage, attack, ego recovery. We have damage over time, crit damage, crit chance. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's because of the substat, is it? Attack, crit chance, crit damage, crit damage, crit chance. I don't know which one of these we would actually want to pick. But attack, crit damage. Probably the crit chance. Well, not the matter. We also have this. Crit damage, crit chance, damage over time. Looks good so far. So the question is, do we then for the final two pieces just end up using the crit damage set, or is there a better combination to be had? Because the only thing we really do care about is indeed the damage over time. So we have crit chance, crit chance, attack, damage over time. Can you believe it? It is insane. Let me just make sure that in the filter we also, just in case, have Sanguine Thorn, just to see if there's maybe a better option. I doubt it, but you never know. Well, this would be crit chance, crit damage with damage over time. But we shall take the damage over time here. And then for this goblet, passion, void, justice, passion. We only have a singular one, but it has crit chance and, you could have guessed it, damage over time. Now, what does this look like? What exactly does this set do? 59.8% crit rate. 188.6% crit damage, 38.4% damage over time. As of this moment, the finest stats. Well, important to be said here though, we are getting an additional 40% crit damage for dots, or 25% crit damage for cards, meaning that Arabella is actually at a rather comfortable 208% crit damage for cards, 228.6% crit chance for dots, as well as with the 10% crit chance from the partner, we're looking at a comfy 70 to 228% split. I would say that is pretty sweet. Is it the best thing in the world? No. And the reason for that is because this game thought it was funny. Now, before you just be like, well, how could the game be funny? Surely they would take you seriously. Look at these pieces. Battlefield Evolution. Damage over time plus 3. Battlefield Evolution. Damage over time plus 3. Battlefield Evolution. Damage over time. Battlefield Evolution. Damage over time. So there was nothing. Nothing that could have been done. I just quickly have to check if maybe we can squeeze out a bit more. If we potentially find one of these to be replaced to change this into crit rate or into crit. So let me just quickly see if we have any chance at getting like a different Sanguine Thorn with more damage over time. But I don't believe we do. So I guess we're kind of stuck with this. And this also means we still have to finish off the Heightmare set by giving her crit damage and then probably just like a straight out instinct damage with like a bit of extra damage. There we go. And yeah, so this set here already has 43%. And remember, the goblet, it does not contain any damage over time. Yeah. Oh, and the same is also true in reverse. If you were wondering, yes, obviously, the set with Arabella in mind has to have had the highest extra attack damage. Because what else? What else would it have if not the highest extra damage? Right? So it all really does end up making a lot of sense in the end if you think about it. It doesn't. Whew. Okay. Let's get it. First K. Oh, deck builds. Well, where the fuck do we even start, right? Let's start getting creative, gentlemen. So we have some deck builds to share for all of you. So you can try building something as well. Now, this is alright. This is alright. This pains me very much. This kind of feels illegal, but hey. Sometimes you have to commit war crimes to win the war. You know? Then let's figure this out together. Scream for me. Which of these do we find to be the most interesting? Which one of these? Because obviously it was just a big sword debuff on Rita. Oh, that's nice. So, the damage amount increase could be cool. Problem, it's only cards. The leftmost one gives us the most fracture. The middle one gives us the most AoE fracture. And the fourth one gives us the most value. So, we might actually go for Scream for me. Draw 2. Then, out of all of these Observer's Pleasures, the leftmost one is based on the number of enemies. The second one is based on the number of debuffs. The third one is again card bonus. The fourth one is straight up 80% and auto transfers the perk. Or auto transfers the fracture. And the fourth one, well, the fourth one we don't have to draw. But in exchange, we do not get any damage bonus whatsoever. Which means we might go for the harmful effects, the most solid all-rounder. Something we can trigger on both AoE and single target. Something that isn't necessarily as reliant on there being specifically 5 enemies. So long as there are 4 enemies or below, this is the highest amount of damage. Hollow Verdict. Obviously we try to cope up a couple different decks, but Hollow Verdict. We have Team Fracture activation. A double Arabella Fracture activation. Fracture activation on defeat. Agony, Fracture and Agony activation. And Agony multiplication. Probably the most solid with the least amount of reliance on anybody else is going to be ending up this one. The double fracture activation. Sadistic restraint. Number 1 is going to be multi-hit based on debuffs plus ally or team-based fracture activation. Next one is going to be a double fracture activation and a draw. Then we have a fracture activation as well as also move should this kill. And we have 4-hitter, fracture per hit, on cost decrease more hits, so the highest single target fracture application. And then, well, multi-hit based on fracture activation combined with fracture activation. So we might just go for draw 1. Now that we figured out most of the base versions that we kind of want to combine together into the most solid all-round package, what do we copy, right? Luckily, we can't copy this, can't copy that, so there's only 3 choices. Is it either 3 fracture and 2 draw, 3 fracture and double fracture activation, or is it gonna be just straight up double fracture activation? See, this is maybe where things become a little troublesome, and that is, it is great and all that we have this many fracture activations, but we still need fracture generation. So we probably need some new epiphanies in here, just based on the sheer fact that they can inflict fracture. This doesn't look like she's probably not going to be a simple deck, because let's assume we want to activate fracture 4 times a turn. If we truly want to make it optimal, then we'd have to build to 30, go to 15, build to 30, go to 15, build to 30 a couple times. So in terms of like a lot of fracture amplification, I think we have mainly these 2. This could be cool. 7 like AoE fracture. It is 7 fracture on a single card. And also, if we're only talking about 4 fracture activations, I guess the problem is that this activates twice, huh? So then we'd only have to do 30 once, go to 15, go to 8, 30 again, go to 15, go to 8, 30 again because of end of turn activation, right? That means we need... technically, we only need to generate 15 because we're going to assume from turn 2 onwards, the enemy obviously is going to have... Okay, let's say we go from 0. We need at minimum, obviously, first 30 stacks. Then we need 22 stacks. And 22 stacks. So 74 stacks of fracture, somehow. I don't know about that. Seems a little bit hard to do. Right? Obviously, this fracture amplification here. When fracture inflicted by allies is activated, you apply 2 additional stacks of fracture. So that kind of lightens the burden. Had we have the ability to go to E2, we'd probably get a couple more fracture pieces as well. A couple more fracture ones. Huh. Oh, check out the save data that can be bought. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the patch notes, right? But alright, what does this do, right? So we have a singular hit that decreases enemy fortitude. We have 0 cost double fracture activation 3-4 times. Well, I don't know how many fracture stacks they think they can apply, but if I see this correctly, this deck is activating fracture a casual 10 times a turn. And the amount of fracture they apply each turn is 12, 14, 20, 29. Let's say we go to 29. And then we go all the way back. Well, I don't know if that actually does anything great. But what about the free deck? Huh. Interesting. So we have a 1 copy. Two copy. 1 Scream for Me, 1 Hollow Verdict. Okay, it's a very small deck. So this would inflict a bunch of AoE fracture, agony, scorched, and fracture. Fracture at the start. And 4 fracture activations. You know, in terms of the concept, this deck looks a lot more solid than this one. Well, this is going to be something we'll have to spend quite a bit of time with outside, but oh, this could be something. But all right, which one of these? Let me just duplicate these here. I think no. Did you do like a bunch of activation? No, you were like the one that like mainly activates. Whoops. What did I do? Oh yeah, I duplicated this one. Well, sorry. The interesting part with this one here as well is this one, right? This one would rely on the allies providing fracture, but it doesn't have to be that much. It depends on the amount of enemies, right? But also it's like team-wide, so you would only in total have to apply 15 fracture at any point in time to then go to 30. But alright, so here we'd have the choice to get like 7 AoE fracture or just straight up 9 fracture. I feel like the 9 fracture here are kind of a bit too hard to pass up. And then now for Sadistic Restraint, I have my eye on this one. Maybe. Where this one could end up applying either 10 or 12 stacks of fracture. But then obviously this is like a single target approach. Well, okay, let's see. How would that look? So this card would want to become cost reduced, because otherwise, well, 0 cost draw 2 is pretty sweet. So this is 3 fracture, 6 fracture, 9, so 12 fracture. And it's like 15, it's like 27. Oof. I guess you can't really play Arabella that often at 30 fracture stacks, can you, huh? Oh yeah, we can also check the odds in a second to see how likely is it even to get like a cost reduction on these. That's gonna be humbling. But I don't know, I kind of want to try this. I feel like this has potential. Depending on like how this exact cost reduction thing works. Especially with the Divine. Does it even change, or is this purely based on lead triggering? I don't even know. We also kind of want vulnerable, don't we? Because fracture can trigger vulnerable. And then which one of these cards would I end up cloning? We already have 3-card draw. Maybe something like this. Question, does it matter to have high crit chance? For Fracture, yes, because Fracture can crit. And the entire idea behind the Fracture set itself is that it gives crit damage to dots, meaning that it is in your best interest to have a decently high crit chance in the like 40 to 60% region that you can then combine with the partner to go up to like 50, 60 or 70% crit and then have those ending up critting, yeah? I feel like her 3-star, 4-star teammates aren't the greatest. That's true. There isn't anybody perfectly... I mean, Owen, right? Maybe Owen is there for a reason if you think about it. So, let's say a deck like this. Okay, is there maximum points? Oh, what did I fuck up? Oh yeah, the amount of divines, obviously. There we go. Okay. Now, is there anything like obvious? Let me try. So this is kind of like a mixed build, right? Mixed value build. So is there like obvious builds you can make along the lines of, I don't know, like the highest amount of single target fracture, highest amount of like AoE fractures. I feel like that's a little easier. So here this would obviously be the highest amount of AoE fracture we can get across the board. So I don't think we can really go that wrong. I mean, even maybe something like this could work out. Where obviously, well, we would, I guess, go with something like this. Oh yeah, also we still need to put in the card. 1 second. And that is clearly it kind of has to be Sever Ties. You know, Sever Ties was made for this moment. So yeah, there we go. It feels so weird seeing her as an instinct. I still read her as a passion unit. Because she's so full of passion and but no. Then obviously the AoE version here. Maybe her own fracture still. And... so probably something like this. And then for the third one... well, you know, we're also going to keep this hopefully a little shorter. And then mainly just play and see what we get, right? Maybe there's visions we don't know. Visions we don't see that will become entirely too obvious upon actually playing, or like upon, like, we really have to see how this works out in a fight, because it's one thing to theory craft it, the other is actually seeing it in a fight, and like maybe you're lacking AP, maybe you're lacking draw, maybe you're lacking, well, I don't know, fracture generation. So, oh, also even, I don't even know if this divine here works, right? I don't even know if this divine works in the first place, so 6 times, right? And then if this is only 1, and then let's say we did there's a couple cool combinations we could go for. What do you think? Should I already give you the codes to these, or is this a little useless? Because, I mean, even if you get this deck, I have no guarantee that it actually ends up being any good. What do you think? What do you think? Is there a purpose to me, like, putting these in, like, a Google Doc and pinning it? Just in case? Should I label them, like, early versions or whatever? Or should we just actually play the game and, nah? Code, yes. Nah. Start testing. Nah, let's see first. Alright, alright. Test first. Nah, could you use the pin as a baseline? Test it first. Alright. But luckily, we now have a bit of an idea of what we're looking for. I don't think we actually have to care much. Like, we can just fight something like this. I don't believe we're gonna be able to get the full bonus. Think about Ara plus hit can also apply to a fracture. Yeah, she can. That is true. But then it's also not 12. It's actually, I think it's closer to like 15/18. Unfortunately, we don't have the points to get this. Unless... Yeah, I feel like we want to unlock this event ASAP, which means we're probably going to steer the points here. And just make it happen. So. This one's good. This one's great. This one's great. This one's important. Or is it? Seasonal cards and equipment. Well, maybe. Maybe not. How much is Arabella gonna care about seasonal cards and equipment? You know what? We can just let it stay upgraded. Additional refraction areas is something we definitely need. And then this new shiny area is probably quite important as well. And shop refreshers are always great. This will probably be like for the amount of points we currently have. Is it perfect? Nah. Is it gonna get the job done? Probably. So now for the biggest question. Season 4 planet, just so we can get a little bit of survival. Or just end up playing it on, well, on home. Right? Should we play it on home ground or on the new one? I kind of want to test out the new area and see what it does. Maybe it gives you like an insane divine or an insane way to change cards or chase cards. So let's see if they even let us encounter the event in the first place. Now distortion adaptation is on. We're obviously going to bring in Hild. Going to bring in Arabella. And then, I don't know. Do I have a Mika geared? Probably doesn't really make a difference if you do have distortion adaptation. Alright. Let's go. What? So much for that. 1. That's not great. 6. Oh, it's probably because there's a couple people mental breakdown, isn't there? Who's the one at fault? Serenial? Whoops. Let me fix that real quick. I'm sorry. Epion Center. Psychotherapy. Yeah, I don't really need it. Okay, so we now have 27 space. Okay. Let's see what you can do, Arabella. Memory fragments, if you can. Okay, so the easiest is obviously going to be 2-piece again. 2-piece attack, 2-piece crit damage. But, well, if you can, you want to run the new fracture set. But the most important part about Arabella, you want as much damage over time stat as possible. The more damage over time stat you have, the bigger her damage output. Okay, after crit rate. Right? The order in terms of stat priority, once these guys are defeated, the order of stat priority should pretty much go crit rate first, damage over time second, then it's going to be kind of split between crit damage and attack. Though, what the fuck? 59 crit okay for 54 dot. Brother, what are you saying? Look at me. I have 59% crit on 38 dot. Stop flexing. Alright, so what does this toggle do? It shows us the set effect equipped. Alright, great. Crit rate, dot, crit damage, attack. Pretty much. Though, then again, technically speaking, her ult actually scales off of her own attack. These new lobbies are even outdoing Serenial. Well, they've certainly tried. I just can't guarantee if they've succeeded. I hope auto delegation thing actually brings us towards the new area, right? The new event area. Don't forget to invest in stocks. Well, I don't have time for everything, but obviously we'll try to dribble the stock market, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if we need anything that's not like 3 claim anyway. Like, I wonder, what else would we run? Like a singular inquiry? Because if we're going claim 5, which we probably will have to, for the most part. If we're going claim 5 anyway, there isn't really any space for survival, is there? Okay, we could remove some cards, which would be fun. But, well, you know what's even more fun? Getting a Vital Epiphany. It's a 1 in 3, or like a 3 in 6, 3 in 9. Let's see. Okay. Alright. I'm also curious, who would I replace Hill for if you didn't have an Hill? Ooh, well, teammates for Arabella. It kind of seems like, at least it feels like at the moment, you obviously need something like a draw engine. So you could use a Hild, you could use a Faye, you could use a Veronica, you can use a Hugo. Even though Hugo, well, keep in mind, she doesn't really have targeting attack cards, right? So it's kind of like draw times or draw peoples. You can't really go wrong with Cassius. While he isn't optimal, that doesn't mean he's not good. Orlea is a big one. But she kind of needs a rather specific deck to be built for that to actually end up working. We obviously have a bit of a closer look at animations and the like after we get something serviceable. So we do have the harmful effect observer's pleasure already, which is nice. Remember, we can get 10 free divine cores from the yellow shop. We'll probably have to use those. I unfortunately didn't pre-farm much in terms of sortie. So it's kind of like hoping that we get something useful. How would I use a Hugo? Well, the Hugo would mostly be focused on having a small deck, getting a bit of additional draw, and potentially trying to see if maybe in terms of the Arabella cards you pick, you would gravitate towards ones that... There we go, nice. You'd gravitate towards ones that actually aren't AoE, nor are they random target. I think she has like a few of those. I don't know how many. Because that could still help trigger Hugo. But yeah, he'd mainly just be there to be there, you know. Would Arabella be worth it since the anniversary is around the corner? That's what we're here to find out, aren't we? We are here to find out if she is in fact worth it. Ooh. Could I use Yuki? But I don't really need to use a morale booster, do I? Is Arabella the season limited? She is. Cthulhu! Cthulhu gun, right? Well, if you started the game yesterday and you're wondering if there's like a beginner guide or whatever you can follow, you don't really have to worry. Things only become relevant. Like most of the things people are talking about, most of the things people do, will only become relevant to you in like a week or so from now. I would focus on doing the story. I would focus on the beginner mission track. that you just get through it. I'd focus on pushing up your account level and just playing seasonal chaoses, playing whenever they require you play, right? Like playing sortie, making sure you do, like level up your account. Account level is going to be quite big in terms of like unlocking new rewards, new max levels and the like. There's not much you can do wrong early, and there's no point looking at like endgame features and endgame strategies if most of them aren't even replicatable for you right now. Okay, here we are. It is a guaranteed divine epiphany to a selected card. By looking at the fragment, we got a random survivor card, as they said we would. And now we could encounter another event and spark an epiphany to a selected card. So, what did we say? Scream for me, right? It's kind of between Scream for me and Sadistic Restraint in terms of things that we might end up getting. So, let's see if we can get a sweet Scream for me. Always attack weakness on Agony, Fracture, Scorched. Okay, there is a good chance that this is guaranteed Vital Divine as well. Which is very important, because this means... Ooh, we have to do a very reasonable check-in people first. Unfortunately, they're all kind of a little busy right now in terms of like speed, but let's have a look. It's very important. Very important. Well, let me wait. Fuck. I know I have a different fucking scene for this. I was getting a little too excited to have a look at what they do. We even have like a place where we can see. Okay, what could she be doing, honestly? What is that? The fuck is that? It's so hard to see, we have to get up close. What the... What is she doing? What is that? What the fuck? I don't... What is she doing? Poison? It kind of looks like a bit of a flower. But yeah, okay, I guess she summons poison. Now, what about... Well, that's pretty direct. That doesn't leave many questions, does it? Oh wait. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. What exactly are we even looking at? True. What exactly are we even looking at? We have to figure out. Well, so can anybody really spot what we're doing here? I don't know. It's still a little unclear. The amount of zoom is a little ridiculous. Look at the comparison. But alright. Now that we've figured out very valuable information, let's use that to build a deck. I don't think she does much of zero cost cards, does she? See, this is something I'm a little worried about. Does she even have a weapon outside of the Cthulhu? Ouch, my heart. Does she even have like a weapon outside of the Cthulhu weapon on this planet to begin with? You know what I mean? Like, does she even have a weapon? Obsidian sword. Good one. But you're not wrong. Yeah, the purple crit damage. Ooh. Well, that enemy certainly enjoyed its last moments. Yeah, it's the crit damage stun. It's also what I was thinking. But what about egg? What about egg, right? What about egg? The unique weapon... we're about to fight a new boss. There is a chance. There is a chance that that new boss... I got distracted by the card art and might have duped the wrong card. Okay, so, what I wanted to say, there is a chance that we might get some new gear from the new boss because we're now facing him at the end of this instead of... instead of the other thing, right? Wait, 1 second. No? Wait, what the fuck? Where's the map? Oh, it's up there, yeah. So, this thing might have some gear for us. Okay, good shit. We got the Invader observation logs. Probably the best one we could have hoped for. So now we can indeed get like the 20% crit damage weapon. And we would be looking pretty sweet. A desire card for Arabella, it's Sever Ties. Sever Ties. What ego manifest should you go for? At the moment, probably E0. And then it kind of feels like you either go E0 or you go E4. We'll have to see the importance of E2 in terms of like helping us generate more fracture stacks. But that's how it kind of feels. Is she really good? I don't know. We're still building a deck. We have yet to use her anywhere. We have still yet to see her do anything. So far, she's really destroying this chaos, if that helps. Right? Like, if that helps clear things up, she's really destroying this chaos, you see? Red set is Ara, blue set is hit? Pretty much, yeah. What does dot scale off of? Okay. What does fracture scale off of? Let's talk about it. So, Arabella's fracture. Let's start with the easiest one. Scales off of the character's attack. Scales off the character's attribute percentage. Scales off the character's dot. Scales off of the character's crit rate and crit damage because it can crit. Scales off of a damage amount increases like morale that are additive. Scales even better with multiplicative damage amount increases of any kind that apply to it. So non-card amount multiplicative increases. Scales off of vulnerability. Because it's a hit that can trigger vulnerable. Scales off of the claim 5 dot multiplicative. But yeah, I guess those are like the big 9. That is not too bad, getting like vulnerable as a neutral epiphany. The only problem is it stops us from like double applications. Better attack or instinct damage for the 5th memory. Whatever you have with the more damage over time substat. Like the better crit rate and damage over time substat you have on attack versus instinct, that's what you should pick. Is that new? Oh yeah, it is. But nothing really changes. It's just an empty table. You killed it. I don't know what you killed, Arabella, but you sure look ready. Well, let's continue onwards. Into the unknown! Unfortunate. This could have been the event where we get like a free chance at a mythic. Newbie here. Best unit for the 20 reroll banner. Oof. I have an entire video on it, breaking all of them down. It's from around 3 to 4 months ago when it first released during the half anniversary. But it really depends on who you already have. But super solid picks would be somebody like a Hugo, Veronica, or Leia. Yeah, Hugo, Veronica, or Leia would be, I guess, the most safest pick out of them. But you can also go with whoever is your favorite from there, be it design-wise or whatever. Like, you could go for a Rin and nobody would bat an eye. Like, all of them can be good in their own right. You just have to make them work, which is the beauty of it, right? So don't stress too much about it, but you don't also have to do it right now. So what is this? It is the fracture amplification with the multi-fracture. It's just with cards damage increase. Huh. Okay. Okay. Duplicate event. That's not good. That kind of goes against my plan. Well... Huh. I guess we have to re-epiphany something else and kind of make it all work together. Oh yeah, that's one of the troubles. If you get multiple copies of different cards in the deck, obviously you are no longer guaranteed to get the copy you want. That is most certainly going to become a little annoying. But yeah, oh, you know, damage amount multiplicative, seeing as how fucking fracture works, you know what? It really isn't even the worst. It's actually kinda decent. So, Observer's Pleasure is fine. That one copy of Scream for me is fine as well. We do have a double activation here and a fracture amplification. So the only question is, what can we get on a Hollow Verdict that makes this deck make sense? Nothing. Or at least nothing really, maybe? It's gonna be expensive deck. Arabella is very expensive. You probably want to run her with a cost generator. Okay, Divine. Haha. Ta-da! Agony Bella. 2 fracture, 4 agony. Activate agony, 4 agony. It's perfect. Okay. Maybe this multi-fracture application thing could actually kind of turn this around. Ew, what a fat bitch. Well, serves him right. Okay. Another question. Does he have any new gear we need to know about? You know, I thought, well, what could be the best we could get? It probably doesn't get much better than this, unless you consider the fact that, in fact, this could give us 10% crit rate if we're fighting 5 enemies, which is quite a lot. Though still, this is pretty sweet. So, gear looks good. Seasonal card is there. Epiphanies and duplicates are a little dubious. Been up for 30 minutes now. So far, is she worth summoning for? Hehe, well. I wish I knew. So, how much AP would this deck run us to play every turn? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very costly. Very, very costly. Does this mean it's time for the one and only AP Serenial? Probably not. But imagine. Imagine if it was. You know, maybe it actually kind of is. But alright. Now that we've obtained this. Oh yeah, let's first download the data for that one deck they really want us to get. Oh, we also got a second deck. Yeah, I remember now. So we just got 2 decks for free. This would be we would get when we play Sortie. Okay. So how close did we get to like something that we wanted to make? Just one too many copies of Sadistic Restraint. But it kind of balances out because we have a different Hollow Verdict. Alright, let me get the Abyssal Cause first. The colorless cause. So, we found food for Arabella. There we go, 20 is a good number. Okay, or is it? Isn't it like 21 for attack? No, 20 is for attack. Okay, great, 20 is a great number. So, now that we have that out of the way, the real question is, what are the odds, right? What are the odds? Let's say I want this with cost reduction. Okay, gentlemen, for the first time ever, we get a look at how they calculated the vines from the very beginning. I just make you really tiny for now because, you know, big text. So, every divine has the same chance. Which means the vines that every god has are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times as likely. Right? Which means if we wanted to know what are the odds of getting reduced cost, we would have to take 2.12% times 6. So that would be around 12.7% chance, which is around the, well, 1 in 10, right? Now, if we then also consider the fact that most of our cards are attack cards, damn, she is tough to build. On the other hand, if we were trying to look for something a lot easier, like for example using a divine here, you see that, well, look at this difference. Look at this difference. There isn't that many different options. So we actually have, in fact, a over 30% chance of getting draw 1, a over 30% chance of getting gain 1 AP, and the rest is pretty much split between useful things like draw 1 card of this unit, treat it as a common card. But then again, treat it as a common card. It's safe though, it's still only 5.26%. But yeah, divining skill cards always ends up being easier than divining attack cards. Only problem here, she don't really do skill cards. Right, let's have a look. Scream for me. Full attack. Observer's Pleasure. Well, full skill or upgrade, but it's unique so you can't duplicate it. Hollow Verdict. Full attack. Sadistic Restraint. Can anybody take a guess? Exactly. Full attack. So in terms of the raw natural odds of obtaining divines, well, she certainly has a tough deck. What memory fragments are great? This one. If you can make it happen, you want to do Sanguine Thorn with Executioner's Tools. And if you can't, there's still technically 2 other sets that you can consider if you wanted to really build a 4-piece. And that would be Judgment of Flames, but not really, but mostly Instinctual Growth. If you for some reason have a good Instinctual Growth set, this can work, but remember, this doesn't scale for Fracture. So it really comes down to 2 options. You do the Sanguine Thorn Fracture set, or you get yourself 2-piece attack, 2-piece crit damage, and then probably 2-piece agony, so that you multiply the damage of Fracture against targets with agony by 10%. Now the real question is, how many of you here have ever seriously farmed agony for the 2-piece? Well, I'll be honest with you, I have not. At least not really. Because I usually just do 2-piece, and then 2 off-pieces with good subs. Because it's a lot easier that way. But yeah, this set effect, the increased damage dealt to targets inflicted with agony by 10% is actually kind of important. Well then you can very much be happy. And you know, there's a tiny chance. There's a tiny chance. Bro, how did he get the skin? Well, he found it in the chaos. He went into the chaos, he clicked on an event, and then he got the skin for free. Obviously, he did not. So, what are her best cards at the moment? Well, this, you can't go wrong with this. 3 Fracture, draw 2. This is a pretty safe bet. If you want to play it safe, 3 Fracture, draw 2. It's gonna be big. This one here, decent option, 9 Fracture in terms of hitting it and fracturing the highest target, 3 to everyone. If you want the most amount of Fracture possible, depending on the enemies, it would be this one, because it goes all the way up to 7. This one here is, I don't know, a bit weird. And this one here is for a different type of build where you don't really care about Fracture. You mainly care about her card damage. Observer's Pleasure. This one here is technically the most flexible. This one here heavily relies on enemy amount. This one here is the safest because it will always just give you a plus 80. This one here is once again for the card damage build. And this one here is the one that you don't have to draw, that gives you fracture amplification, but it does not provide any amount of damage increase. And then Hollow Verdict. Hollow Verdict you have, if you are using Hilt at the moment with Fracture, you want to do this because you want to rely on the Fracture of allies, which includes Hilt and Arabella. If you mainly just want Arabella, then it's this one, because it's double Fracture activation for her. This one here relies on the fact that you can actually kill with it, which, well, that's highly specific. This one here also relies on the Fracture applied by allies, technically, but you can also use your own. This one transforms, depending on the amount of enemies, at 5 enemies, 3 Fracture into 30 stacks. And then this one here is, well, I don't know. You can activate Agony. I'm not entirely too sure why. This one here is again safe. Double Fracture activation for Arabella with draw 1 card. This one here is once again mostly for Arabella and then probably Olga Hilt combo. Like, well, mostly if you're actually running Hilt. Otherwise, no real point differentiating between her Fracture stacks and ally Fracture stacks because it will only be hers. This one here, once again, relies on you being able to kill, so content dependent, I guess. This one here, we still have to test to see, does it actually go to 5 or 6 hits, and does the cost reduction from a divine count? And this one here is decent single target. It still activates 2 fractures like this one, but instead of drawing, it goes all the way up to a potential 6-hitter. Versus a 4-hitter with 1 draw. So this one's kind of like the stronger version of this. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a survival 2 deck. So it's not really gonna lead me nowhere, is it? I mean, I guess this could work if I squint my eyes a little, cause it's claim 1. Claim 1. Claim 3. So if I squint my eyes a little and pretend, then this could actually work out. I'm playing her, she's worse than Yuki. Uh-huh. Who would you want to pair with besides Hild? Oh. So, units that you could pair her with besides Hild, I think are really gonna be Cassius, because you can't go wrong with Cassius. Or Leia, because she has multiplicative damage increases. Any sort of draw and any sort of cost generation, because she is an expensive woman to satisfy. So, fracture amplification has been applied. You lost your 50-50 to Yuki. Huh, I really thought we were about to draw like a Naja card, but we did not. Yeah, this is most certainly gonna become interesting. Like, I feel like if you wanted to take advantage of her the most, she is most certainly not an easy unit to build around, alright? Okay, so that makes it a 5-hitter. Every single time you pick up a card and let go of it, she whips the ground. Oh my own ears, holy shit. But every single time you do that, Very important. Alright. Good that we've now found out the main reason why you should summon for her, right? So you can clearly hear it even when you like now you can't unhear it. Okay. Well, we have some fracture stacks on her, alright? So we can now remove all of them and double them. Let's do that. Okay, 30, great. And then okay. 6,200 damage on the fracture there. But also we're down to 10 fracture stacks. Well, I don't know. That's certainly a number, alright? I wonder, did the vulnerability appear before or was it always there? Well, we almost out-damaged here, hit 0 in. There is some work to be done here. There is some work to be done here. How do we turn this into something that it was never meant to be? How do we... Oh, it's weird without the background music. It feels like a void, you know? Like a place you weren't meant to go. Alright. Huh. Want to upgrade on her? Yeah. You want to do signature cards, crit rate, top right potential, and then crit damage after. Why is she all the way down here? The scam. So yeah, in terms of potential, you want to do this one, crit rate, top right, then crit damage. The rest, optional. Optional. You would have believed it right away if you said Arabella is a support for Hild. I don't know, I feel like... Wait, you know what? Or are we back? Yeah, we are. Well, welcome back. Arabella is certainly potent. Throwing around her weight has currently disconnected us from the stream for like 2 seconds for no reason. You know what? He hates us. No, I don't. I see you, Umbra-filled eyes. I see you. They made her booba bigger with the swimsuit. See, that was a running theory, but can you prove it? Have you calculated the volume? Well, it's hard to deny, isn't it? But look, she's just, it's perspective. She just, you know, she goes like forward. She comes closer, right? No, I don't know. It's kind of hard to defend, even on the chibi model. You know what? On the chibi, it's not as drastic. But I feel like they made her thighs bigger. That's the real one here. They made her chubbier. I don't know if that's a good thing. But wait, Arabella. So far, so Arabella. How do we cook with this? And also, based on what we've seen, would have anything here made like a crazy difference? We didn't even play the card yet, so probably not. Not necessarily. I guess she would have had 6 more fracture stacks. I wouldn't really have... her ultimate. I guess we could have used her ultimate. This one obviously would have worked. Fracture multi. And then obviously more fracture multi and crit damage. But it's very, very backloaded. Do you see this gleam in her eye? Or is it just me? We need to focus on the important things here. Like the fact that demonetization is already happened. It doesn't really make a difference what we do. Like, the moment we obtained the Arabella lobby, that train, it went into a different universe. Right? Like, there isn't even a point to be sad for it. Because it's already done. Right? There is no coming back from that. So the only thing we could do is kind of try and potentially, you know, set the backgrounds for Arabella in a way that is appropriate for the swimwear, so that these very kind people up at YouTube decide, well, hey, maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. I mean, like, look, this is not that outrageous. Am I right? And also, what was that text? An outfit that highlights her beautiful, alluring figure. It was designed in a contrasting sky blue color to accentuate the ravenous crimson hue that defines her, as though seeking to sate a thirst that crashes in like a raging wave. Her crimson gaze remains fixed on you alone. I am rather curious about the choice you'll make. Well, I don't know if I have a choice. But yeah. You know what? I mean, if we're cooked already, might as well continue being cooked, right? What does it change? So, well, Arabella, huh? So we've partner upgrade, we upgrade all of this, we got the save data, we did that. Technically we could still update it with the vines, but we didn't really get much. Do tell. Should I put this the text on the screen again for gear and for partner? Or should we I don't know, let the partner, I mean, I guess partner we could include, could actually be kind of an interesting question. Yeah. All right, then gear should go. Gear should be quick though. So let's take new document. Bam, bap. Yes, please. All right, no worries, no worries. Boom. Gear is going to be number 1. It's going to be. Oh yeah, let me let you watch as well. Oh. Doesn't really change much, but hey, well, at least you know what I'm doing, right? Number 1 is obviously going to be fracture plus C damage / attack. It just doesn't show because it's not long enough. Oh yeah, preferably you'd go for like. Should we again label AG? Do people understand what that even means? A lot of people questioned it the last time around with Hild, but I feel like this has, especially this time around, maybe a bit more potential than it had with Hild even. But number 2 is then going to be attack, crit damage. Let's keep the same order. Crit damage. Attack. AG. 2 piece. Well, people are gonna understand. They're gonna understand. Y'all are smart. You know what I mean. I think that's it. Like, seriously, I don't really believe there's another option. But technically, you could do something like. I mean, it is a card multiplicative on her who supposedly has high base card multipliers. So it would be... I think the set was called Grove something, wasn't it? Memory fragments. Instinctual growth, yeah. There we go. Inst growth. And then attack / crit damage. Ah, it's alright. Nah. Let's keep it casual. How can I help y'all in regards to like teammates? Because that's a question that makes a lot of sense. How do we get that solved? How do we get teammates solved as well in the best way possible? Probably with like icons of the characters and kind of like just having them as like a square somewhere. Probably. Maybe. What is AG? AG is short for agony. It is short for agony. So it'd be agony 2-piece. But yeah. I don't want the text to be like too long. Okay. What have we learned today? Not much yet. Not much yet. But partner number 1 is obviously gonna be Licinia. Is that her name? Okay. What we've learned today is that it's very easy to get demonetized and clearly unfair and unjust. But no. Licinia, right? Licinia obviously number 1. Now the question is who else, right? Who else do we have? Who else should we consider? Well, West McCott is going to be attack bonus. And a flat damage increase sometimes. Clue spotted would be card draw, which is not the worst. Now, News of Mastery. Attack increase. Damage amount to attack cards. Multiplicative damage amount to attack cards. Damage amount to attack cards based on buffs. Attack health damage amount. Damage amount dealt by combatant to targets in a ravaged state. Priscilla. 1 cost or lower cards. Works with divines. Combatant uses a skill card. Attack card damage. Stacks up to 3 times. Retoshka. Damage amount of attack or higher. Technically works, but most of her cards are elite and you probably end up on the rather cheap end. And then, obviously, Asteria from Haru. But I don't think there's much of a point discussing her. Because it's kind of the same thing as with the Retoshka, right? Marion. I mean... Probably not. Alright, it's not really much of a choice, is there, huh? So it really goes Licinia on the 1. Lillian on the 2? Now let's do, yeah, probably like Scarlet / Lillian on the 2. And the 3 is kind of like, well, what are you doing? Just use Lillian, right? So partner's relatively short. Lillian is good, yes, but Lillian also doesn't help with like fracture damage increase. But yeah, Lillian is decent, definitely. Okay. Okay, and then now for the final one. The thing a lot of you seem to care about is obviously teammates, right? Well, what kind of teammates should you be running? Let me see if I have a... Yeah, I do. Okay, awesome. So this one should be should come to no surprise to no one, right? You can't go wrong with the boy. Then, surprisingly enough, we have Orlele. Orlele will probably end up being her best support, most likely. I mean, it depends on what kind of heights we can reach, but it's probably gonna be Orlele that ends up being her best support. And then Narja. Also big synergy there, but also huge veracity consumption. But yeah, Arabella is an expensive lady. Which also means you're gonna find some space for Mikoko. For Mikoko, as well as also for Typhara, probably. And now it's like the question, right? Like, well, who else could kind of fit on that table somewhat? It's technically a couple options. But also kind of not. This is a bit of a wild one. I don't know, but the problem is she doesn't have any crazy skill cards, so it wouldn't be like immediately making sense. And well, Nia could technically activate her cards for free from like top of the deck, but I don't know. Maybe like an Eternal Hunger Nia could also end up cooking. But it also brings us to 10 people, which is a lot of people. Alright, do we have any other ideas? AP Serenial. Who would be a third on like an Aranaja? Probably, maybe a little bit additional draw. Maybe, yeah, like if you go like Aranaja, you could just slot in a Cassius or an Orlea. The classic double hilt. You're too smart. Sometimes your genius crushes everything. Would you buy the weakness fortitude? Wait, what the fuck? Let me see. Let's see. Is it any good though? And if yes, these devs they know what they're doing. No way. No way. No way they are that meta. No fucking shot. The only difference between this deck and an almost perfect one is that it's missing the seasonal card. But because you're able to use Arabella at claim 5, and technically it doesn't make much of a difference if you get to claim 8, this Haru deck, you would only have to do one thing. Change this charge energy to the upgrade card. Or keep it. Doesn't really make much of a difference. I mean, it's a 0 cost draw 1. This deck is pretty good. The only complaint you could have is that it doesn't have a season card in it. But this deck is pretty good. Like, this deck is actually pretty damn good. In all seriousness. Morale gains specialized save data. You don't say. And they even have this one. They even have the multi-hit Haru. They even have the apply retrieve to all, create 3 copies and duplicate the vulnerable. That is impressive. Like, their Haru decks are seriously meta. And they also all come with, well, decent gear. Not the perfect, but decent gear. Now this is a curious one. Morale gain specialized save data. It is... Oh, they're even using attacker at the start of the turn. Move to hand, withdraw 2. that is not bad. As well as also treated as a common card 3 times. With draw and a bunch of predation. And if in graveyard 3 morale. Which means like this is what? 9 morale there? The only caveat again, right? The fact that there is no Fulgent it's a pretty good graveyard attack deck. It's a bit of a weird one. But this one's pretty good. How many dupes at the moment? 0. Well, 4 copy treated as a common card streak activation. Questionable. Questionable. But the Haru one is actually good. Like this one. This one's actually good. Just thinking about the amount of time that was saved my own ass due to me trying to build pretty much this exact deck. I could see you running this deck alongside Arabella, no trouble. Or even for like hit. Like this deck is really versatile. Like insanely versatile. Yeah, you can also try and take inspiration from these, yes. I can't guarantee you that every one of these is gonna be good. But the Haru ones are kinda peak. The Haru ones are kinda peak at least. Is your 3rd time losing 50-50 to a Diana? E2 Diana. Maybe. But ouchie. Yeah, I'm really jealous of that Haru deck. That Haru deck is... Yeah. Is a proper deck. Wait. What? On the off chance, did they build Arabella dedicated support Olea? Probably not. But I need to know. They did not. So, you kind of have pretty much similar to the meta like Softy Retain. Pretty accurate even, almost. But they don't have the Softy eradication spam approach. Check the Cassius. I mean, I would assume it's just going to be your standard, like, morale Cassius, right? I mean, it has the clover, but... That's a weird way to do it. Quest AP specialized save data. Like, I mean, there is a better way to gain morale than running 4 copies of a dice trick. Especially decrease cost by the number of quests completed. You can only complete, like, let's assume you use the most popular quest, Full House. You'll be able to complete exactly 1 quest with this card. And then you'll have to use and pay around 1 to 2 morale, 1 to 2 cost for one of these, just to complete the quest, so that they actually become cheaper. Interesting choice. Would it be worth going for Licinia or better to aim for Arabella E1? I would much rather get E1 E0 partner. I'd much rather get E0 partner and then kind of chill that way at the moment. It really kind of feels like that. Well, if you want to go higher, you better go to 4. I think E0 is a very comfortable spot at the moment, which is curious. So, let's do another run, see what we can get. Elite monsters, attack, fortitude, no negative credits. We don't seem to care much about that. Let's get it. Wait, would it be better I buy the partner or pull for Arabella? You just don't have the currency to get the partner right now. Well, get Arabella first. Run it with somebody else, and then you can see where what your resources are looking like shortly before the partner banner disappears. I wouldn't necessarily already go out of your way to buy the partner for 300 fragments. Is it like a last ditch, last minute effort? Sure, and it would get the job done, but you also can kind of just save these 400 to like a dupe for maybe even like an Arabella dupe, right? So... Farming Swamp for the crit. Your crit is cooked. Yo, good morning. I think I E2 Olga instead of Arabella, lol. Yeah, it's curious. It's interesting. The I'll be honest. I don't yet see the vision. You know? But that's probably also because we kind of got used to a certain type of character with the last few releases, especially if you try to compare like Hild and Faye. Well, they were very similar and their approach was very similar. You get yourself a bunch of morale and you ask questions later. Now, you don't really necessarily want a bunch of morale, so you gotta ask questions first. Would the new purple gear be good for Arabella? What new purple gear? And how do I get it? That would be my real question. Can somebody show me the purple gear if there's like a special new one that actually came to? Be great. I'd like to have a look at it. Unless we're like talking about, I don't know, something else, but yeah. Haven't seen it yet? Can somebody, if somebody has seen like a new piece of gear, can you send it into the Discord and pin me so we can have a look at it together? I saw the beginning stages of her ult and abilities, so once it's confirmed with the egos, I'll actually decide. Don't have the alternatives for partner. You don't? You don't have a Lily and a 4-star partner? I would still try to get Arabella plus partner rather than Arabella E1. Just completely level 80 sword with Arabella. Shield felt pretty good. Definitely strong AoE. Yeah, Sortie could definitely give us a better grasp of what exactly is going on. E0 or E2 Arabella? For the moment, I'd actually say E0. Because I can't reasonably, like, I can't reasonably stand here and explain to you the value of 3 fracture 4 times a turn. Because I don't know. I don't know how much fracture we can actually squeeze out of her. Nor do I am particularly sure how much fracture she generates herself. And if we need to fill that void with like the additional fracture from like an E2. Obviously, when you get it for something like Sortie, it's going to have its own value. It's going to show the value, it's going to work. But what if outside of Sortie, right? What in like content where you actually build a deck for it? Do you still need it, yes or no? Oh yeah, I forgot to put the, whoops, my fault. We thought so much about partners and whatnot, and I completely forgot to actually put that on. I'm sorry. Let me fix that real quick. Schwupp. And what was it? A image. We're gonna call it C, so it's not as confusing for me. And then it's gonna hide a little bit. I guess this is alright. I think normal chaos runs are harder than Sortie, to be honest. Oof, depends. Depends on what Auto decides to do. Would a Hilt Fracture build be good now? I wish I could confidently say you should absolutely run and build a Hilt Fracture build now. But you know what, in what I can see value? Having a singular copy of the Fracture Arrow. 4 copy, nah, okay, not quite. 2 copies of the Fracture Arrow. 3 copies of the on extra attack apply Fracture draw card. Preferably all of that about as cheap as possible in terms of cost. That I could see. And then you kind of want like a claim 3 card really on her. At least that's what I'd be assuming, seeing as how for the most part we probably will mainly want to get the claim 5 because she's so fracture focused. First multi I got hit and second multi you got Arabella. Congratulations, man, what the fuck. You might have made the right decision. Regardless of what decision led to what, it was apparently the right one. Congratulations. That is pretty insane. Rest in peace. We haven't yet to see an Arabella epiphany this run, have we? Wow, there's only a Mikoko card. Not the Mikoko card. Would the Ego 2 be worth pulling? Can't tell you at the moment. It does look like it will be more value in Sortie. So, if you really intend to run her extensively in Sortie, yeah. Outside of that, for now, I don't know. I don't know how much of a difference it would really make. I made a Serenia Agony build, 4 dupes of formulas that returns every turn with 4 divine each. I'll be partnering that with an Arabella and you're excited. And don't forget to partner that with the Tressa as well. If you can somehow make it work, I don't know how you would do that, but Tressa also has the ability to obviously inflict a bunch of agony, and technically you could also use her to activate her own agony stacks, but you no longer need to do that because you could just use Arabella for that. Got a E2 early. Should I push for 1 more copy and use Universal to E4? I mean, it really feels like if you're already in E2, might as well go E4. Obviously, I can't tell you how big of an impact it does and how big of an impact it makes and all that, but if you are already E2, seems like one of the smarter things to do. But, well, and is she good? Not enough time to actually figure that out yet. We've barely done much. I mean, we've built a singular deck, and we were able to play cards. And you know, those cards, they did things, and then some things died at some point after we played the cards. Yeah, so far so good. Would I rather E2 Arabella or E6 Serenial? I would much rather then want to know what kind of changes they want to bring to Serenial. Specifically, they want to change her dupes somehow. But when would that happen? How would that happen? What would it do? I have no idea. But for now, you really don't need E6 Serenial. You kind of are pretty good with E4 or even E2. Like, we kind of see, the thing is, back when we got her E6, it was a huge ton of damage based on like the amount of stacks they had. Now it doesn't really make up that much of a percentage of your turn-based damage anymore. You just E6 Serenia. That does not mean that it isn't great for Salty, right? I think here we should mostly be fine. Re-epiphanies, well, I don't know. We only have one. So do I feel like getting a different verdict? Activates fracture by allies. A double of this unit. Take fracture and apply it twice, but lose activation. I don't know, I like the idea of removing a bunch of fracture of other people. Then again, that works so long as there's enough enemies to remove fracture from, right? So E2 or E0? I'd say E0 for now. Then again, some people might say she definitely wants to be worth your summons. So that's her idle pose. Well, she's certainly showing off that chainsword, am I right? Now, some of you are probably gonna say something weird like she awakens my chainsword, but that's clearly not the point, is it? She awakens my chainsword. Well, there you go. A big ass and a chainsword, yes. She has a big ass and a chainsword. No, wait. Big ass chainsword, sorry. Does the lower fortitude from the enemy from the survival count as a harmful effect? It does. Negative fortitude from something like a driven hunt is a debuff, yes. That counts as a harmful effect. Basically anything that has a red border. Right? Anything that has a red border and you apply to the enemy. What potential? You want to do... what was the new word? Signature. Signature cards, then crit rate, then top right potential, and then crit damage last. But make sure you get top right potential as early as possible. So top right potential, then you want to max crit rate, then you want to max signature, and then you want to work on crit damage. Then again, maybe you could actually flip it for her. Seeing as how most of her damages comes from fracture anyway, you might actually be best off also maxing crit damage before signature. It kinda ends up being similar. You got 50 crays saved up. Should you go for E2? Well, let me do the math. 300 summons. Well, I hope you don't go to max pity multiple times. For now, use your summons, get her partner, and then see what you're left with, alright? Test your luck, figure out if the game is shining down on you in a good or in a bad way. Yeah. Also, interesting. This is unique. You can only activate Fracture inflicted by allies one time through this sadistic restraint. Uh-huh. You know something? This isn't even that bad. It double activates Fracture and it applies Vulnerable, which would make the next Fracture active. But timing Vulnerable stacks together with a Fracture activation is going to be awkward. I don't think dots have crits. Oh, obviously dots apply crits. The only one that doesn't is Agony. And that is because Agony is fixed damage. Yeah. It's just Agony that's getting cooked. Everything else doesn't have a trouble in the world. Gives the plus 8% ally attack also 8 to the wearer? It does. Yes, it's team wide. So also the wearer gets 8%. Which makes the 8% attack dagger a decent choice on her. Isn't Agony a dot? It is, but it works differently from the other two that we have, which would be Scorched and Fracture. Why? Well, ask the devs. I do not know. Wait, her negative status crits? Yeah, her Fracture crits, her debuff can crit. Oh damn it, I built Tressa for so long because she carried me early game. Agony kept getting hit. Well, I think Agony is a lot more potent and sorty than it's ever gonna be in deck building content. And that's just kind of the way it goes. I wonder, do we go with like the opener card? I mean, it's pretty useful. It's just, I'd hate to miss out on the damage bonus. Then again, the biggest problem with Fracture is they dug themselves a grave. A grave all too deep. So, listen to the way they did that and how it could have went wrong or how it currently is, right? Fracture. Fracture is 40% dot. Which also means that if you were to add a stack of Agony, now it's a 60% dot, right? Makes sense, right? 40 plus 20. But if you get 2 stacks of Fracture, it goes from a 40 to 80. Which means if you again add damage amount, well, it still goes from 80 to 100, rather than from 80 to 120. So the one thing they could have done that would have made Fracture so utterly broken that the game probably wouldn't have been worth playing is having every single Fracture stack be its own hit, similar to Agony. Because what that would have caused would have been a 30 hit instance damage over time effect. Also, damage over time wouldn't have been affected by elasticity because it doesn't come from an attack card, right? So it could have, there could have been a world where we would have looked at something like base Fracture, just morale, 440% times 30 or around 13,000. What we are currently looking at is Fracture 30 stacks, 1,200% base. And if you then add morale on top, you only go from 1,200 to 1,600. Which is around a 30% increase. Which also means that if you compare 20 max stacks morale with a multiplicative increase, you just need a 31% increase for that to be better than 20 stacks of morale when it comes to Fracture. So, that is why I'm kind of wondering why there is no percentage-based increases that are easily available to her outside of, well, there's a few. And that's the thing, right? It's just a few. And that is this right here, where should there only be a single enemy, Fracture is going to get a 20% multiplier. So it's going to get plus 240%. And then there is, well, her E4 or E6 that give her a 30 or a 50% multiplier to Fracture. The only other thing we have that's like Fracture related that we can just put on her would be the gear set. But that's 40% crit damage, not necessarily multiplicative to it. And that kind of leads us to probably us not finding a way to get around Orlea if we really want her to hit hard. Because playing 3 softies on an Orlea, like actually playing them, out damages or out increases the input, the output of an Arabella with 20 morale stacks. Yeah. You did 167 for 1 Arabella LMAO. Same. Welcome to, well, not necessarily hell, but certainly the purgatory. Just got here. Should I save for Olga? See, that's the crux of the matter. It really seems like at the moment, the best thing we can do is Orlea Arabella. But it does really seem like Olga, please save me type situation. There's a very, very good chance that Olga is going to be a significant damage increase to an Arabella. So, you know, I can absolutely see a world in which I would much rather have an E0 Arabella and an E0 Olga than I would have an E1 Arabella. Which is a pretty interesting situation to be in, but I feel like chances are good that that's gonna be what's gonna happen. Yeah. ぜひぜひ。
こっちへ来て、館長。飴を一つあげようかしら。
How does she fare against Hype Mary? Well, I don't know. We have to build a deck first, and then we can see. One of the things, though, is out of all the units we've seen so far, getting a good Arabella deck is going to be one of the hardest things to do. And that is because of the fact that most of our cards end up being attack cards. So there's a million different things that could be happening in regards to yeah, what card you end up getting, right? Or what divine you end up getting, better said. So the most you can do is activate Fracture inflicted by allies twice, because both cards that inflict or activate Fracture inflicted by allies are unique. Huh. Interesting. Apply combo on attack cards is the way to go for her. Yeah, but that's where the problem kind of comes in. There's no difference. There's no difference between applying combo to her or applying cost reduction. Besides the fact that unless you count action count, cost is just superior because you can determine the order and when you want to play them. Which, especially on cards that are based on the amount of already existing Fracture stacks, is probably quite essential. So Fractures are character tracked, yes. The 50% crit agony weapon from Chaos, her best weapon. You mean the 50% chance to apply agony on crit would be her best weapon? I doubt it. I mean, you know what? I don't... well, Obsidian Sword is a good one. I mean, Abyssal Bugtooth, this one, right? How many times does she actually attack? Like, if you have, like, her on a couple multi-hits, sure, you get a few agony stacks. But, you know, agony isn't really known for doing that much damage anyway. Obsidian Sword equals the goat. Not particularly wrong. The 20% multiplicative on a target with agony is the goal. Well, if you could find it on this planet here, sure. But as far as I recall, where are you gonna find it? Like, Passion Planet? Like here, Blue Pod? Void Planet? Kind of it, right? Crit damage weapon? You know, see, on the condition that the enemy happens to be ravaged, 30% is 30%. You know? Should the enemy stumble, fall, and be ravaged, 30% is 30%. Well, in Instinct Teams, Ravage happens, yeah. I mean, you can make Ravage happen if you run her with a Serenial. Is Ara herself good at ravaging though? Well, then let's think about what ravaging does, right? So, how does ravaging even work in the first place? Number one, ravaging at its core is based on the card's cost. The higher the cost of a card, the more ravaging damage it deals, right? I think it's around like something like 0.25 or 0.75 ravage bar normally, but when you are type effective, it's in one full bar per AP spent on the card played. So she has some a bit more expensive cards, like this one, like this 2 cost, or I guess this other 2 cost. But no, the real question just comes down to, well, how often and with what do you end up hitting the enemy? Because 0 cost cards, they do still ravage, just not as much, right? No, but it's the idea of the think of it, the team, right? Will the team be able to achieve a ravage at the end of the day? What would AG mean? That's Agony 2-piece. Agony 2-piece, which increases the damage amount taken by enemies with Agony by 10%. Not the create shield for 30% crit chance one. You mean because we're keeping in the foot anyway, right? Well, this is a valid observation, but the 30% crit rate, right? That thing works exactly until you play your first card a turn, and you do unfortunately play a little bit more than 1 card a turn. You actually got the wrong desire card combo on a good deck. Sad. Indeed. All Instinct would be a nasty team. Yeah, it would. But I kinda... You know what I'm wondering? What kind of team did the devs imagine when they thought of Olga, Hild, Arabella? Because what I still don't know is where is the AP supposed to come from? Because as far as we can tell, Hild isn't really known as an AP generator, is she now? And seeing how we only have 3 AP a turn normally, well, where and what is she gonna be able to... Nice. Probably the best weapon we could have gotten out of this entire chaos, so... Gear's at least going great. Now, we only need to find this invader thing that gives us crit rate based on enemy amount, and then we'll just pretend we're happy. Because it's at least going to be better than the cube. Do we have to make claim 7 decks now? It is certainly something you can consider. Also, look at our health. We almost died. Maybe we didn't. I don't know. But I can't guarantee that that's the best thing we can do. Like claim 7 it is. Because also again, yeah, we do get the dot multiplier, and that's sweet. But even that doesn't seem to be too crazy, right? I mean, we'll have to see. One of the good things is this one run we did, where oh, let me check if we already have all our cards. We do, so there's no point getting more. The one run we did was against the boss that had a 40% damage reduction. So Fracture actually could have hit a lot harder. And that's already very uplifting, because it wasn't a particularly good deck. And Fracture being able to hit harder is very important. Because Arabella is Fracture. She's gonna rise and fall with what Fracture ends up being able to do, right? You might also have to skip Olga just for the Annie. The desire mechanic feels a little limiting. I already thought about it a bit as well. What kind of synergies can we even make happen outside of desire cards for her? Well, she wants multiplicative damage bony, but not to her cards. And there really isn't that much, I think, that's like easily available. Obviously we can do the normal thing. Player with a morale generator, find a way to get a multi-hit deck going, and just pretend that Fracture doesn't exist. Right? That is absolutely something we can do. Like we stick with what we know. We do something like Cassius plus an Arabella, and we just find the few cards that hit the most, combine all of them into a deck, and then be like, well, thank you for the morale, Cassius, thank you for the negative fortitude Hild or whatever, and job done, right? Would also definitely work a lot better. See, that's the scary thing. Like a multi-hit deck seems to have more support from a like deck building perspective than even Fracture, at least in terms of the value the cards provide, because most of the buffs she provides are either multiplicative to cards or additive, which is obviously a lot better for multi-hit rather than single hit, which is fracture. Hurts my heart, but it had to be done. Why are you going for claim 3 instead of survivor 2 claim setup? What's the point of survivor 2? What would I... oh, you mean survivor 2 and a claim? Well, if I wanted to build a multi-hit deck and I wouldn't want to focus on fracture, that is exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be going for survivor 2 claim 1, survivor 2 claim 1, combine it with the Cassius with claim 1 and survival, and then call it a day. Right, that's true. But yeah, well, we are kind of trying to make fracture work, not a multi-hit deck, I guess. I decided to go for E6 Hilt instead of Arabella. Well, I am also sitting on an E6 Hilt, and I don't know how to even feel about having made that decision in the first place. Like, yeah, you might not believe it, but we do have an E6 Hilt, but we don't. Like, we kind of have it, but I don't, you know? Yeah, it's stupid, I know. Just joined the live. How's Arabella? We've played in one piece of content, and the piece of content died, but our decks were kind of awkward. She's gonna require some effort, all right? Some experimentation, some big brain moves. A lovely lady doesn't seem particularly easy, if you know what I mean. The One Piece? No. I don't know. Did you see something? I am 5 puts to 50-50. Hard pity. Wish me luck and need it real bad. Surely today's the day you're gonna win that 50-50. Hey, Runner Cycle, what's up, what's up? 12 hours until my video. I would wish to be confident in saying, well, it's gonna be sooner. I wish I'd be confident. Okay. Divine. Divine's gonna be on Scream for me. Because I want her to scream for me. Let's get it. That is pure agony in terms of the divine. Ho 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 ho. You didn't say. Today was the first time I didn't lose a 50-50 since the game came out. Well, there you go, right? You gotta win a 50-50 at some point. There's a Select Divine event now. Yes, there is now a Select Divine event. It's the one that unlocks the hidden boss. Or doesn't unlock the hidden boss, but changes the second boss of the chaos. Ooh, is this our solution? Right, like, see, I've been wondering quite a few times. Is Essence Fragmented Necklace supposed to go on a Hild and Olga to be able to afford Arabella? Or maybe it's even meant to go on Arabella as well. At this point, I don't know. It's not like this plus 25% damage increase actually does anything in the grand scheme of things, unless we will go for a multi-hit build. Got a note to say for Annie? How required Well, the next best options are going to be Scarlet, a 5-star standard partner, and Lillian, a 4-star standard partner that is mainly used for a multi-hit deck. So there's probably a bigger gap between them depending on what kind of play style you try to make happen, right? Also, this make me wonder, right, how required as a whole is using the partner ego to apply more fracture. Whenever I do it, it's just all black screen even after I reset. Oh, you cannot open the game on PC? Oh. Well, I don't know. I didn't run into that issue, so I didn't have to find a solution to it. I hope you find someone that had a similar issue and can help you guide you through it, because I unfortunately can't. Because I don't know. What upgrades lets you spark epiphanies in training? You go under chaos, then top left. There's going to be something called upgrades. You click on it. It's going to be the second category, final perk. Like the zero, like chaos zero system upgrade tree is the most important thing. The most important one are the final perk of the second and the final perk of the third. Arabella's partner is a must pull. If we were to just go by looks, I would sign that right now with my life on the line. Is she a must pull due to her being a limited banner? Probably also, yeah. What the fuck? Boss, if Arabella's Canada Whaling, do you think the anniversary unit will be overpowered? See, I don't believe, regardless of what the solution is today, regardless of what we achieve, there ain't no way Arabella is gonna leave this season weak. Be it that Olga turns her into the biggest monster we've ever seen. Be it that they're going to up some of her numbers or make some changes to Fracture to make her shine. Like, regardless of what the solution is today, she will be strong. But for now, we're still in the deck building phase. But yeah, looks like we don't really, yeah, I don't know, can't really do much with it. I guess we're just gonna take the egg and call it a day. Not like we actually need it on anybody else right now. The biggest? Well, she certainly is the most voluminous monster we've ever seen. 100% OP unit. Is there a way to avoid making the Divine Epiphany to the characters that you're not building in the Chaos Run? You could remove their cards before they appear. So, if there's like an event that gives you a random Divine, having less Epiphanyable cards on the rest of your team increases your chances. You would bet Lucha will be an anniversary unit? It doesn't look like it, at least according to that one, like, Comic Cat con thing interview we've heard about. Lucha is definitely in the works, just not as soon-ish. Supposedly, everybody in Season 5 is new and never before seen. So, well, make of that what you will, am I right? Make of that what you will. So, Screamer for me! Give me something else. Ew. 2 Fracture, 4 Agony and Scorched. 50% multiplier. Huh. How many copies should you shoot for? I'd say partner and character for the moment. I can't yet give a judgment. Like, you probably can't really go wrong with E2, but it kind of feels like E4, E6 is where it's at. In terms of things that actually make a difference, you know? How did that card not Epiphany? That's some sick joke. And we get the crit damage horn. Well, in terms of raw gear power, we got basically every single one. E2 doesn't seem that good, to be honest. You have first team choice available. And what type of content would she be strong in? Well, how about we give her a spin in tower without having a finished deck? How does that sound? Just trying to see, well, what are we even working with, right? What kind of numbers do we have and how much further do we need to go? How good would be... I don't think much of the 350 Arabella save data. There's some really good other 350 save datas, but I'll be honest, I'm not the greatest fan of this one. I mean, the 3 and 9 is decent. The negative fortitude's little useless-ish. But I feel like you're activating fracture a little too much. I mean, look at this. Double fracture, double fracture, double fracture, double fracture, double fracture activation. This is 10 fracture activations in a turn. While you apply, well, 3, 9, 15, and let's count these. In total, 27 stacks of fracture a turn. Like, 10 fracture activations is crazy. Like, you're gonna get a fracture activation that reduces you from 4 stacks down to 2. Like, sure. Alright, if you really insist, you know? Sorry. Okay, let's try this one. Remember, like the hilt deck, well, it has its level of investment. The Naja deck has its level of investment, but ARABELLA does not, right? So we'll have to see where we end up here. Oh, I like the partner image. I don't know, like Licinia is damn clean, man. Yeah, like Licinia is one of the first times I'd actively agree with, you know, making partners playable. I wouldn't mind putting my my efforts behind a concept like that, you know. How does our set stack look like? 25% crit damage. Damage to dots. Alright, great. Well, Fracture sure does look overpowered, huh? When you let me remove a couple of these first so we can have you can see a bit visually more what we're doing. Worth to put only the partner? That'd be a very weird decision because you're probably never gonna find anybody else that really uses her outside of the fact that she's pretty hot. So, alright, now the real question. It doesn't really even show you, but let's compare the damage amount between a guy that has and a guy that doesn't have fracture amplification. It's double. Now the question is, does that hold true for higher numbers as well? Right, like higher multipliers, higher percentage increases and the like. Because if it does, then especially additive damage bony, if it holds true for those. Wait. This could be huge. Depending on what just... Okay, ignore the skin, right? But depending on what just happened there... Okay, 13 stacks, 2 stacks. Gentlemen, Fracture might genuinely be saved. Listen to this. When you have multiple stacks of Fracture on an enemy, they aren't being treated as a singular, as two separate entities of Fracture stacks. But they're all being treated as one hit? Does this mean when you stack 30 stacks of Fracture on a hilt, 30 stacks of Fracture on an Arabella, we're talking 2400% base damage dot? Is that how that works? Because it was only one singular hit instance. I mean, there is no 2400% base attack card in the game. A 2400% base attack card improves by 720% with a 30% multiplier. Now the real question though, is that actually how it works? Or does it just take the damage of both fractures should they be activated and treat it as one? Because it feels like that might be the reason why the card is unique. And not this one. Like, why else would it be unique just because it triggers Fracture of Allies? I don't know. But Hilt wouldn't be able to stack 30 in a turn. Kinda true. But also... Yeah, I mean, the highest she can do is 18. Though 18 would go down to 9, and then end of turn you'd go down to 5. And then you'd go up by 18, so you'd go to 23. Then you'd go down to 12, then you'd go down to 6. Then you'd go up to 24. Then you'd go down to 12, and you'd go down to 6. Well, but yeah, 18 technically. So the way you could stack that up with the Hilt is in terms of her cards, right? So, Hilt cards, you can get 3 Fracture from a draw and release. you can get upwards of 12 from a quiver reload. You can split between quiver reloads and drawn releases, right? You can have multiple drawn releases or multiple quiver reloads. Doesn't matter. Each is 3. In total, you can have 5 of those. And then there's that one card that when you kill something, you apply 3 further stacks, taking you from 15 to 18. But I guess 15 would be the more realistic call. But it does make me wonder if maybe there's a way to apply more. Now, call me crazy, but you could put her on Hild. Like, I do see potentially Licinia not even as an Arabella partner, but as a partner that can make any character in the game apply 30 fracture stacks so long as they attack 30 times. Well, is there that many characters that attack 30 times? Nah, but somebody like a Faye attacks quite a lot. Somebody like a Serenial attacks quite a lot. If you combine that with the fracture stacks a Hild already applies, that'd be quite a lot of fracture. And IQ too high. Maybe. How good is the partner? Well, here's kind of the ranking of the partners. One sec. Well, where did it go? It's invisible. Oh, because I didn't make it visible. Duh. There is not that many options, at least in my opinion. Ah, we didn't see the fracture hit. What do I recommend? At the moment, 1 Arabella, 1 partner. That's probably what I genuinely recommend right now. Problem is this team doesn't have any draw, unfortunately. That is because this deck, the reason why we picked this deck is because it has Survival 2, which is one of the only ways we can get to Survival 5, Claim 5 right now, while still obtaining some like a cost reduction, because Arabella, well, she is expensive. Well, let's see how this goes, right? Pause. What were those numbers? Stop. Don't kill her yet. I need to know where did that 11k come from? You know what I mean? Like, we need to figure out what exactly, like, I didn't feel like I did anything this turn, right? So that is easy, right? That is 13,000 from a 0 in, because we'll always get the 60 stacks. Great. The enemy also took 2 fracture stacks. I don't know why. Wait, what is this Wait, how did we even get here in the first place? We are on 6 stacks. Now we're on 8. But why? Now we're on 26. How did we get from, like, look, 10, 12, 16, 18, 20, 20, 24, 26? How did that happen? How did we get here? The draw, apply, fracture card. But yeah, but there is no way we stacked that up over the last turn so many times, right? There's no way that thing was gonna apply 18 stacks of fracture. I kind of feel like it has to have to do with fracture this here. With fracture amplification. When fracture is inflicted by allies, is activated 1 fracture. But if there's only 1 enemy, 2 fracture. But that shouldn't trigger. But it's also Arabella fracture stacks. How? Right, like let's check the turn logs. Because this was a big hit for fracture from out of nowhere. I feel like we did nothing that turn. So. Okay. Start of turn 5. We are in turn 6. So, start of turn 5. Start of turn 5. We lose the morale, and Sanguine Thorn set loses his stack. The creatures get summoned, the boss gets a buff. The enemies get hit from the fracture stacks from a hilt arrow that already was in the deck, leading to 1 fracture stack to each. Then we draw another one that leads to 1 fracture stack to each. Current enemies would be at 2 fracture stacks. Big Game Ranger gets 0 in. Big Game Ranger gets 0 in. We get 4 morale from Claim. These 4 morale stacks come from Claim 3. We get 0 in, we get 0 in. Another fracture arrow is being activated and used. It hits the enemies, we get more fracture stacks. All enemies should now be at 3 fracture stacks. We use Bottomless Hunger, and because of the fracture stacks, 0 in stacks. 0 in reaches max stacks. Observer's Pleasure activates, which at the start of the turn applies fracture amplification and 6 stacks of fracture, which means the boss should be at 9 fracture stacks. We use Plasma Rain to apply 3 stacks of ionization to everybody. Great. Because it's a debuff, we get more 0 in stacks. Another fracture arrow gets drawn, a bunch of enemies get hit, fracture applies +1, so everybody should be at like 10 stacks and like 5. Big Game Ranger activates, which is, well, I don't know. I guess the effect of generating 0 in stacks. So, we use this, we decrease the cost of Sever Ties and Feralization, gain 1 AP. We use this to gain 2 stacks of Bottomless Hunger, 1 morale. We use this to gain Feralization level 3 +1, apply Vulnerable. We use this to apply Sever Ties level 3. Now we put 3 homing arrows into the deck. Now what the fuck happened? Now this is where things get interesting. End of turn 5. What the fuck happened? Well, I don't know. Yeah. I guess activating Fracture also happens at the end of the turn. And due to us having Arabella Fracture stacks and stacks from Hilt on different one of these enemies, we get a bunch of fracture stacks. Because you can see it, they were removed from Templar 1, Templar 2, Deer Shadow. Fracture activates for 1200 damage for -2. Because Fracture activated, we're getting more fracture stacks. Now that we've gained more fracture stacks, the fracture stacks again disappear on all of these people. And fracture crits for 11,681 damage. Losing 14 stacks because it, I guess, apparently was at 28 at the point of casting. And then we gain 2 fracture stacks back because obviously using the fracture stacks once again gave fracture stacks. She wants her own fracture set. Well, so, gentlemen, fracture amplification. The amount of end of turn fracture you gain from this is kind of insane. Obviously, the more targets there are, the more insane it is. But also the more fracture buffs you have, the more insane this is. And the craziest part here is where we didn't even play the partner skill yet, right? Also, no wonder the partner gives 1 AP. Arabella sure as hell needs it. So, what I'm quite curious about here, I think this is a very specified interaction, but it's something we can draw a lot of knowledge from. And that is... Whoops. Not her boobies. I mean, this. So, that's end of the turn rewind, so it wouldn't do anything. So, you see how everybody's currently dying against fracture? Or at least that's what they should be. Somehow, I don't know why, but when you end your turn, every stack of fracture that was lost during the turn also gets applied at the end of the turn. Like, this barrage you see about right here. This is like end of the turn. Now the turn is ended and all the fracture stacks that were removed from the enemies that died in the beginning of the turn have now been reapplied to the boss. Which led to that damage hit. Oh, something very important as well. A 20... I don't know, 20... Probably, I think it was like 28. A 28 fracture stack from an Arabella without any other damage amount increases ended up dealing 11,000 damage. That is a good chunk. But, see, the problem is I don't even know if we've learned anything from this. Boss just kind of croaked. But no, I don't think it's a bug. It's just... Remember though, we played an AoE, right? We played an AoE fight. So... we'll have to see what happens. 105, right? We'll see what happens against Mr. 105. And if we can make sense of all the interactions we are seeing. That would be the main idea, right? See if we can figure out what's going on. As I always like to say, make it make sense. Well, that didn't make any sense. Oh, so wait, why did they split the fracture? Wait, how did that happen? Because they have equal health. That's stupid. So, fracture. Our upgrade card is supposed to put fracture amplification and the 3 stacks of fracture on the target with the highest health. Well. Introduce multiple enemies with exactly the same amount of health. The answer is confusion. Some are gonna get the fracture stacks. Somebody else is gonna get the amplification. Nice. Surely that wouldn't be a problem. Now I'm curious. What if it applies 6 fracture stacks to the enemy with the highest HP and they all have the same HP? Right? Like these guys currently both have 5,675. And they both get 9 stacks of fracture. Huh. Well, if enemies do happen to have the same HP amount, they do have to also get the same amount of fracture stacks. Alright. May you see my Arabella deck? It's not a particularly good one, nor one I would highly recommend. It's mainly just us testing a couple interactions and trying to see how fracture damage goes, so we get a better idea of what we actually end up having to do to, yeah, well, make her great, right? Because right, to beat thy enemy, you must first understand thyself. But yeah, we really do have to first figure out all like the minute interactions, which we'll hopefully see against Mr. 105. Just so I can get a better idea of like what is kinda useful, what ends up being like kinda garbage. Something that is still incredibly interesting is the mechanic of activating all fracture applied stacks. Because remember, I'm dreaming here for now, okay? But entertain me on it. There is a world... Let's run through. There is a world in which... Because it... Like, there is a world in which activating your team's fracture stacks counts as a single hit instance, combining all the multipliers of all the dots. There even is a world in which it somehow is calculated by taking all the damage over time increases of your entire team. Like, for example, because now you're using both an Arabella and a Hilt fracture stack, there is a chance that it gets multiplied by both a 43 and a 38% increase, right? I don't know how I would figure out if that is what happens. But we might find a way somewhere, or at some point we're just like, well, the damage is so high, what else could it be? Right? But yeah, this is 18 stacks and 9 stacks. This is 9 stacks and 9 stacks, and he has the fracture amplification, huh? $4,500. Okay, 27. 27 and 9. 27 stacks come from Arabella. 9 come from Hilt. It's 1,900% on 600%. Should be 2 separate hits. 11,000. Big question. Was it only one number? Because the enemy proceeded to die after? Or was it one number because that's always how it's being shown? I don't know. Just got it, then lost 50-50 to Veronica. Should you keep pulling or just go for the partner? Probably just go for the partner for now. Well, next turn is certainly going to be a lot more interesting than the current one. Or we could make this turn a lot more interesting. Where is she? Oh, come on. Really? There we go. By just drawing 3 attack cards straight away. Okay. Yeah, the only real problem I see is we don't have any draw. Like, we really don't have much. But again, it's like, it's an imperfect Naja deck with a suspicious Hild deck. Kind of. And it's mainly just to test and see a couple of these things. But, yeah, well, let me try and find this. No. Where's the... What am I searching for? Oh, yeah, I'm searching for this. Also, how are we on... Okay, we had 24 stacks, sure. 7 stacks as well. Great. How did we get here? Not entirely too sure. Scream for me is great. That's kind of what we wanted. Ooh. So, let's see. Nice, nice. So this already at 27 stacks, so we could instead... There was 16,000 damage, right? Coming from Arabella's Fracture stacks? Okay, we're back to 27. And now we activate like all the Fracture stacks at the same time. I don't know how we got to vulnerable, to be fair. How is the enemy vulnerable right now? I don't know how we got to that point. Does anybody have an idea? Is there like a card? No. Is it this armor because he attacked us? No. Because he has infinite turn count, doesn't he? No, he does not. No. Does he? No, he does not. Did he attack us? How do we... What are we doing? No, he did not attack us. Did he? Well, where the fuck does the vulnerable come from? Oh no, that's Virotox. No, wait, what? Oh! That is invulnerable! It never was! Oh, these deaths are so silly. Oh, you really can't help these devs. Why can't they one time describe how strong a partner is? Seriously. One time. Okay, all of a sudden it's a by 4 multiplicative. All of a sudden this magically turned not only into a debuff, but a by 4 multiplicative. Meaning that, well, Virotoxin obviously also looks like vulnerable, because it kind of works like vulnerable. Because it takes whatever you get, you ever hit the enemy with, and multiplies that shit, at least from Arabella, by 16%. And that is a lot bigger, because we are talking about Fracture, which means Fracture from this alone, let's say it goes to max dex 16%, Fracture gets a 100, 200, 120, 180, like a 200% damage increase. That is a lot bigger than adding plus 16. Ay. And then we also have Paralytic Poison, which is a debuff in itself that you apply to the enemy. And it, look, it looks just like Fracture Amplification. How awesome. Alright. Now, this should be a big Fracture hit. There is no vulnerable on the enemy, alright? That's just Virotoxin. What are these numbers? Hard to say, because there's too many of them. Okay. That's like the base hit, right? And then we apply three fractures, so we go to max stacks. And then Fracture triggers at 12,618 damage. And that combines with... Brother, I don't know where the 1,700 comes from. Is that the healed Fracture stacks not critting? Maybe, kind of. Or is that the weaker version of the 12,600 because we're down to 15 stacks not critting? I don't know. Agony. I don't think we have much agony on the boss, but... Okay, and then we also still have the final end of turn damage hit. Oh yeah, I guess there is agony, but I don't think we triggered agony. At least we shouldn't have. And also we have 35 stacks on the 0 in, which is also going to happen at the end of the turn. So he's going to be in a world of pain. Well, gentlemen, I don't really know if I can explain to you how we got here, but we did just do 94,000 damage in a turn. Right? So, well, right? But part of that also like, the unfair thing is, the turn started with a 0 in from hit. You know, maybe it's not even unfair. Maybe it's perfectly balanced. Maybe it's meant to be this way. But the turn starts with a 0 in from hilt, and it also ended with a 0 in from hilt. $12,555. It works. If it works, it works. Yeah, like, what exactly are we doing? Is it any good? Did we perfect anything? No, I mean, it's a non-divine deck, right? It's a deck without any divines. Also, we have a 30% multiplicative to ravage damage. Great. Awesome. Fantastic. But alright, what did we learn? What did we learn from this? Right? Would I make a video about the stocks event? Sure. If it's worth it. Yeah, it looks like Hild contributed a lot there. Oh, absolutely. She probably did like quite a good chunk of damage. But yeah, I like the Observer's Pleasure. You know, interestingly enough, due to the fact that it doesn't boost Fracture, due to the fact that the 120 additional to Fracture really isn't that great, having Observer's Pleasure just out of the deck is kind of smooth. It's not bad. And getting the six Fracture stacks to start your turn, it's not bad. It's not bad. Observer's Pleasure equals Kug. Well, whatever you say. So, the draw 2 is nice. This one obviously allowed us to apply quite a bit of Fracture stacks. I like this draw 2. Activating Fracture twice and drawing one unit, drawing one card unit also obviously worked out well enough. But this was kind of the interesting part, right? Well, how does this Fracture multi-inflict even work? Because still, I don't really know. But I guess first we have to forget the dream of all Fracture stacks being counted as a single instance. Because seeing as how what we've seen, it is a lot more likely that the enemies just died due to the first Fracture stack and there was no time to trigger the second one, which would explain us using this card and seeing 3 numbers, because it would have been damage of the card, damage of Arabella Fracture, damage of Hild Fracture. But yeah, it still did big damage. But yeah, no, very important observations here. They finally changed the partner to a multiplicative, which makes the partner a lot more valuable. And I mean a lot more valuable. Paralytic Poison, we didn't really get to use it. We didn't really need it. We saw a pretty wacky interaction between Fracture Amplification and what happens if targets die. Because when a target dies, it counts as their Fracture being removed. And that then somehow gets applied at the end of the turn onto whoever's left, based on the amount of Fracture that was activated, because the enemies kind of are still there in the spiritual plane. I don't know. Her partner is a must. Well, if you want to play Fracture Arabella, it does seem like it. But I mean, let's try and see if we can come up with like an actual single target build. Because that would be like your standard run it with the Cassius and call it a day situation, right? Or I guess you would end up with a kind of a mix anyway. it kind of goes against each other. You know, the idea of increasing damage amount by 50% and low damage amounts with multi-hit. Right? I mean, you have the Art of Unmaking, which would really benefit from it. Probably, maybe there's like a Art of Unmaking one-turn, one-shot idea that's somehow possible due to Fracture Amplification and its 2x base damage amount increase. And obviously this one has quite the high base damage at 432%. Well, that's certainly an interesting one. I guess you would refer to this as, yeah, multi-hit Arabella. We have 4 draw, 120% additional, and 2 4-hit cards, as well as 2 6-hit cards. Or maybe even... Maybe you don't even need to run the 4 ones in the first place, because, like... I mean... Also, this thing activates Fracture 10 times, which is... a little much. This reminds me of this one. But, like, just in a different version. Without, like, the multi-hit intention. But yeah, I mean, outside of a plus 120% additional... Okay, it's not just plus 120% additional. Technically, we're looking at a 240% additional once you consider Sever Ties as well. But... like, this is probably a really solid deck. She's as useless and bad as Reddit believed. And that means she's an easy skip. Oh no! That is... oh man. How did they know that she was gonna be so bad? That's crazy. But yeah. You know, I like this deck. Maybe we should try to build this deck. But then again, if you think about it, this deck isn't anything special. It doesn't really do anything we haven't seen before, you know? It kind of just... it probably works really well. Just... I guess you're going to get quite a few Fracture activations, but Fracture's going to hit for like, what? Maybe 1,000 damage? Maybe 500 damage? But I kind of want to build this deck just to see what it does. But, yeah. I mean, I like the draw aspect of it as well. We have 8 cards in the deck in total, and we have at least 4 draw in between them. Thoughts on a new striker partner? Better than the devs told us about, because this is actually multiplicative instead of additive. Kind of feels rather essential for Arabella due to the lack of other competitive partners. Unless you want to build a multi-hit deck. Want to build a multi-hit deck? Well, at this point you might as well just use a Scarlet or a Lillian, right? Because all of these cards are 1 cost or lower. You're probably going to use most of, if not all of those in a row anyway after you've built up all your buffs. And this deck can be no problem ran with like a Cassius and anybody else, right? Like this is your perfect standard big damage multi-hit it works kind of deck, I think. Doesn't really rely on fracture damage as well. Like, fracture is just kind of a bonus. It's like, oh, fracture, nice to see you. Carry on. So it also means technically we want to build a claim 1 survival 2, which is possible. Well, let's see if we can get a deck like this, or if we get another divine that makes us build something else. Are we pot racing? I don't think so. You're trying to build a multi-dot for Arabella, so you want to try a Scorched, Agony, Fracture Arabella? This deck seems good with a Ray and 35% crit damage memory fragments. What fragments are good? Oh yeah, sorry. Let me pull that back up. We just did some testing on the tower. Highest we've achieved for now was 94,000 damage in a turn with a Narja Hild Arabella deck. Yeah. But yeah. Would her E6 be good? Her E6 is really good, but I don't know if you need it. But if you can get it, then well, it's gonna be a big increase. And is she good? So for now, she seems good, and even at just E0 plus partner. Though okay, if I had to make a choice, even with E2, I would probably much rather have her at E0 plus partner than at E2 without the partner, especially when it comes to like missing out on the partner completely. Well, what decks would I recommend? That's what we're still trying to figure out. She has a very... Okay, she doesn't necessarily have a complicated kit, but her kit must first be understood before you know what... Okay, it's a complicated kit. Let me stop talking shit. She has a complicated kit and I don't know what cards to combine yet to create the best scenario, alright? Because it all depends on like the fracture stack going up or fracture stacks going down. It depends on is your teammate using fracture stacks or not. Right? Is it just her with the fracture? I kinda need a bit more practical experience before I can judge it. Is she very dependent? Well, her fracture build probably ends up being... But I mean, we've seen her own fracture easily clear 10,000 damage per activation, which is impressive on its own. At the very least, she's awesome and salty. At the very least. At the very least. You see 4 reasons. Man, some of those reasons you only truly see on the victory screen, you know, when she looks back at the camera after you've beaten like the chaos or the like. You just need to collect the best fracture ratio for every situation. You would have to actively be able to calculate how many fracture stacks she gets when. I think that's the biggest issue from like the get-go. How many fracture stacks does she even create? You know? Because fracture amplification, then E2 or no E2, 1 enemy, 2 enemies, 5 enemies. Her damage is giving 13 reasons. 13 reasons why? So in the end, she would need claim 7. We ran on claim 5, actually. For the tower run we ran on a standard claim 5. She doesn't really need claim 7 because the morale isn't that great for her. Unless you obviously intend to do like a multi-attack build, but then you're better off doing claim 5, survival 3. Survival 5, claim 3, sorry. Said that I have to skip Olga, must say for the anniversary. But before you already like pre-move your decision on yes or no going for Olga, I would much rather wait and see what she does. Before you do the pre-move, At least give her a chance to convince you. Try her 350 pyro deck. I don't think the 350 deck is any good. At least I can't see it being any good. Forgot anniversary exists, but yeah, look Olga first. Yeah, anniversary. It is 2 months from now, pretty much on the dot. Scary times. She good or meh? I can't tell you for now. I don't know. I don't care about Great Rift anymore. Now I just care about limited characters. Okay, we get a Divine. We get a guaranteed Divine. It might even be a guaranteed Vitor Divine. And we get a Survivor card. That's actually really sweet. Please, come on, give me one that goes on a Striker. Unlucky. So, we are going to get a guaranteed Divine, and it's going to go on Sadistic Restraint. Let's see if we can get something useful. It seems like a guaranteed Vitor Divine, pretty much. Yeah, I don't really know about this one. Not just the Divine, but the card as a whole, you know? Back-to-back seasonal characters would be crazy with Anniversary. I guess it wouldn't be back-to-back because there's going to be Olga and probably... right, that's the thing, right? After Olga is the Anniversary. But do they start out the gate with the season? Well, who knows? Yeah, because it's going to be 60 days till the end of the Olga banner. Is she Yuki 2.0? Who said that? Do we need to check YouTube already? I mean, it's been like what, 3 hours since she released? Let's see. Is there anybody already like making some important videos that I need to check out? Like, oh, she is so bad, don't summon or something like that. Let's see. Does anybody already have like a very nuanced opinion? Let's have a look. CZ and Arabella. Is there anything? No. So it's Reddit, isn't it? He was pretty pissed? Oh no. Let's have a look. Ara Showcase, easiest level 80 sword clear of my life. Okay. Market advice, trust. EAP. What? The monster? Maybe I should have played the story. Well, shout out to her. She looks pretty fucking awesome. I didn't think I mean, is it like a cow? I don't know. Didn't think that was gonna look that great. Peak design. Is not Arabella banner why I get this girl funny looking girl? Where's the Reddit outrage about her being so bad? Wasn't that the entire point why we're here? How am I?
こっちへ来て
Hot. Oh, he's doing his part. E6 Arabella. Shout out to him.
カオスじゃなくて
Arabella Taichon. Uh-huh. I want that one. Gorgo phone. What the fuck? Well, I don't know.
タンクの値段が
Okay, let's continue.
また来てくださいね
How close am I to a copy? Copy event, that is.
今この瞬間が
Oh,
世界で最も安らげる
it's a little close. How would be Arabella for now? A lot of questions I still need to answer. But so far, she can pump out over 10k fracture damage. Like with the singular fracture stack triggering. Oh, because I picked a unique card. Oh, I ruined it, didn't I? Well, but that doesn't have to mean anything. I can just pivot to a different build. But I guess it doesn't look like we're gonna finish the multi-deck build. I have 2 Omega Code. Should you E2 Aura now or wait for now? I would wait. E2 doesn't trigger partner. What do you mean doesn't trigger partner? I mean, let's have a 1 second. Let's get these epiphanies out of the way. Are we talking about the virotoxin effect, where when fracture is activated through an ability of design combatant, inflict virotoxin on the target? I mean, it's about fracture activation, not fracture application, to trigger virotoxin. This 10% crit chance, though, when fracture is applied through an ability, that doesn't matter, right? Like, ability means cards or ego skill. Yep, can't save activate. Yeah, I mean, this shit, yeah, obviously this wouldn't auto-activate, because it specifically says fracture needs to be triggered through an ability. Which means only by triggering fracture stacks would you actually be able to trigger virotoxin being applied. What is fracture amplification? I played the character and you still don't understand what it does. Okay. So let me beat Cthulhu real quick. Does my hit deck doc have the dot build? Well, it's not the dot build that you need to run with Arabella due to how Arabella's kit works. I kind of have to do a bit of an update to it. Though technically it's the one I ran with her in tower just now. But alright, so fracture amplification. Alright, fracture amplification. The main thing it does is give you more fracture stacks. So if you apply fracture and then fracture triggers, be it at the end of the turn, be it through you playing a Arabella card that triggers fracture, whenever fracture triggers, you get 1 additional stack back. So let's say fractures at 30 stacks, triggers, goes down to 15, now it automatically goes up to 16 due to fracture amplification. Important distinction, if there's only a singular enemy, you do get 2 stacks, and also fracture will get a 20% multiplier against that singular enemy. Also, if fracture gets removed by you killing an enemy, that still counts as a fracture being activated, leading to the boss at the end of the turn getting a bunch of fracture stacks, should you've killed minions surrounding the boss and then ending your turn. But no, the most important thing you need to know is you get free fracture stacks whenever you trigger fracture. Is the 20% crit damage mythic weapon any good? It always was good. It's just a question between it and the egg, and it just comes down to what you get. Oh, we already picked up a survival card, didn't we? No, we did not. Yeah. So I guess I need to pick up one. What's the order of activation with Arabella's cards? What do you mean order of activation? Oh, fracture, like if a card applies fracture stacks, then it first applies the fracture stacks, then triggers the fracture then triggers the fracture activation, and then would trigger the other fracture activation based on the new fracture stacks. She claimed 3 build or claim 2 survival 1. She is either a claim 3 build or a claim 1 survival 2 build. Depending on if you go for fracture damage or if you go for multi-hit. Yo, which one would be best here? First Epiphany, but conscious of live static flicker. That shit better not be a spam link. Okay, so my guy asked, yo, which one is best here? The first Epiphany, but conscious of cost of divine. I mean, the middle one is free after you play any teammate's card, right? And you could also keep it as a combo and just get other attack cards, because you can just change the base Epiphany, right? But I mean, this would be like AoE fracture, so preferably you always want to fight a bunch of enemies, because then overall you end up applying the most amount of fracture stacks, because this card, for example, if there's 5 enemies, you can apply 35 fracture stacks at the same time. CCN dropped a new video of their convention and they had super cute cosplayers. Aw, that's nice. That is nice. Arabella and 3 single pulls. Good start to an E6 journey. Hey, good luck, man. Do we need to remove anything else? No. So we can just take the coins. How would you build an Orlea for Arabella? Well, it's a very specific build. I'll show you after this run. It's also, obviously, I haven't fully tested it with Arabella yet, because obviously I don't even have the deck in the first place, but it should pretty much work exactly like it, and it should be a massive increase to fracture damage, and will probably cement her at least until Olga comes out as the ultimate Arabella support, or Leia, that is, right? I can show you the deck after the run. Would you buy her save data for gems? No, I would not. Unfortunately, this has Pulverize and Impair, which is why I can't pick it. Yeah, I know. The Haru for sale decks are overpowered. Both of them, actually. If you were wondering, well, what are some like really good Haru decks? Look no further than the recommendation, like the buyable decks for Haru. Both of them are kind of insane. How do you level cards to +7 in a chaos? By putting them on your entire team. So what they want you to do with that quest is you are supposed to play a chaos run, pick up as many Incree cards as possible while putting them on the multiple characters. So you want to get like an Incree 3 Arabella, Incree 3 Hit, and a Incree 1 Mika, which will allow you to trigger Incree 7 during your chaos run. Claim 5, Increase 3, Survivor 1 would be the go-to for an Arabella hit and a +1. Honestly, it doesn't really make a difference. Like, you could ignore Increase 3, you could ignore Survival 1. Like, at that point, those are kind of irrelevant. What you could do would be like a Survival 9. Okay, not Survival 9, but like a Survival 7 at least. Do you need it? No, but you could also just set it for a Claim 5 when it comes to like the dot damage that she ends up dealing. She doesn't really care that much for morale. Okay, how far are we from the boss? 2 shops. Alright. So... nice. Oh, did I even buy any gear yet? I did. Yeah, gear's finished. Ha, I'm so smart. Alright. Anything I want to remeditate. Anything I want to rethink life on. No. Not with the choices I've made. Because we kinda would have to copy them first. Then turn one of them unique. If I really wanted to keep multiple copies of them. But my purpose for this deck should have been almost achieved. Now the real question. 4 draw? No, 6 draw? Or 9 fracture? 6 fracture versus 2 draw. I mean, how many cards does she even have in her deck to begin with? Like, this is opener, so that's gone. That's 2. So like, in total, she's only gonna have, like, 7. So 6 is already a bit too much. So I guess like this. Hey, that's huge. I just wanted to build the multi-head deck, you know? But we didn't really get the opportunity to do so. So you built her more like Tressa rather than a conventional DPS? No, because only Tressa does not crit with her dot. Only Tressa does. So, the way you build her is... well, something similar to this. So the instinct damage comes from the potential. We are currently using attack main on the goblet, but that is what it is. We want a bunch of damage over time, right? We want a bunch of damage over time. We want a bunch of crit rate, and then crit damage is kind of like the last thought on top of attack. Did the calculations come from Juve? That's the only goat I trust. What's going on? Her partner's E4 is bigger increase than her E6. You mean because of the multiplicative that the partner gets? Because you go up from a... I mean, you go from a what? 16 to a 32% increase? And you get 20% crit rate instead of 10%? I don't know if that's gonna beat out 20% fracture multi and 50% fracture crit damage. Like this is effectively 20% fracture multi and 50% crit damage versus 16% fracture multi and 10% crit chance. What would you rather have? 20% and 50% crit damage? Or 10% and 16%? So they actually went and did a limited 30? When did we say that? The increased damage amount taken is still really insane though. I mean, yeah, 16% or 32% here. It'd be a 88% versus a 44% current calcs. I'm not doing them. Well, I don't know who came up with that calculations and how they arrived there, but it doesn't really make sense to me. You came into the stream and got flashed. Damn, so she's not worth. I don't know how we get there. Like it seems like every single time of every single day of a release of a character, somehow everybody likes to draw the conclusion after, I guess, 4 hours at this point, that supposedly the newest character is the worst thing they've ever created in the history of the universe. And you better not summon, because, I mean, if you do, wow, it's such a waste. Yeah, like, it's some, interesting scenarios. Like, at least give me the time to see what she can do. Like, there's so many riddles to be solved here. You rip your 14k crystals, 100%. Yep, they're gone. Completely dead in the water. It's unbelievable. I'm gonna summon her regardless because you don't have an instinct DPS. Well, there you go. Rip your E6 Arabella. No, Umbra. Rest in peace, Umbra. His E6 Arabella actually makes his account worse. You know, he added E6 Arabella to his account and magically his account didn't improve. No, it actually went down in value. That's how bad she really is. Account actually nosedived. Well, you shouldn't have done it, man. Shouldn't have done it. Would the egg be the best purple equipment? Fuck the chatter that said you should have waited was right. Now you gotta make a new account? Probably, huh? Would Arabella deserve the Doom posting? See, I don't understand. I have yet to see the Doom posting, but I don't really know how we are already doing it. I don't really know on what... Oh, that was dumb. Let me not do that. I don't know on what basis we would be doing it. But I'd like to see an argument of somebody try. Like, I really would like to see how far they've tested Arabella in the span of four hours. Like, I mean, who knows? Maybe that had... Maybe, you know what? Maybe we're just talking to, like, the best person ever. Maybe they had, let's say, 250,000 black mass lying around. Then insta finished the run. Perfectly swapped everything into like the most optimal deck you could ever build. Completely forgot the fact that Olga also exists. But that's not important. And then figured out that she's bad. Partners very good. Strikers don't have many good partners. Exactly. That's also one of the things with the partner. The strikers just don't have a lot of good partners at the moment. Oh, that's a nice card. You know, that actually fits the deck that I wanted to build. Say less. Problem is that obviously she's balanced with Olga in mind. I don't know. Like, I mean, I haven't even seen her balance. Why is there 2 hits in teammates? Oh. Maybe because she's twice as good as all the others in working together with a hit? But no, that shouldn't be. There was somebody else that was meant to be there. I don't know if I can remember who though. It's been a while since I made that. But okay, we have Typhera Mika. We have Typhera Mika for AP. I guess, I mean, you could also just, I mean, if you really are fun like that, you could kind of do like a Rita. But no. A Hugo. You have a Hugo. Well, I appreciate the shout that there's 2 hits in the teams. That's, Oh yeah, Adelheid. Yeah, good one, good one. Adelheid is actually a really good one, especially because she applies another negative status effect. Adelheid's actually a really good one. Kinda sad that I actually missed that. Somehow this looks off. Well, I don't know. It looks like a man. You see in a second our updated teammates image, and then you know what I mean. It looks like a very broad person. See, he's just very chunky, and has a very flat head, or doesn't have a head at all, and a very big neck. Did Pridewin already rank them or what? Because I heard somebody that like makes the Pridewin list for CZN went on like a rant or something. I don't even know. I didn't even see the article or whatever. Well, she's not on here yet. I believe. Right? Like, I don't think she's on here yet. But what is this thing about, like, the author of the Pridewin tier list or whatever the fuck throwing a rampage? I don't really know what's going on. Wait! Now the top secret! I don't actually care. Like, I really don't think it impacts me much. Like, all things considered, it really is none of my business. I really don't have anything to do with it. Like, let him cook or undercook or overcook. I don't know. Let him do what he does. I don't even know. Haven't seen it. Don't think I should care about it. It's gonna be fine. All right. You lost the 50-50? No! No, not the 50-50 loss. Fuck. Yeah, wait, that's... Rest in peace. Rest in peace to your summons, man. But maybe you got something nice on the 50? Would a fracture activation count as an extra hit? As an extra hit for what? For like... just an enemy having something like a hunger stack and then getting hit by it? Ooh, would that be a hit? No? Maybe? Sometimes? You got both her and her partner in 30. Congratulations. A dupe Haru. Where you got a Haru? Cool cube though. You can buy a standard partner now. With the cool cube, you can now buy a standard partner. Okay, what did I say for the single target build? The double fracture amplification activation is what I picked. I mean, alright. And you did. You was missing one. Hey, see, there you go. You pulled a standard 10 partner from Hills 50/50. Congratulations. How did you do that? I don't know. Does Fracture convert the Agony debuff to a Fracture debuff? No. Agony is still Agony, and it's still an Agony to play. Wait, how E6 makes her worse? What? Brother, in which world? Who made that take? And on what basis? What do you mean, how does her E6 make her worse? What's going on? Now we're just saying shit. Is the code for the deck ready, or are you still testing? I have one deck that I'm quite sure of should be performing pretty well. I can share the deck after we finish this run. Though it's not the most Arabella deck to ever Arabella, which is important, okay? It is not the most Arabella deck to ever Arabella, but it Arabellas anyway. Alright? E6 bricked your account and me. Oh, true. It did brick you up real good. But yeah, something I'm also still super curious about is how good is the ego skill, right? How good is that ego skill? Is the partner a must pull? Oof. It looks like the partner is really good, and one of the other selling points is, well, the competition. Did I again pick a unique version? No, I just didn't get the card to begin with. Aww. That's sad. Partner is currently pegged at a 50% damage increase. By who, from what, and why, and where? Can I get a source? I like that we're getting thrown these random numbers. Like how E4 partner is 88% damage increase, and somehow E6 is only a 44% damage increase, and apparently the partner is a 50% increase. I mean, yeah, sure, on Reddit, but like, can I get just like an article, or because is it like at the very top of the best or the new, or you know? I'm not currently on Reddit, as you might be able to tell. There's no good alternative. You could use a Scarlet or a Lillian, but none of her partner alternatives actually increase the damage amount of Fracture. Wait, according to the calculations, having Arabella on your account makes you 67% more attractive? Nah. It does? Well, it must be true. So, that's some, you know, that's some stat increases I can get behind. Damn. So that's why you look so good in the mirror. Exactly. See, for everything there's a reasonable explanation. Oh my god, really? Indeed. So could you get a girlfriend now? Well, you could ask Arabella first and see if she wants to be yours. But if she says no, then you could settle for a normal girlfriend, yes. So, you're now handsome. Hey, well, there you go. It's that easy. I mean, you would assume that an increase to your handsomeness would lead to an increase towards like, it should have some effect on Arabella, right? But your mom says you are handsome. Well, then you're now 60% more handsome. Yeah, I've seen the comments. 2 people, unfortunately, don't want to be happy and want to remind you that apparently 0 times 1.67 still ends up being 0. Have it your way. You know? If you don't want to be 67% more handsome, then, well, don't. Just, then don't, right? It truly is that simple. Does Arabella good? Arabella so far does good. Is she great? Is she a must pull? Is she the most insane unit I've ever seen? I don't know. Unfortunately, Chaos Your Nightmare is not a game where you can look at somebody's kit and in 0.5 seconds know that in fact they are the best unit to ever exist. How would an Arabella and a Serenia team work exactly? So think about it like this. Arabella is a very costly unit, but she does also have multiple sources of draw in her team. So, or in her deck. So what you can do is you can go for most of the Arabella draw upgrades while also adding, I don't know, something of interest with a Divine or even on other cards. And then you can use Serenia as both a AP generator, a further instinct unit in the team, and well, technically a Ravager, because there is a weapon in the current Chaos that gives you 30% damage mult should you be triggering that damage against somebody who's ravaged. But guys in Reddit know it because they are AI powerhouses and calculation in seconds as we can't. Oh, true. Okay. You know what? I know how we can find out the solution right now. Let's see. We need to ask the one source of information that's always tried and trusted. Is Arabella in CZN a bad unit? Let's see. Let's find out if Arabella is a bad unit, right? Like, this is the all deciding factor. We gotta ask the AI overlords if Arabella is actually a bad unit. And let's see how much they already know. I mean, it's been already 4 hours. Like, they need to know if she's good or bad, right? They need to know. Also, I think it's time we stand up for ourselves again. We've been sitting down long enough on our ass. Let's see what's going on. A clanker can't be trusted. Well, we shall see. You check her current kit use cases and how players are actually rating her. Well, how do you do that, ChatGPT? I wonder who's he actually basing that off of. But he is searching 13 websites. Oh! Arabella looks underwhelming, especially for a limited seasonal unit. But I wouldn't call her outright useless yet. That is some strong words. She literally released today. Good for you. So proper live testing is only just beginning. Then why are we having such an opinion already? Her single target setup got hammered. Remember, get hammered. Sadistic Remnants Restraint 3rd Epiphany was changed from triggering around Fracture Amp to requiring defeat, which kids that set up against lone boss. What? Her E4 Fracture dot bonus was reduced from a potential 40% to a 30%. So, okay. We took the leaks from China that could have been from fucking 2 months ago, said that this is the way it is, and all of a sudden she already was nerfed before she even releases. You know, that's always the best way to handle things. Like, that really gives you a very good mindset. Fantastic, okay. One particular strange interaction is that her fracture doubling mechanic converts allied fractures into Arabella's rather than doubling everyone's contribution. That can actually reduce hits, personal fracture rather than simply enhancing it. What do you mean particularly strange interaction? It says take all ally fracture, remove, double. Well, why am I discussing it with ChatGPT and how's the source Reddit anyway? I mean, update pre-release analysis. How am I even here? What are we even doing? Ay. Alright. So, the Clankers currently say Arabella is the worst unit to ever exist. Unfortunate. Grog would be... Oh, okay. I never used Grog, but sure. Let's see if Grog can tell me why, right? Can you explain to me why Arabella is supposed to be a bad unit, please? Always say please, otherwise they're gonna find your house and you're gonna die. Alright. While it thinks, let's continue. Man, I just got a partner in E2 and she's useless. Aw, fuck, man. That's tough. I hope you have fun re-rolling your account. The unfortunate problem is we can't really seem to be able to properly copy all the cards we want. Sad. Grog is not gonna know what I'm talking about. Well, we'll see. Oh, there we go. Well, Arabella from Chaos Zero Nightmare CZN is not truly bad, but a lot of the community sees her as underwhelming. Why people call her bad or disappointment? What the fuck? Damage output is solid but not standard. Optimized calculations put a well-built E0 Arabella at around 150 to 200k damage per turn. And? Like, okay, like, sure. I mean, number one, how do we arrive at these optimized calculations? But how would that be? Like, how could you complain at 150 to 200k damage? Well, I take that every single day. But sure. Fracture has a notable weakness. It doesn't get the weakness bonus that they could buff at any point in time. Yes. Doesn't benefit. Feels weaker. Alright, sure. Stack maintenance. Hard to keep high fracture consistently without help. Who's gonna help her keep her own stacks? Modest self buffs. Naja is frequently mentioned as a strong enabler. Cassius, Hugo, or Hild also help. Where's Orlea? Kid flow and ego feel underwhelming. Brother, how do we support? This is not helpful. Like, honestly. It just takes whatever Reddit decides to regurgitate and then turn it into something that actually makes you believe whatever the fuck that it's not useful. When's the anniversary? In 2 months, pretty much on the dot. Community opinion discarded. Arabella has big assets. And she makes you 67% more handsome. Right? They did the calculations. So it must be true. Nothing much you can say about that. Hey, new player here. Which seasonal character would be strongest in my opinion? I'm planning to just say for them. Well, that's not quite how it works with Chaos Zero Nightmare. See, the interesting part is we currently got released 3 seasonal characters. One of them on Christmas. One of them on early, like end of April. Like 29th of April. And then the next one right now. Interesting part is none of these characters have yet come back. So, well, with you wanting to potentially say for that said limited unit, could be tomorrow, could be in a year, could be 2 months, 10 months. Also, anniversary comes up as well. There is a very high likelihood that we might even see something like another limited on the anniversary. But the only thing I can tell you for now with certainty is that Hild is Heidmary is a strong unit. Anything else like that is still up in the stars, especially because they've announced they wanted to rework or redo or whatever the hell they want to do at the end, Serenial, right? So, well, whatever that means, right?
本当のキャンプだったらよかったのにな。
I ended my Chaos run with a pretty good save data for Arabella. Too bad the boss on the second plane killed you. Sigh. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That is sadness. True sadness. They can't change Serenia, your poor E6 baby. No, they want to make her better. Apparently, somehow. Just remove Fracture cap. Oh. So, Arabella is already bad because Fracture has a cap of 30. Well, I mean, it's good that we found that out. That makes things a lot easier, surely. What do you think about this build? Well, let's have a look. Is it an Arabella build? Alright, sure. So, I guess they didn't change the length of the copy codes because that shit is still unsettlingly long. So, give me a second here and then we'll have a look. How many builds do I have now? Well, I have one build that I would call the safe build. You can build it and she'll 100% perform based on all the other builds that do similar things. But I don't have a Fracture build right now, which is the sad part. No Fracture build means, well, or at least I don't have a good one put together. I kinda know what I'm looking for. Did I find it yet? Nah, not really. So you want me to remove one of my build presets to check out your code. Whoops. Let's see. Alright. What are we looking at? You are a beginner and you wanted to share this deck with us. So initiation, one of the things with initiation though is just the fact that it will only work once per fight, right? So usually there's something a lot more you can end up doing with the 20 save data cost. But it's at least it's not harmful to the deck, right? Outside of costing save data. But we have double activation for her, draw 1, 9 fracture stacks through here, 6 fracture stacks through there, claim sever ties, Art of Unmaking, as well as also activating Agony by allies. See, this is probably where you maybe want to change it a little bit to maybe something like activate Fracture of all allies or the like. So maybe this Hollow Verdict is a bit of a weird one. But then again, who knows? Maybe Agony, she's actually the chosen one, you know, the chosen Agony support that nobody knew we actually needed. But we do have to save her or talk to her in the Epion Center. Otherwise, we aren't going to be able to build any decks. I just arrived here. Arabella's best to duplicate card Sadistic Restraint. Kind of yes, kind of no. In terms of dupe cards, she obviously only has 3. Out of those 3, all of them have their own arguments for being dupe worthy. But it usually, at least for me, ended up being indeed between Scream for me and Sadistic Restraint. It kind of just comes down to what exactly you want to end up achieving, I feel like. Now, the problem is we could obviously try and make this deck into something cool, but it would require me to use a duplicate core, which I currently don't have, and it would require me to use an Epiphany Real Manifestation core, which I currently don't have. So, a sad day for everyone involved. Wait, how does... Oh, well, let's continue. You can change her, understandable. Wait, you need to counsel her on being a better unit according to Reddit. Ooh, true. Maybe I should do that. But what if she punishes you? Well, no, some people would say that's great. Okay, that probably is not a good argument. Do you think she has enough sources of Fracture by herself, or is Hild that impactful? I didn't think Hild actually added that much with her own Fracture. She was able to get quite a few Fracture stacks going, but thing is, I didn't yet have like a proper deck set up. So I don't really know how much Fracture stacks she actually ends up being able to put down. How do you remove a Divine from a card? Well, the most extreme version is deleting the card and adding it back in. The less extreme version is changing the Divine into a Divine that is exclusive to the card type. So for example, if well, if you have an upgrade card, get the morale 1, resolve 1 divine, and then change the card from an upgrade to a skill card, and the divine will no longer be there because it cannot exist on that type of card. Those are, I guess, the 2 main ways to do it. Would her dupe 2 be worth it? I don't know. I can't tell you. We need to see how many fracture stacks she applies throughout the run and how many times she actually wants to activate her fracture. So for now, I'm pretty happy with her at E0. I don't really see myself, but that's also because I'm kind of broke on summons. Don't really see myself actively going for anything more than E0. But I am very happy with my decision of going for the partner though, at the very least. How's the stonks market work? I don't know. Didn't even have time to have a look at it. Sorry, just checking. E2 is only good for sortie. E2 is most certainly guaranteed to be good for sortie, but it doesn't make it only good for sortie. It's guaranteed to be good in sortie, as all E2s tend to do, usually. But I cannot tell you of the impact outside of sortie. No idea. I was 50-50 on Hild banner now. I don't know if I should pull her without Hild. Oof. I mean, I think it's worth, because remember, you can get Hild at any point in time in the future. Like, just get her, and then imagine if you fail a 50-50 to a Hild. Boom, bang, bomb, problem solved. What desire claim? Well, for Dot, it really does seem like claim is the way to go. Though, you can also just run her as a multi-target hitter and just get yourself a standard claim 3, survival 5, right? But yeah, her best card is definitely still Sever Ties, though. I don't think there is much outside of a Sever Ties, unless you want to go for like the 1-cost draw 2. What are my Arabella stats? Ignore the attack, which is a bit higher because we're in a chaos run, but 60% crit, 180% crit damage. That isn't right. This is supposed to say 38%. Alright? Like, I don't actually have 88% damage over time. I also don't have 93%, if you're curious. Also, Mika doesn't have 56. Right? Like, somehow they added 50% damage over time. I don't know. Fate, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, there we go. I picked up a Fate, which increases dot amount, which actually reflects in the character stats. Alright. Well, 38.4% is what I have. Do I wish in my dreams that I would have the ability to get that much? 100%. If I could, I would. You know? If I could, I would. If they would offer me 88% damage over time, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Well, I would aim for like 40 to 50% crit and 20 to 30% damage over time as like a reasonable-ish stat spread. Right? Like aim for like 40 to 50% crit and like 20 to 30% dot. Anything above that is awesome. But yeah, don't think you need like too crazy of a stat line. Would it be possible to reset Olea? No, I think that ended before Arabella came out. So there is no longer a reset Olea. Would it be a Persona card that's worth farming for Arabella? the discard 2, the discard 2 plus 120 by 60 on the condition that you play the multi-hit build. Right, like multi-hit Arabella just seamlessly blends herself into Season 3. 61, 21, 178. I mean, that looks good. I'm 48 without partner, 35 dot, 200% crit damage right now, just doing season stuff for partner pulls. Yeah, and with partner, you'd even be at 58%. Yeah, with partner, we're technically at 70%, but yeah. Who would be the best heal / HP for AP for her? Naja is nice. Ooh. Do I like treat it as a common card, draw a common card? No, I don't. Or do I? Well. But that also means I'd need to get treated as a common card on other cards, and that's where the trouble would start, eh? So... Are they still giving out a free unit? I'm just getting back to the game. I don't know. You'd have to check your mail or check your inventory to see if there's like a selector lying around. Keyword allies refers to team. It should say team. I don't know why it says allies. They should just change every mention of the word ally to team, so it also affects her. Yes, because she is part of your allies. I don't know how they make it make sense in their heads, but that's the way it goes, right? So it should just say team. Or maybe that would lead to the same confusion. I don't even know. Oh. A draw one card of this unit is nice-ish, but... I can... How can I not just get... I don't think I'm asking for like a crazy deck. I just want to get one of these two versions. Like either the add one for each hit or the base draw one card of this unit. Fracture. Well, this Divine does basically the same thing. It's just 10 times more complicated. And also it's expensive and I can't make it cheaper. Nah. Didn't they say something about a wish list for the standard banner? Anniversary, if anything. Yes, I'm an ally to myself, the CZN devs. I mean, isn't that the truth? At the end of the day, you should be your greatest ally. Right? And then there's like this philosophical part about how who's gonna help you if you don't help yourself? Or whatever else you want to come up with, right? So, sure, right? You are an ally to yourself. 100%. Okay, well, not 100%. If you have the pleasant surprise of having a either just at least one dupe or maybe multi-dupe partner for Arabella and you have hilt E6, then you can think about changing the 4th slot to attack or crit damage. Sadly, for some people, they are their own greatest enemy. That is also the truth. But, well, that happens. What can you do about it? Jajan! Which Arabella card would I recommend to clone? For me, it was kind of between a Scream for me and a sadistic. Forgot the name. It wasn't sadistic oversight. That doesn't make any sense. Usually it kind of seems to be between Scream for Me and Sadistic Restraint. There we go. I mean, there is only 3 cards you could duplicate. Scream for Me, Hollow Verdict, and Sadistic Restraint. I'm new to this game. How's this game so fast? We are playing this Chaos. So we've beaten this Chaos before manually, which means we have the ability to use delegation modules, which allows us to pretty much speedrun, skip through most of the parts of a Chaos run to end up building a deck faster in the air. Why did I pick this again? I don't have anything to gain. Potential, just max out signature. Max out crit chance first. Max out crit chance. Do top right potential. Probably max out crit damage. Her signature potential isn't even that important actually. Though I mean, at the end of the day, you kind of want to do everything besides maybe basic cards, common cards, and I guess divine chance and the basic card upgrade. Well, you could justify all of them to some degree. Okay, divine on. Alright. That's okay. Can work with this. Jajan! Have you thought about doing a video on worthwhile download data for the 5 stars? I have. I have thought. That was basically my idea on this save data one. Specifically going through the save data and maybe even seeing if, I don't know, bringing Owen to level 55 actually gives you a useful deck. But, well, I did not yet obviously have the time to check all of them out in detail. But I know for a fact that both Haru decks are kind of busted. Especially the top one, but that is on the consideration that none of them are seasonal, right? Like, they are basically perfect, besides the fact that they don't feature a seasonal mechanic. She's limited, right? Yes. Is she better than the previous limited in Hyde Mary? Impossible to tell for now. Would the Arabella partner be a must? It's close to a must. Just due to the gap between dedicated partner and the next best thing. As well as also the fact that there's a 16% multiplicative debuff that you can start stacking on enemies. Which is not something you're gonna find anywhere else. She fun to play? Well, for the most part I've been building decks instead of actually playing her at the moment, so the one run we did actually play, it was pretty fun. There was a lot of shit going on, a lot of things happening left and right, a lot of damage instances, a lot of questions as well on, well, how do we even get here in the first place? Well, it was fun. Oh, also, a lot of people are saying that she's really good in Sortie, or even really good to, or feels good to play in Sortie. Come on, Cthulhu Gun again. We already got him quite a good chunk of times today. Ooh, that's a serious consideration, kind of. Because I could always just swap it out if I... Oh, but what if I get egg? What if we get egg? What if we get egg again? Though, a likelihood of us getting egg, not as big as... Okay, final meditation. I'm probably best off doing that on this one. What we're hoping for is the draw one card of this unit version. Yes. Nice. Okay, I think we're pretty close to building the deck we kind of thought of. Draw 1, draw 1, draw 2, 120, activate, activate inflicted by this unit. Huh? Wait, isn't this doing this the exact same thing? Like, doesn't this say... Ah, yeah, okay, it's one less fracture activation. Well, I could fix that with a core later. But no, what was I missing? So this is draw, this is... Oh no, we found one less copy. Sad times. Yeah. No, wait, no. We didn't. I feel like I'm confusing myself somehow. Or I'm legally blind. Didn't we? Did we run? Did I miss us running into a copy event? I did, right? Because we didn't. Fuck! Man, I thought we were closer than we actually ended up being. Aye. Oh, and no weapon. Alright. Am I playing Digimon up or Dokkan as well? No. She feels really good when you get the copy/duplicate events in Sortie, then it's a case of not overcapping on Fracture. Ooh, I could see that. Can you check this deck I made? Is supposed to be played with the Hilt Fracture build. Well, let's see. Yeah, we missed the copy event. Sad. I kind of felt like we were almost guaranteed to get it. Like, I didn't really realize us not getting it as a, you know, thing that is even possible, right? But alright, let's see. So, you send us a little thing. Let's have a look. I appreciate the follow. So, you want us to take a look at this deck. So, we have draw 2 cards of this unit. We have the auto application Observer's Pleasure. We have the double remove and duplicate combined with the activate fracture by allies unique. The activate fracture by allies unique. The 0 cost activate fracture from her twice. Draw 1. Looks like a really solid deck. Especially as you said you wanted to play this with the hilt. Just make sure that you might even steer towards a bit more draw on the hilt rather than just getting all your fracture from the arrows there. So you want to maybe do like a 2 arrow 3 draw split in terms of like applying fracture. But no, looks good. Looks awesome. It's also rather cheap. Though, I mean, how many times are we activating fracture, right? We're activating fracture of all once. Fracture twice here. This one activates fracture of allies again, so we get like 4 activations, 2 taking and applications. Well, it does rely on the fact that there's multiple enemies to unless you also count like having 9 and 7 fracture stacks on someone and then turning it into 30 stacks or fracture stacks for yourself. That does work as well. Are we doing an Arabella build today? Yes, we are. And we are indeed working as hard as usual. So, I really just want to test this out. This is mainly just for like confirming the fact that I can still think straight. But I don't really think anything should go wrong here. It's just gonna be a Cassius. Cassius is gonna have our claim survival inquiry, and then alongside of that Cassius, what did I need? Survival 1, claim 2, right? So it could be quite a bunch of different people. It could be maybe something like a Serenia. Survivor 2, claim 1. That works, I believe. Yeah, that works out. Just cut it to E3, get 1 dupe on the gacha and use 2 Omega codes debating on using your last Omega code to get it to E4 and save the rest of my pulls for Olga. I mean, if you're already at E3, is there a reason to stop there? I don't know, you're so close to the multiplicative fracture increase, but you could wait. I mean, I don't really know how you decided to go to E3 specifically in the first place, but, well, that is certainly something you can do. Okay, let's see. What would I be scared of about with this deck? Not having enough draw, kinda, right? And then the problem is I don't have another... Yeah, I really don't have that many survival to claim 1 decks. Specifically, ones that draw. I mean, we have Naja right here, so... Well, let's see how this goes. Excuse me, sir, where is the promised Olea build for our... Well, you are correct. That floated straight out of my mind into the abyss, and let me rectify that real quick. So, some things, I can't guarantee that it's going to be like 100% the actual build that ends up being used, but this one is going to be your top secret, Arabella. How the fuck did I get here? Well, let me actually just hide them while I show you the deck. Schwab, schwab, schwab. So, well, you might be wondering, well, what the fuck am I even looking at? Right? So, this is an Orlele. This is an Orlele that's rather cheap, at least. But you still kind of need the draw to keep up with it. But the entire purpose of this Orlele is to give you as many softies as possible. Now, the reason why you want this many softies is so you can actually exhaust them. So rather than your usual layer, this is not a build where you care about the retain. No, what you truly care about is about the team-wide damage amount multiplier for a turn upon using a softie and exhausting it. And yeah, what you're creating here is 2, 4, 6, 8, at minimum 8 softies every turn, as well as also potentially, well, 1 softie here, depending on how things go. You will then also be able to get a bit of a card damage bonus as well as vulnerability to allow something like a fracture to trigger. But no, the most important part is you would get a 80% multiplier to fracture damage. Yeah, not even just 1-star softies. Obviously, the most optimal would be when you just get them to the highest level. But no, the real goal is just create a bunch of softies, turn them into sashimi, and extract their damage bonus, right? So making 1 softie, or even if you can combine them, it's even better because you get a 35% for the basically free 5% extra damage if they combine. But yeah, you get 1 softie, you use it, you get another, use it, get another. That kind of idea. How that 8? It creates a softie plus random? No, it creates a softie plus softie. It creates a softie upon the next use of a softie. So, in my opinion, 4 plus 4 is 8, but you correct me, right? Create 1 softie and create 1 star each. When the next softie is used, create a softie 1 star. You could obviously go higher than 8 depending on your random softie being either a softie, swifty, or a sturdy. But no, it's all about the sentence where when the next softie is used, you create 1. So, yeah, we don't even really consider the RNG of all the other creations. The level 55 save test is unattainable for every character I have because it doesn't seem to work retroactively. What? I mean, I collected... True, I did collect it on Arabella. I didn't try to collect it on anybody else. Let's see. Let me pick Hilt. Cards. Build presets. No. Save data. Data download. Obtain. There's a big button for chaos. Alright. And then, let's see. Level 55. Move. Well, let's try something stupid. Let me try to level her up. Doesn't work. Well, you're probably right. that is an oversight that they're well, there's probably going to be a post right now on the forum, and it's going to say known issues, and in that known issues it's going to say, well, we kind of fucked up. You can't actually retroactively get the free decks for your characters. Unfortunate. Let's see. Known issues. Right. Ah, there you go. An issue regarding data download missions where combatants who've already reached level 55 or above before the update are not able to complete it. There you go. As I said, there's a message that says, well, we know, we'll fix it. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm playing through Stove. Lol, silly oversight. Indeed. I mean, maybe they thought they programmed it properly, but that part of the code just didn't work. Did I buy the skin for Arabella? No, I found it outside for free. There was like a code, you know? And that code gave me free, or yeah, I did. Fortunate, well, I don't know. I did it. There we go. No more questions. Followed or layer deck, which season card would you need? A claim, a survival, or what? Oh, it depends on what you're running in the rest of the team, but it kind of seems like it's most likely going to be an Incree 1, claim 2, or yeah, most likely like an Incree 1, claim 2, so you can still get to claim 5. Probably something like that. There are no cards to draw. Tough luck.
何をすればいいの？
裏か表か驚いたかね。
存分飴じゃないけれどあげる。
こんなのはどうだい。派手に簡単だな。
踊って悲鳴をあげなさい。存分に悪くないわね。まだ足りない。
裏かこんなのはどうだい。
戦う。まだ足りない。
派手に行こう。もう一度振ってみようか。
何をす。まだ足りない。
Alright.
踊ってあがいてみせる。
裏かこんなのはどうだい。
戦う準備はできて評価された力を見せて存分にあがきなす。まとめて縛ってあげるわ。踊っまとめて縛ってあげるわ。
You said she doesn't care much for morale, so claim 5? Yeah, if you're building her in Fracture, absolutely.
果たしてこれでよかったのかし
Do we have a better idea on how she works now? A little. But like, at the moment we're playing the safe build, and I just wanna reconfirm to myself that a safe build indeed actually ends up being safe. Alright? For the most part, this is just me trying to see what does like a standard, you know? What would a standard Arabella look like? Will she work? That's what we're testing. We're mainly trying to see right now what happens if you don't really care about Fracture. What happens if Fracture's just a byproduct? Like it's just a, oh yeah, that's kind of nice, but we don't really care about it too much.
こんなのはどうだい。
漂流剥がれた。
派手にもう一度振ってみようか。裏かどっちかな。派手に行こうかね。やられてばかりはいないのさ。
戦う私に力を貸して。
I'm having a thing where every time I draw 3 cards with Cassius, I'm forced to withdraw 2. Any know what's causing this? Every time you draw 3 cards with Cassius, you're forced to discard 2. Oh yeah, it's his epiphany. You have a shuffle epiphany that says you draw 3 cards, but if the cards together don't reach 4 cost, discard everything. That'd be kind of what I would think maybe causes this. How many more seasons would you guess until we get the 1-year anniversary? 0. I mean, not quite 0, but we know for a fact that the 1-year anniversary is going to be season 5. So, seeing as how we're in season 4, technically there's no more seasons. But maybe that's not quite what you were asking for. Maybe that is what you were asking for. I don't know. And wouldn't Olga be useful without an Arabella and a hit? Brother, if I knew Olga's kit, I could tell you. Right, like if I knew what Olga was gonna do, I could give you an idea. I could give you a guess.
踊って雨じゃないけれど存分に悲鳴を上げなさい
Olga will bring Tressa back. Will she? The one thing that's really gonna bring Tressa back is Agony becoming better, like as a whole. That's for sure.
踊って悪くないわ
もう一度振ってみようか
存分仲良く始末してあげるじっとして踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ
Also expensive what this boss ends up making our cards.
こんなのはどうだい
Hey.
こんなのはどうだい
Eh. Unfortunately, still not quite enough to actually get anything done. But that should be fine. Next turn's gonna be interesting.
もう一度振ってみようかやられてばかりはいないのさ
存分にあがきなさいまとめて縛ってあげるわ戦うじまだ
こんなのはどうだ派手に行こうかね
何をまだ踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ
Alright, let's see. Let's see how this goes against the big boy one more time.
戦うまだ足りない
裏かもう一度振ってみようか派手にこんなのはどうだい
何を果てしない普通存分に踊って悪くないわ
もう一度振ってみようか裏かこんなのはどうだい派手にもう一度振ってみようか
戦う強化された力を見せてやるエランテの力お見せしますわ何をまだ足りないどうかしら
こんなのはどうだい裏か簡単だな
踊って存分悲鳴を上げなさい踊って
Alright, let's see. So that was like 5,000 from Fracture. That was like 2,000 and then something else thousand. And then let's see if there's anything else interesting we can draw. Answer to that is not really, at least not for us, relevant. And then Alright, so I mean, the fuck was that, like 98,000 damage? Let's see, considering the deck, well, we're obviously missing a copy, right? We're missing a copy on Sadistic Restraint. Hollow Verdict shouldn't have been the Morale Epiphany. But for the rest, well, how many debuffs did we actually apply to him at the end? Only 4. Which is 2 less than what we would have wanted to do for like the max damage bonus. So we obviously would have been like better off using using something like an Adelheid instead of Narja. Yeah, maybe the Epiphany then is not the way to go, right? The plus 20 for the single. Maybe just the plus 80 flat out, because it doesn't rely on the amount of debuffs on the enemy. At least we should have fulfilled like the Sabotage. Yeah, claim survival, standard claim survival. So survival 5, claim 3. So yeah, buffs were as following. We had 20 stacks of morale towards the end. I don't know how many of those, right? We have vulnerable on our saves from the Naja card. We have crit chance to Arabella, crit damage to dots, damage amount increase from Glory's Reign support set, damage amount from... I don't know why that says plus 40. Ooh, is it at the time of you using it against the enemy? That would be very awkward. I would have thought it's like a permanent effect that kind of recalculates. Well, that's... Okay, that certainly ranks down, I guess, the usefulness of this for me personally. Because it is kind of hard to, like, first apply, what, 60 buffs and then use it? Especially because it itself applies Fracture Amplification, which would be a debuff. Paralyzation obviously doesn't affect us. Snow Upon the Heart did a bit, and Resonance did a bit. Enemy head towards the end. Oh, is Fracture still gonna hit, so it's not quite over. But Virotoxin, Fracture, Negative Morale, and Fracture Amplification. We used it plus 81. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Like, seeing as how it tracks at the time of you applying it. And also we could have used something like Blossoming Venom to apply a few more Fracture stacks, but whatever. Well, there we go. He did die. Couldn't play this game in public before, now it's sinful to even play in private. Thank you, Arabella. So multi-hit damage build, does she at least compare to Shizuru? Well, we have to look at the multipliers, right? So if you wanted to just raw look at Chizuru's multipliers, you're gonna find yourself at a 72 times 4, which is the exact same multiplier that Arabella also has, but then you have, I guess, the idea of Arabella adding more hits. But here, you see it's how it's like a by 4 at 72. But then you have Arabella also here, being able to go all the way up to a 6-hitter. So yeah, 6 times 72. And then plus like all the other increases you can find. Well, let's try and rate the epiphanies at the moment, alright? We didn't even have the ability to do that yesterday because we didn't have the card images. But let's try and see if I can maybe figure things out. And no, we are not rating by card images. We're actually rating by effect, okay? We are actually rating by effect and not what the cards look like, alright? Because otherwise, well, 3 cards are gonna perform a lot better than the others. Damage over time character, and then the best way to play is do all the damage at once. I don't really know. I mean, it's true, right? Like, kind of, your idea for a dot character is technically to do as many dots as possible in a single turn, even though it's supposed to be over time. Yeah, well, that's the name of the game. Goddamn? What? Psst. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me just quickly prepare this while I guess I keep you all busy. Or maybe you are keeping yourselves busy. Pause and stuff. But yeah, there is nothing more to demonetize, most likely, so harm done already, no more harm done kind of approach. Alright. Well, I'm in disbelief that we can now buy the perfect character deck. That's not quite the truth. It's not the perfect for anyone, for everyone. But the I'll be honest with you, the Haru deck is really good. Like the 2 Haru decks are really good. Would she be good for a newbie? Well, she's most certainly gonna kill whatever you encounter as a beginner. Pretty much. Alright, let's see. Let's try. Bam. Let's start with a B. B for boobies. B tier, sorry. Let's see. Would E2 be worth the Gamba? Well, at the moment, I wouldn't necessarily recommend people going out of their way to get the E2. But that's because I can't judge how impactful it is at the moment. Alright, let's get to it. Let's try and figure out how important it is for people to screw Booberella. Sounds like Cinderella, but she had a plastic surgery. So, I like this one. I like this one. Well, this one's like, I don't really know. She doesn't have the like multipliers to justify this, I feel like. Well, this one, whoops. Well, this one also kind of requires like AoE, so I don't know, probably really good in a Great Rift, and if you know that something's AoE, but outside of that, well, shit happens. This one's really fucking good. Whoops, I enabled performance mode. I don't know what that is. I don't know how I did it. I don't want to repeat it. Let me fix that. There we go. Schwupp. And then this one. Oh, brother, I don't know. I don't know about 4 Agony, 2 Scorch, 2 Fracture. Like, how many debuffs do you need and why do you need so many? But also, it's not like it's that many stacks. Like, it's just 3 different debuffs at, like, a good chunk of stacks. Alright, well, this one's obviously situational. Right? Like, it's really good in AoE. This one here is kinda S-ish, but I'm not gonna give it S. This one can probably stay. Oh, well, maybe we do something closer to this. I don't know if there's like a valid 50% multiplier build that makes a lot of sense. Hi, I'm new. Get Arabella. Just one though. Waiting for your build set. Hey, appreciate it. I'll be trying to hurry and have that done as soon as possible. There's that one sadistic restraint cost 2 card. If you add the 1 cost epiphany on the card, is the extra hit effect perma-active? See, that's what I don't know as well. I don't have it on a divine. Can somebody confirm or deny right now? Does anybody in chat here have a sadistic restraint? This card specifically. Does anybody have this card with a divine? Does it automatically make it a 5-hitter? Or does it not work that way? Have not tested. Alright, Rabbitolo, yes, that one is the best one. But that one does not trigger any fracture. It only applies it. But if it works that way, that's great. That's great. Good to know. Thoughts on character so far? A lot of people apparently like to say, oh no. But for now, I'm saying I'm having fun. She has a complicated kit and I don't yet know what the best thing to do is. But yeah. I can see how this one's like really good at the end of the day. Like all the other ones, yeah, it really depends. Like it can be hella annoying having to draw them first, especially with all the other cards that kind of rely on fracture amplification actually to already be active. This new character is making you good enough? No, it's making you Gnut. What could that be? I do not know. But yeah, no, I really like the draw too. I really like this opener one. It actually did convince me by quite a good chunk. So yeah, the damage increases, they really aren't that important. You can kind of ignore them for the Observer's Pleasure upgrade. Why does this card look so much better than the others? Is it because they're rainbow? Yeah, the non-rainbow cards look a lot more clear. Unfair. Well, is AB strong or not? Well, A is certainly better than AB. Like, the problem with the ABs is technically that they're situational. If you know for a fact you're going into AoE content and AoE content only, then getting 30% per enemy on the field going up to 150 is quite a lot. Then getting 7 stacks to every single enemy is quite a lot, right? So, well, if you're only fighting like 3 enemies, then it's quite less. Should I purchase a dupe from a shop to get E2? For now, you don't have to. Copy targets. Yeah, we'll talk about copy targets in a second. But alright, let's get through the rest. Fracture amplification by allies was really solid. Double fracture amplification for the unit is really solid. I don't know about this one. It has defeat. No good. Activate agony is kind of a meme. Kind of a memo. Mimo. Mimu. Only the future is really gonna tell how impactful it is to activate fracture inflicted by allies as well. If we then get like Olga, right? Would it be worth buying a partner from the shop? I wouldn't use the currency from the shop. I prefer to draw them. Kind of think of it as like a last resort you do shortly before the banner ends. Probably. Rip Agony Dot? Kinda, yeah. You're right. I just checked my Yugi deck. I don't know why they thought of even trying to nerf it in the first place. Yo, OG Watcher from Watcher Rams. Hey, what's up, Tricky Game? Welcome. So, fracture amplification by allies. So far it looked quite nice. Draw 1 card, activate the fracture twice was really sweet. Well, I don't know. There could be a way where you could combo this, but I kind of want to keep it at B because it has the defeat condition. This one is really sweet. And this one can be sweet as well. Okay, now let's get the potential copy targets tag out and see which of these I'd seriously actually consider copying, right? So oh, whoops. What? Ah, there we go. Obviously, it becomes a lot easier when you consider that, well, unique cards can't be copied in the first place, you know? I mean, I guess there's a, you know, there's a kind of stupid build you could do. I'll show you in a second. Oh, well, the rest doesn't matter. But, suggesting 4 would be S if you have a Naja as a support for the AP reduction. Yeah, it is a lot of fracture stacks. That is true. But, I mean, also if you can get it with the Divine to a 5-hit, and even then it's still single target, or... I mean, it's really good for single target, right? Okay. If anybody questions, well, wait, what the fuck does AS mean? I can't really give away the rank the other way around. So, you should understand. Best divine, probably something between vulnerable or cost reduction. I could, coward. I could, but I shouldn't. S, then it goes AS, and then it goes A. Yes, kind of. S minus, A plus. Well, I guess. Oh, it looks like a school grade. That works. Sure, then we have like a... It's like a B plus. I mean, that looks clean enough. Alright, perfect. Job done. So AS and AB are like A plus or A minus? No, no. See, well, if you were curious, this is what happens. If I usually use my normal ranking scheme, then I would have given her this classification. Like, there's just, you know, it just, well, it just doesn't look good, you know? So, that's the reason why I would have had to twist it to like AS, but with like a plus or a minus is a lot cleaner. Hollow Verdict 2 is like the #1 copy in the top 100 right now. I wonder why. Oh, probably because it also inflicts fracture on top of activating it. Seeing as how if you were to heal, you still get double activation and draw. Well, I guess. I mean, one of them has to be the best, right? Who to run with Arabella with only 4 stars? Take your pick. It probably looks like a Cassius Nia or Mika Cassius or Nia Mika. Kind of. Does Hollow 2 double activate? Does Hollow 2 double activate? Let me see. Cards. Hollow Verdict. Yeah, Hollow Verdict double activates. As in, it double activates Fracture. Because, right? Here. Fracture to all enemies and activate Fracture inflicted by this unit. Fracture Amplification, activate Fracture inflicted by this unit. So would you want to run AP? You kind of have to get AP together with her. Or you'll have to find, like, cost reduction divines. I mean, looking at the potential divines you can get on some of these cards. Well, you don't really need Agony, you don't really need Vulnerable. Okay, not quite true, right? You don't really need Agony, you don't really need Attack Weakness, you don't really need Discard, you don't really need Cost Change, you don't really need Tenacity, you don't really need the 30% multiplier, so it's kind of between Cost and Vulnerable. Well, once again, Cost and Vulnerable. Ego Skill Reduction, AP gain next turn Harmonization, So again, comes down to like Cost or Vulnerable. Then here, yeah, mainly, I guess, Cost or Vulnerable. Cost or draw 1 card of this unit. Probably the best two. Or Vulnerable. And then here it's probably Cost or Combo or treat it as a common card. I think this card is useless with Divine. What do you mean? What the fuck is data download? You could just buy decks now. Yes, you could just buy decks now. What do you think about a lead bit with a multifaceted parallel universe nexus? I mean, that helps you play out one of them. Sometimes. It's like a 2% chance for draw this unit. Yeah, it's not high. But remember, we are playing on a planet where you get a guaranteed Vitor Divine with select card, which means you are actually indeed only you are kind of only doing a, like on the divine planet itself, you're only doing a 1 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're doing a 1 in 8. Wait, is this the right card? Oh, because this card already has draw, right? Forget about that, right? Take a card that doesn't have draw. Like, for example, this one, where I guess it would then come down to a 1 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1 in 10, 10%. What would be the best save data version for her, in my opinion? Well, do I need to play story to look at Great Rift leaderboards? Because they are definitely going to be interesting, especially in regards to, like... Okay, I don't. Well, I mean, Great Rift itself is like a different beast, right? So... I mean... Wait. Okay, so... Wait, isn't this exactly, or almost exactly, the deck? I find it interesting. There's no divines on here. But it's still the #1 score in the entire in the entire server for now. That's when you know it's silly. But it looks eerily similar to this one, doesn't it? No, not this one. This one. It does look eerily similar to this one. In terms of the decisions that were made, I think. But, well. How are people saying she's bad when she gets tons of damage by herself effortlessly without any setup? Well, people like to be sad, or like to hate first, think second. It usually is the most fun and stuff, you know? But no, what is this? This is just, yeah, it's an unepiphanied scream for me. It's a plus 80 when a target dies, transfer fracture. It's an AoE activate fracture twice, 4 times, with a draw 1 and activate fracture twice, with a sever ties, and then the Art of Unmaking, but with some at least nice gear. Here we do have a, I don't know about her dupes. I think there's probably a way for us to tell, but oh, it's a season 3 deck. Interesting choice. But yeah, no, it's just a draw 1 with a bit of AP generation. I find it interesting that somehow again 1 AP on the Once Upon a Time made it in. Well, let me see, 360%. How much shield does mine currently give? 240. 360. Okay, so it's at minimum E1. Probably like E2, I'd assume, for the 30% team-wide bonus. Would the E1 Ara be worth it? I don't think you actually have to go for it. Because I've played everyone from release and I remember how bad Yuki, Haru, etc. were, and I know how good Serenia, Hypme, Tenebria, etc. were. Oh my god, someone got 990k with Maribel, Naja, Owen. If you adjust for share. How does that work? The like part of, oh, adjust for share. As like you like reduce the scores of everybody else based on what kind of deck they're using. Or I'd like to see the 998,000 on like a Maribel Owen. That'd be sick. 908. Awesome. Double resolve, fortitude, pulverize, resolve, morale, resolve, big shield, draw. Is that AoE? Isn't that? There isn't even AoE. What the fuck is this deck? The fuck is this deck? I don't know how the fight works, but like, how did he get there? No, seriously. What the fuck? I mean, good for him. Would I be able to see if your Arabella deck is good? Oh, sorry. I think the double dot probably isn't meant to be there. Yeah. Alright, how do I fix that? I can't. I need to try to not copy that one. Okay. I mean, what are we looking at? So, 9 to the highest. Draw 1 based on AoE. Vulnerable, remove, apply, double trigger, vulnerable, fracture on each hit. You might be applying more vulnerable than you actually trigger fracture in the first place. You're applying 6 stacks of vulnerable. And then you trigger fracture twice. But even then, I feel like vulnerable divine still end up being kind of awkward. Because, well, she hits first, then triggers fracture, right? Would I Owen double the shelter strike without the damage penalty? Ooh, is that how that worked out? Well, that could be. Lost at 50-50 and then had to get her at full pity. Ouchie. Now it's perfect. The fracture activates the vulnerable after. Well, the decks that you created, didn't they? I mean, let me see. Let me think. But but the question is, does it activate fracture first and then apply vulnerability after? Or does it do the hits, then apply vulnerable and then trigger fracture? I don't know about the order there though. Like, I don't know if it like it hits first, then applies vulnerable, then triggers fracture, or does it hit first, then trigger fracture, then apply vulnerable? But regardless of how you twist it, it's 2 different versions, eh? So I thought these 2 were the same version, but no, you are activating fracture 4 times, 2 times here. 2 times there. One vulnerable to the target non-divine? Huh. How would you unlock the new boss in Seasonal Chaos? Skill tree. So you go to Chaos, Zero System, environment variables, and you get this one at the very bottom. Gonna give you a special icon on the map, and then everything's gonna be great. Yeah. Bro cooked? I don't know. Can somebody tell me like the application order if you had a vulnerable on one of the trigger cards? Like it does the hits first, yes, but then vulnerable, then fracture trigger, or right? That'd kind of be the big one. Well, whoops. I'm kind of down a lot. Trying this bit now. Lose 50, first 50-50, then 1 top on the next 10. Yeah, that's what smart people do. But not everybody can be as smart as you, right? Pair with Magna since she can apply a ton of AoE vulnerable, which works well with her. Understandable. You imagine vulnerability would be last? Exactly, that's what I would imagine as well, which is why this entire thing wouldn't necessarily work out as great. Right? What'd be the point of running tier 15? On the unlikely likelihood that I end up getting the perfect deck in a run and I need to have enough save data space to get 4 divines. Yeah. I'm mainly just doing it for peace of mind. How do some people build a deck with 6 divines? Well, if they keep the basics with somebody like a Tenebria, they can. Or if they just normally keep the basics and they just end up ruining the deck. But yeah, basics. By not cutting basics, you get more save data space. Could I... only 2 copies works as well, true. Not doing the final copy works as well. Can I share deck saves? Yeah... I'm not entirely too sure about them yet, but sure, I can try. But yeah, okay, it's gonna be a 3 and 8. 3 and 8 to land on Arabella. Should have known that coming. How essential would the partner be? Well, the partner provides a multiplicative bonus that you're not going to find on anybody else, and the next best striker partners don't really do what you would want them to do for her unless you consider using her for a like a multi-hitter rather than a fracture damage dealer. 20 puts and you get an Arabella, where they, or 20 puts for Arabella, where whatever it ends up being, you got this. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you, bro. How did I have so many auto chaos? I bought them with gems. I did the 2 free dailies and then I bought 5, which is why we are currently on our 7th and last auto chaos. And after that, we probably go in and specifically hunt the guaranteed Vitor Divine to create something good. I don't know. Lol, so E6 Arabella for 1,000? I don't know. But I don't know if you should go for it. But no, obviously you have Omega dupes and you also have the copies in the shop, which obviously means that you won't end up spending $1,000, right? Yeah. Question, her best card would be a 1 claim 2 survival? For multi-hit build, yes. For a fracture build, probably the best would be like a straight up claim 3. Is her E6 good? Obviously her E6 is good, but there's some calculations going around over somehow E6 being worse than E4 partner because of, well, I don't know. Some math. Some math came to the conclusion that a 16% multiplicative and 10% crit rate would be better than a 20% multiplicative and 50% crit damage. Important disclaimer, I did not do that math, so I'm not entirely too sure where we got there. Nor did I see the well, what do you call it? The way on how they got there. Wait, you have 2 Omega codes. Should you eat to hit or rather save? You lost the 50-50. Why would you go out of your way to eat to hit? I think you can keep hit at a calm, relaxed E0 for now. I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to use Omega codes on a standard character if I could avoid it. Man, I always had to go to max pity at 70 pulls. Well, that's fucking tough. We also didn't get the most rosy of welcomes by Arabella earlier today. That Hugo was despair-inducing. What did the stove delay? Well, there was a 4-hour maintenance delay and I forgot to remove the pin. I forgot to remove the pin. There was a 4-hour or 3-hour maintenance delay at the beginning of the day and I kind of forgot it. Any codes? Deck codes? Not yet anything I'm super comfortable giving out, but I'm starting to get there. Do you think E0 Arabella is fine? At the moment, absolutely. I stopped at first hour, first listener, too expensive for you to go ahead. Yeah, I mean, you also have to think about what comes after. Right? Like, as Expedition 33 taught us, right? You gotta do something for the ones that come after. So... What are deck codes? You mean if I have deck codes for you, or you want to know what the point of deck codes even are? Well, the point of deck codes would be the deck building system, where somebody can give you a code so that you have an idea of what kind of deck you want to go for. But if you're asking for deck codes, well, those are still going to take a bit. Pain. For those who come after. Exactly. Bro, for Arabella, best team which? Currently, Arabella, Narja. Like, Arabella, Narja, Adelheid's quite popular. But I can definitely see something like Arabella, or I guess Arabella, Narja, Hild. I could see Arabella or Leia Cook. I could see Arabella or Leia Cook, but to get that deck in the first place is gonna take a bit of work on my end. Elegant, get Arabella and a Kalip as clutch. Well, there you go. Good stuff. Do I even want a re-epiphany? I guess so, to the upgrade card, don't I? There we go. Kessis, Narja, Adite, and Arabella doing well. That's 4 characters, but sure. But no, yeah, any combination of them should be fine. Would she be worth pulling, or is she another May character? Well, at her, at her baseline, she is a limited character, so that already has quite the weight to it. Well, anything more past that, for now, I can't really make a judgment. I mean, I think she's strong, though we'll have to see... Like, for example, it would be a lot easier if we had a dedicated game mode where we knew, well, we're gonna need AoE. Like, I could tell you 100 million times, well, I mean, look at it. You can run it in the Great Rift. Yeah, but Great Rift is temporary, right? So... we'd kind of need a specific mode. But in terms of like raw single target damage output, she's already still at least doing pretty well. Doesn't the Maribel just shield? Yeah, but Maribel has the ability to use a to use her shield as base damage for one of her cards. She takes her shield value and then turns that into damage, so the higher your shield, the more damage she deals. 3 more meeks for the final unit for the squad. That is very true. Which is, it's a Very curious decision. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it at that. Arabella would be like Serenia in a hype marry a limited unit? Yes, she would. Even though it doesn't really feel like it, does it? Like, it really didn't end up feeling like... yeah, pretty much. It really doesn't feel like we're currently in a limited unit period somehow. I don't really know how to explain it, but yeah. So Olga will be our Scourge unit. No, Olga is already kind of supposed to apply mainly Agony and Fracture, because she also has the ability to trigger her own Agony and Fracture stacks. Season is the body and not the card kit. Maybe. Do I feel like that she falls off compared to other limited characters? Well, I would first like to resolve all my thoughts and interests in regard to some of her decks before it's well, before it's time to, I guess, make a judgment like that. I guess something else is kind of like it feels a little weird seeing a character who has so many attack cards when it comes to like the difficulty of building a deck, especially now that we've seen like the full odds, seeing as how you have around like a what, like a 12-ish percentage chance to get a cost reduction. It's like she's probably gonna be a character that just ends up being hard to build, just due to sheer it doesn't really seem like Divines do that much for her, outside of the fact that you kind of need the cost reduction, right? Like some of her cards, like she feels really expensive. So, well, that's that. And then, well, what else are you gonna do with the Divines instead of cost reducing her? That's kind of the thing, right? What else are you gonna do? Aren't cost reduction Divines usually best anyway? I mean, sometimes, but like the best combination ends up being usually a card that costs nothing that you put one draw on. Like that usually ends up being for the best. You know, something costing nothing and then adding draw to it, that kind of ends up being like usually the go-to. Any targeted epiphanies so far? Well, here you go. If you want to take like a screenshot or whatever, go ahead. Let me just put them to the side. And then the other two. So that's pretty much it, kind of, right now. Alright. Whoops. Let me find my way back. There we are. Nice. Is it finished? Is it finished? Is the card finished? Serenia's instinct, so I thought Arabella is not a seasonal. Since she's also instinct. Yeah, I mean, apparently we decided to make two different instinct seasonals, because why not? I don't know how we arrived at this decision. Nor do I believe we are that likely to ever find out. Why would the opener upgrade be the best? she doesn't really benefit that much from multiplicative increases, and one of the bigger reasons is a card like this. Look at that. This card gets a special effect, but only when fracture amplification is already applied. So specifically in like a turn, like when you meet an enemy for the first time, it requires you, even with a card like this, it requires you to first find the card to apply fracture amplification before you can get the full effect. And by having the upgrade, you are going to have fracture amplification from the start of the turn, allowing you to get the full effect of these cards straight from the get-go, rather than having to find the card that applies it first. Hollow Verdict is straight up garbage, just remove it in my opinion. Well, I mean, that's an opinion. I mean, let's have a look, right? Does it have merit? Does that have merit? So, we have, like the biggest difference, right? This card has multi-hit, activate fracture twice. Great. And it also has draw one. Doesn't this mean this is the best card ever? Well, this one also activates twice, and in exchange, and in terms of hits or in terms of drawing, you also add fracture stacks, which overall helps you keep up more fracture stacks so that you can reduce them again, so that you end up doing more damage with fracture. So that is something that you can't really get from these cards down here. Also, nothing stops you from just combining activate 2 here and activate 2 there to a 4 total activate without actually having to duplicate a double activation here. This one can be pretty sweet, I'd say, because it requires you either on a single target to just apply in total 15 stacks of fracture, so you can get all the way up to 30 again, or it just requires you to fight like 5 enemies, all of them have 3 stacks, and then boom, 15 stacks, right? So, I don't know. Depends, right? Depends. Well, this Agony one, yeah, I'm not too sure about the Agony one. This Defeat one, yeah, well. And then this one here, the Activate Fracture inflicted by allies should become key, especially over the release with like a Olga. Because, well, activating more fractures and not just your own fractures fractastically fractures the fracture. You know? Okay, so what kind of deck do we currently have? What would I want to copy? We have currently draw 1 card of this unit. We have draw 2 cards of this unit. We have the double split there. So, might as well continue a little bit. Like that. Auto fracture. Bro, I just played the story that the Sinya is producing poison from her body to make the poison drinks that are safe to consume. See, I never really needed to know where Licinia gets her poison from, but that certainly enhances the experience. I didn't really want to ask any questions, but well, I can't say I'm disappointed in the answer. For hey, are you using the fracture bit from my guide video? Kind of. I think that's something you can absolutely run alongside of her, but there's probably a more useful version where you kind of trade a couple of the arrow fractures for something like the draw but apply fracture on extra attack, where then you still end up with the same amount of fracture stacks, but overall end up with more draw. Man, I'll drink it. Story's really wild this time. And that's great. It's nice that the story has some kick to it. Ooh, divine. Why is it a divine on this card? Man, the fucking shaking. Look at this. How are you meant to try to focus on what's important, you know? But wait, what is important? It's too complicated. My head hurts. Well, I kind of want to try it. Whoa. We are focusing on what's important. What would be the Red Panda's strength in comparison to other limiteds? Certainly AoE domination. Specifically the domination part. She's very good at that. Yeah. Hey, gear. We love gear. Do I take the Ravage gear? I kind of feel like taking the Ravage gear. I shouldn't, but I kind of want to. Alright, let's keep it without Mythic. How is I doing? How have I been? How have I eaten? How is it going? Well, so far, I've been almost non-stop live for the last 11 hours. Not quite. 10 hours. Pretty much. Well, we are certainly going somewhere. So, I mainly had some, like, bread. I had some bread with, like, a little bit of, well, a couple toppings. I don't know how to describe it. Is what it is. Dot subset or attack dot subset? Unless you don't intend to play her, for dot. Then you obviously don't need dot subset. I need to gamble. Okay, sounds worse than it is. But let me think this through before I make something. I make a mistake I end up regretting. Wait, isn't it the same fucking deck? Just shift it around a little. Ah yeah, it's the double allies version thing. Alright, was it this one? No. Was it this one? This one it was. Okay, make me happy. We have a 1 in 12. Or no, 1 in 10. 12% chance. Like 12.8% chance to hit cost reduction. Problem is we kind of have to hit that 4 times, so it's not really realistic. But at least we can hit it once, right? Ah. Well, coordinated attack is not necessarily what I was going for. Yeah. Nah. No. Yes! Good shit. So it only took us like 6. That's above average. So we now have this beautiful card at cost reduction. Yes, I know, this is very hypnotizing and it's very hard to focus on what actually matters for the deck and it's kind of hard to but like, come on, we can take that. Like, I know this is mirrored as well and like having these two next to each other is very confusing. I know, and even this one kind of feels like it has a certain gravity, but stay strong, okay? Stay strong. We have a mission. If only I could recall what that mission was meant to be in the first place. Huh. Well, it certainly has something to do with Divine Cause, so let's continue. Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. No. Well, might as well keep it. Not that many great divines out there anyway. And then let's use the final one on... this one. High trust. Low results. Unlucky. What did they exactly want to achieve with this deck? Well, it doesn't have the best gear. The only reason why I did what I did is because I wanted to try what I wanted to try. Well, I don't know. But, okay, so here the question would be, what happens, right? Does it do the hits, then activate Fracture, and then apply Vulnerable? Or does it do the hits, then apply Vulnerable, then activate Fracture? Or, because if we get 2 stacks here, then we can, at maximum, maybe use it once here, because this is like 1-hit AoE. Ooh, well... Is having that much Fracture trigger even worth it? Would not be to include more application as trigger. That's what this card is there for. Where this card is supposed to end up being a 5-hitter or a... well, oh, that's actually important. Let's see if we got lied to, gentlemen. We asked a very serious question to a bunch of very serious people. So... let's see if the very serious people actually took us very seriously and gave us the right answer. If not, we got scammed. Let's see. Wasn't it? Is it this? Oh, it's already equipped. Great. Vulnerable would apply before the actual card attack. So... That doesn't change what I hope isn't true, kind of. But we will see all the interactions, right? Yeah, I really don't care much about the... Yeah. Why does she need Fracture application too much on her kit? Because she activates multiple stacks of Fracture each turn. So the more Fracture application... Okay, there we go. No, we got scammed. We got scammed. Unlucky. Unlucky. So, did we get scammed? No. Wait. We did not get scammed. But we also didn't win? Wait. Did I? Hello, I need to know. Did I get scammed, or is it like... I mean, it is kind of giving us a 5-hit at 1 cost. But it doesn't stack, huh? I don't think there's a way for us to test it out properly, but let's see. So what I want to find out is what happens if you, like, we had the Divine, which makes it a 5-hitter, but what happens if you reduce it again? Unlucky. Oh yeah, I could just play out all the other cards. Whoops. Arabella's skin changes her from wearing a swimsuit to wearing a different swimsuit. Wisdom. Preach. I don't want to kill. Boom. There we go. And come on. Please reduce the card I care about. I hate you, game. No, I do not hate you. Okay, thank you. So it only works once, which means... So the maximum amount of stacks this can apply is 10. Alright. Five hit okay, yeah. Yeah, the wording makes it only play once. Well, it doesn't say for each, only if. That is true, but at this point, you can't begrudge me having to test it out for myself. Because with the way some of these things end up working, it wasn't impossible for us to get a 6-hitter, right? It wasn't impossible for this to turn into a 6-hitter. It wasn't even impossible. So it also triggers with lead? It would, yes. But lead, obviously, you'd have to get it into your hand first. And then it's kind of like, well... Does she only work with the spam Cassie support? Oh, no. This was just to test out the deck. Because I needed a combination. To get me to, like, claim 5, survive with 3, or survive with 5, claim 3. Which this works out. Now, this is mainly just me kind of trying to see, at least with this attempt now, well, how would it work if we were to run them with these? Keep in mind, the biggest problem here is going to be the Naja deck, and that is because the Naja deck itself, well, it doesn't really do much, kind of. Like, the Naja deck, it does give AP, but we kind of get stuck draw-wise, so being able to play like the entirety of a deck, which would be the intent, can be a lot more difficult. Shizuru lead with the Arabella? Nah. But like Shizuru reduce cost of other combatants with like a very short deck could still end up working. So, okay, what happens here, right? This card is a 4-hitter. Well, let's apply some fracture first. Oh, okay, well, GG. Yeah, that was a great test. I'm very proud of myself with this one. I truly got to the bottom of it. I appreciate the follow. Alright, we've made it. Why am I even playing this boss? I wanted to fight at all 105. Well, it's alright. How are we at 12 stacks of fracture already? Didn't the fight just start? That this is this E0? Yeah, it's E0. Is Fracture on Arabella? Yeah, Fracture set on Arabella, yeah. Here, set effect. But alright, well, I know that 6 of them were at the start of the turn, but I can't really... Are they applied as singular instances? But no, it also shouldn't really be like Fracture activated of allies. It shouldn't really do much. Well, we'll see how this goes.
裏かこんなのはどうだい戦う果てしない苦痛何をまだ足りない存分にあがきなさい踊って派手にどっちかな裏かやられてばかりはいないのさ派手にもう一度振ってみようか存分にあがきなさい踊って Alright, now we're up to 25 stacks. Alright, let's see. Let's see what happens, right? Oh yeah, sever ties. Kinda useful. So we're gonna do the damage. We're going to then trigger the fracture, and then the vulnerable is gonna do something at some point. Well, I don't fucking know what happens. Like, how does he... Annoying. How many copies do you think is good right now? E0. I think E0 is pretty good at the moment. What percentage would you recommend for crit rate and crit damage on Arabella? Like 40, 50 to 60% crit rate on Arabella. Crit damage can be anywhere from like 160 to 180%. The most important part is that you get good crit chance and good damage over time substat. Now, could I show you the deck right now? Well, it's not a particularly crazy one, but sure. How much dot subset would you need? I would aim for like 20 to 30% as like a good baseline, but the higher the better. I'm currently on 38%. But okay. Well, we obviously have the Art of Unmaking. We have the Upgrader's Observer's Pleasure. We have the Draw 2 Scream for me, and then the rest is split between Hollow Verdicts that dual trigger, activate once, activate twice. Okay, I only have it one time. I thought I had it one more time. Well, but it's a it's a one trigger Hollow Verdict, as well as a Sadistic Restraint with currently 2 vulnerable, but that's what it currently has. It double triggers Fracture and it draws me a card. This one double triggers Fracture, draws me a card. This one applies 10 stacks of Fracture because it's always cost reduced, giving us 5 hits. Oh, there is one. Well, there you go. Right, double activation, 3 application, double activation, 3 application, double activation, no application, double activation, no application, and 10 stacks generation. I think usually I probably want to get like another maybe Scream for me that activates a couple or puts a couple more stacks in, or maybe in terms of split in it another Sadistic Restraint with adding more stacks, but that will require me to use like a copy core and shit, so yeah. So sad that fertilization doesn't work for the team. Next season is going to be all male units, right? Yeah, no. I'd be very surprised if we see a singular one. But hey, hope dies last, and something.
私の力を貸す
They did announce a male unit coming. Yep, they did say one is in the works, singular one. But that could be anything. Next season would be any season, it would be.
裏かもう一度振ってみようかやられてばかりはいないのさ
戦うまだ
もう一度振ってみよう
まだ存分にあがきます踊って
もう一度振ってみよう
悲鳴を上げなさい
裏かこんなのはどうだい
存分に飴じゃないけれどあげる踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ存分まとめて縛ってあげるわ
派手に行こうかね
悪くないわね
もう一度振ってみよう
果てしない普通まだ足りない
もう一度振ってみようか
踊っどうかしら存分にあがきなさいあがいてみて
裏かこんなのはどうだい
Nah, didn't get enough cards played. Oh, unfortunate. That was close. I didn't get enough cards played to trigger the effect where the cost reduction goes away.
存分にあがきなまとめて縛ってあげるわ
Alright, let's see. So, big green guy.
踊っ悪くないわ
Fracture amplification, 6 stacks, 16. Wait, what the why can't this just like make sense? Why does it matter that the fucking Floral Fairy Gremlin and Deer Shadow and Soldier Shadow and Lepidola had their fracture removed? Why are you at 16 stacks? Right? Like, is it still counting enemy fracture stacks even in death? That's the only thing I can think of. The only thing I can think of right now is that enemies don't actually die. They just become invisible, which means they still trigger their fracture stacks. And only once they're down to one fracture stack, does it actually fully remove it. It seems to also transfer between waves, yes. But yeah, dead people count. Dead people count for the creation of fracture stacks. Yeah, I can't think of anything else, right? Look at us. We are applying 6 stacks of fracture, and then the Floral Fairy Gremlin lost his fracture stacks, which was 1. Then the other Gremlin lost it, which was 4. Then the Deer Shadow lost it, which brought us to 6. The Soldier Shadow reduced its fracture by 1, which brought us to 2. And Lepidola reduced her fracture by 10, which brought us to another 2. Which combined with the 6 at the beginning brings us to 16.
存分にあがきな悲鳴を上げなさい
裏かをもう一度振ってみようか
何を果てしない普通戦うまだ足りない
Most likely an interaction that came with the changes to the end of turn activation, like with the Veronica Ballista and such. I could see that. But it is certainly helpful. It's a feature, don't worry. Obviously.
何をすればいいの果てしない普通戦うまだ足りない
裏かこんなのはどうだい派手にもう一度振ってみようか
踊って存分にあがきなさい何をまだ足りない飴じゃないけれどあげ
こんなのはどうだい
戦う準備はできているよ。存分にあがきなさい。まとめて縛ってあげるわ。
Alright, 29 stacks. 2 triggers, draw a card of this unit. Oh, none of them crit at 6,000 and 4,000 damage.
存分にあがきなさい。何をすればいいの？
Ooh, I wonder what pathetic end ends up. Pretty happy I won the 50-50 where I took only 40. Hey, good shit.
ブラックスピカの力をお見せください。
So, where's the debuff? Pathetic end. For 2 turns, inflict damage equal to 30% of the amount taken, damage taken. So it's like just 3 extra damage. But only, the question is how much, right?
強化された力を見せてやる。存分にあがきなさい。まとめて縛ってあげるわ。踊って。存分あがいてみせる。踊ってあがいてみせる。
So many numbers. That is beautifully confusing.
何よ。全部飲み込んだ。
But he certainly took 38 fixed damage. The numbers are way too fast, indeed. It's the Temu version of Flomo 35. It's currently Temu version. I'm mainly just testing. Trying to see some things. I'm hitting 680k score with the free save data. That's sweet, I guess. Dot flex. Indeed, indeed. I mean, what point is there to a dot if the enemy is dead before they take the dots, right? She looking valid. Well, maybe that was part of your decision, eh? She certainly looks validated. Yeah. Yeah. So, first impressions. Well, I haven't figured her out yet. That's the sad part. I still don't know what kind of split I'd like to go for. And how we can end up dealing the most amount of damage. But I do believe you can certainly do more with the dot build as a whole by introducing something like a hild into the mix, right? How much dot percentage would be optimal? Super hard time to manage damage over time with crit/crit damage. Then drop crit damage out of the equation by a bit. Does that damage have any good use of damage over time status? Oh, 100%. Right? Like the damage over time substat, a main part of her damage comes from these fracture activations. And if you wanted to, you could build a build in which you trigger fracture 12 times a turn. The only problem with that is, well, getting the fracture stacks to make things worth triggering 12 times a turn, right? But I think a deck like this is kinda cool. Like you have a singular draw 2, then 9 fracture application, then 10 fracture application, and then 4 triggers of fracture. So you start your turn with 6 fracture application, and then depending on if there are enemies that died in the past, you might actually start with more stacks. Then we'd obviously draw 2, apply 3. So we'd be up to 9. Let's pretend nobody died before, right? So from 9, we'd go all the way up to 18, 27. Then once we have, well, 27, right? We then use one of the fracture trigger cards, which is going to trigger fracture twice. But because every time you trigger it, you get 2 stacks back due to fracture amplification, we would be from 27 down to like 14 because they probably round up, and then plus 2, so we back to 16, and then we drop down back all the way to 6 after the second activation, but then we go back up to... No, we'd go down all the way back down to 8, but then we'd go back up by 2, so we'd be at 10, and then we'd use Sadistic Restraint, which would put us from 10 back to 20, and then using Hollow... but it also... Yeah, and then using Hollow Verdict would take us from 20 to 23, then from 23 down to 12, but then from 12 up to 14, and from 14 down to 8, and then up to 10, and then at the final end of the turn, you would still get 10 stacks of Fracture. Yeah. What are my thoughts on Hollow Verdict's 5th card? It seems pretty good. I also do believe that this is a major way of getting Fracture applied, especially because, well, it also works with the own Fracture you apply with Arabella. So long as you can get 15 Fracture stacks total, you will be ending up with 30, which is the biggest jump in terms of single Fracture amplification you can get. So your base start Fracture just has to be 15 or higher, and then you'll just instantly jump to 30. So it's certainly a sweet one. So that begs the question, what if my my deck there was kinda shit, and maybe we can achieve the same thing but a different way by doing something like draw 2, 0 cost, combined with Unique Epiphany, 5th one, combined with activating Fracture, but instead of activating Fracture, we actually go for Fracture Duplication, and then Fracture Duplication, and then Fracture Activation. So this would give us, well, start of the turn we'd go to 6, then we'd use Scream for Me, we'd go up to 9. Then we could use, well, okay, getting past that hurdle would be a little bit of a problem, right? Like, what do we do past 9 to kind of get to 15? Obviously, if there are more enemies on the field, it's a lot easier, right? It's a lot easier to get the entire stacks. Maybe we'd end up in the same situation, just with slightly more stacks. Yeah, and then Unique Epiphany here would probably be the application one with cost reduction. Probably fucking, I don't know, cost reduce this one. And then cost reduce that one. I don't even know, like, you kind of have to put a Survivor card in, but could you imagine if there was an Upgrade Desire card? That card probably would have a lot of people ending up picking it up, regardless of what it does, you know? But yeah, so what would we do here, right? We would go into the fight. We would apply 6, but probably more stacks, because the stacks of the dead also count, because why wouldn't they? Right? Like, duh. It's that easy. And then we draw 2, get 3, so we're up to 9. Then we can use this right here, Sadistic Restraint, to go up to like 19. Then we can remove all 19 and double them to 30. Then we can trigger our first Fracture Amplification. So the math would go, we are at 30, but then we go down to 15. And then, but we go up by 2, so we go up to 17, and then we go down to 8, but actually 9, because they round up. So we'd be at 9 stacks, and then we could use the final duplication to take the 9 stacks and turn those into 18, which kind of ends up leaving us with less stacks than we had before. I feel like. No? Yeah. Kind of. Well, And then we would use... oh wait, that gives us +3, right? So we'd first trigger it with this one, which would take us from 30 down to 15, up to 17, down to 9. No, down to 8. But then down to 9, but then like +2, so 11. So we would be at 11, and then to the 11, that we would double to 22. Add the 3 would bring us to 25. Then go from... well, something like that. What about only using cards with a single trigger and just juggling around the 15 number by using Verdict 5? I like the idea for the single triggers to a degree, but the single triggers mainly end up being something like trigger team-wide perks. And you kind of remove all team-wide stacks to feed Hollow Verdict when you use it. So I guess it'd be a little awkward. But no, I think a deck like this, I feel like math-wise it would end up with more stacks. So I think a deck like this would kind of be semi-optimal. You end up with 5 triggers of... yeah, you end up with 5 triggers of Fracture Amplification, 4 times through cards, and then 1 final time at the end of the turn. Yeah. But what I really like are the ghost stacks, you know? The stacks that come from dead people. Those are super awesome. Like the fact that somebody thought, hey, well, why don't we make it so that when somebody dies, you know, they still take fracture damage even in the afterlife. And because they take fracture damage, Fracture Amplification actually applies more fracture. Like, that is so smart. I just had to play now, so what should I be looking for? You just had to play now? Well, there you go. Okay, let me try to cook up a third deck as well. Like this one should kind of be... I mean, is this exactly what I was looking for? Right, draw 1, 2, 2, multi-trigger, multi-trigger. Multi-trigger, just not a lot of fracture amplification, and then this would still work, and this would work out, and then... I mean, how many times would this trigger? This would be twice, it would be 4 times. 4 times is all we know, 5 times is all we need if we wanted to get the full hits. I don't really like the fact that the most obvious choice is to go cost reduction. Okay, let's be honest here, at the end of the day, we all still usually end up with cost reduction anyway. But it feels especially prevalent with her, and the fact that it's obviously a tech card, so it's a lot harder to get. Which, well, certainly doesn't help. So this would be... let's see, multi-hit. Oh, okay. So this would be multi-hit. This would be multi-frag. Frag trig. Because you trigger fractures, and then this would be a team frag. Yep. Because you can frag your own team, which at least that's, I guess, the idea of what I would probably want to turn this deck into. But yeah, I like the fact that we have this version here, where you can inflict all fracture activated by allies. And then you have the same one here. And then probably at the end, before you end your turn, you duplicate what is left. Kind of, maybe. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Fracture by allies, fracture by allies. There's a third copy missing, and I don't know what to copy. Oh, there's 2 copies missing. Aye, aye. Maybe something like this? Oh yeah, one of... Ah, fuck, I don't know. I wish it was just so obvious. Okay, I don't really wish it was that obvious what like the perfect combination is, but... you know... Maybe something like this? Well, it feels like this deck is just bigger than the others, but it isn't really, is it? It's the same size. Feels bigger though. How does this deck feel smaller then? What's missing? The fuck? How does it... How are we... did we take out the Art of Unmaking? Oh yeah, we did. Why? I mean, it's one less card to draw, I guess. And it doesn't necessarily benefit all that much from... Well, whatever. Damn, I didn't want to pull for her, but I guess I have to know. Indeed, kind of confused with Fracture Amplification. Does it expire like after turn? Or when a card with Fracture Amplification is used? Fracture Amplification only changes people. It does not expire. It's just, it can only ever be active at one unit at the same time. Or on one unit at the same time. And there's something that's important with this one. It takes a snapshot based on the amount of harmful effect the target has when you use it, giving you then the damage bonus for the turn. So, it's kind of awkward. Well, let me just, I mean, the problem is I can't confidently be here and say, stand here and be like, well, these are the best decks, 100%. I know for a fact that the third deck's very safe, right? I know for a fact that the third deck is very safe, but everything else, oh, I don't know. Arabella deck codes. one would be fracture multi-trigger. 2 would be multi-hit. Save. And then the third one would be team fracture. Boom. Okay. Let's get them one by one. Okay, let's pin him. Let's just pin him and see how it goes. So Arabella Dex. Boom, bop, bop. Wait, where did my message go? Wait, the fuck? Man, this is scrolling for a while. That's unfortunate. Surely on Twitch it's gonna be quicker. At least we can pin it there. Also, again, well, big shout out to the Twitch peoples as well. Not Hild. What am I saying? Arabella Dex. There we go. Shrub, shrip, bam. Hollow Verdict 5 seems mandatory. It's so much fracture. Yeah, kind of, but also no, because it also takes a fracture. You first have to get to 15, but then once you do, true, it is a bunch of fracture. But Hollow Verdict 5 is pretty cool, yeah. Okay, let me post that again. Sorry if that like appears twice. Arabella text. I just want to be able to pin it. There we go. Alright. 7 hours. Ay. And I feel like we haven't even gotten any closer. So, out of all of these, which ones... I guess one of the bigger problems as well is like the card split. It's not like you can just go in and get the same card, cost reduce it 4 times and be like, well, GG's. But you kind of want like a mix of a couple of them. Well, outside of the multi-head build, obviously. But it seems like a good idea to get like a cost-reduced sadistic restraint. And holy shit, what's going on? I guess it's not that great if you're like standing for like multiple hours for multiple days in a row. Especially if I like put all my weight on like one leg. Yeah. It's a little annoying. Alright. What is my preferred version? Why? Ooh, I want as much fracture damage as possible. That would be my optimal scenario. I don't yet know how to do it. B. Holy Lobby, indeed. Which build is that would be the best for boss battles? Like there's two important differences here, and that is certain cards end up being a lot better in AoE scenarios, and certain cards end up performing a lot stronger in the single target version. But I think if I had to, like, if I could wish for a build right now and get it, it would probably be this one right here. With Fracture Trigger, Opener, Draw 2, Draw 1, Fracture Application. So in total this deck triggers Fracture only 5 times. So 2 times from Sadistic, 2 times from Hollow Verdict, and then 1 time at the end of the turn. But during those 5 times it has the most amount of Fracture stacks possible, I guess. And then in between, we kind of... so like at the start, we apply our fracture stacks and we level those up. And then we double them, so we have full stacks, to then use them up once, to then go back up, to then use them again, to then go back up. Wait. Yeah, at the beginning we double them, use them, double them, use them, and then the final one is just the end of the turn thing. So, it's time we actually do manual. Manual Nebula Distortion in hopes of... or not even hopes. We don't even really have to hope. It's actually decently realistic for us. So we yeah, I guess get a bit of a better taste for... taste, well... we get a bit of a better idea of how she just feels to play in general in Chaos, and then obviously in this case in Sortie. And our path is always going to be towards the icon fragment, where we are guaranteed to get a Vitor Divine to a card of our choosing, which makes it a 1 in 10 to get cost reduction, as well as also the potential to get something like draw one of this unit. Where then draw one of this unit specifically could still be combined with something like a Narja to turn it into something more than what it is. So this time, am I misremembering this area being... Oh, here it is. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it a normal battle area? I almost missed it. Like, look, there's not much of a visual difference between normal battle area with rare species and normal battle area with Trail of the Husk. But yeah, how strong do you think the dev remove fracture cap or increase cap? Big boom. Like, big boom. Because with the current fracture cap, you still already have a card, or think of it as a card with 1200% base damage, which is kind of like a 9 hue. The only reason why it doesn't do like big damage is because we don't yet have the tools to get these huge to get like these multipliers to take advantage of it. But yeah, if you were to increase stack size or whatever, it'd be big boom. So you know what, I don't want to think much, so we just go straight through the bottom. What's the data download feature? It's just a way to get a solid build instantly for crystals in exchange. Yes, and whenever you finish a chaos, you get a build for a combatant. Oh, that's... damn. Well, they got cooked. Whenever you finish a chaos, you get a build. Whenever you finish a sortie, you get a build. And whenever you reach level 55, you get a build. Currently bugged at the moment for characters you've leveled up first. But the way you can think of it is like, oh, I got this new character, and I don't have to run a chaos run to just try them out, but you can like instantly hop into like a piece of content or whatever and then get an idea. Though some of these crystal decks, specifically the Haru crystal deck, is pretty damn good. Alright, just show me the animation. Well, alright, sure. I should probably wait in your video to summon the sadistic woman want her partner. Sadistic woman definitely likes her partner. I'm sure there will be other partner you need to consider about how the partner was seasonal / limit as well. Exactly. Something that's very important is that you'll obviously not be able to get the partner after she disappears. But the biggest selling points are going to be straight up from the get-go. 16% attack, 10% crit rate, 16% multiplicative to damage taken, which works really well with Fracture. Then 1 AP ego skill, which is sweet and can potentially save you in something like Sortie. And then this Paralytic Poison is not only a debuff, so it counts towards debuff effects, but it also helps you apply more stacks of Fracture by making it so that every time you use a card, you get an additional stack. And that for the next 3 turns. You know, I wonder if anybody actually figured out, like, how much extra damage a Arabella ego skill actually is, you know? I have 4 mega codes saved up. Should you think, do I think you should use them right now? Oof. I mean, seeing as how you have 4 mega codes, the big question would be like, well, would you rather go like E4 on someone, maybe like E2 on multiple, maybe wait until you get to the anniversary, because then you can just get whoever comes on the anniversary out, get them once, buy them twice from the dupe shop, use 4 omega codes and have them fully maxed. I don't think there's any dupe in the game that you absolutely need. So it's not like I could say, well, you absolutely have to use your dupes on Hyde Mary's E2 because it's just that good. That's not really the case. 350 for a download deck is worth or no? For the Arabella download deck, I don't think so. Because I think they put vulnerable on it, right? Vulnerable divines, not cost reduction divines. As well. On top of the fact that they're like triggering Fracture like 50 million times. Wait, E2 is good? What do you mean? No. I said I picked Hyde Mary E2 as an example of there not really being anything where I'd say, oh, you absolutely have to get that dupe. Olga better also be nuts outside of Fracture. I mean, Olga is a unit that applies Agony and Fracture and multiplies the damage output of damage over time effects. I don't really know if there's like much more. Like, she's really gonna be good for dots. Yeah. Yeah, she's really gonna be good for Dot. Well, is it your connection or did I die again? Oof. I think it might be. I don't know. Stream is healthy, so it's probably yours. All right. Okay, great. Desire, inquiry, desire, inquiry, no. Oh yeah, claim. Maybe YouTube acting up again, might be. I always thought Dot equals Psionic class. Just because of Tressa, eh? Just because of Tressa, eh? Would Olga be the anniversary unit? No. Olga is the final... No, not Olga. But, so it goes Olga, preseason unit, then anniversary. So, the unit after Olga is the unit before the anniversary. Whoever that ends up being. I wonder if they're gonna pull out somebody that's like crazy. Like somebody you actually want to summon for. I don't know who they'd pick. Maybe like Anise. The tentacle lady. They should have picked a different symbol. I'm getting so confused by Paralytic Poison, the partner effect, having the same symbol as vulnerability. Like I'm still always wondering where does the vulnerability come from though? Right? Like where does the vulnerability come from? How did it get here? But it's partner. Anniversary is October 22nd.
弓の名手の腕隙をついてこうやって逃げ道の
Yeah, I also think you kind of go all the way, or you stay at E0. Like, you either go all the way to E4 or you stay at E0 seems like a reasonable approach, honestly. So, what were we searching for? None of these epiphanies, but wait. Would the ego 2 be a must? No. Oh shit. We fucked up, right? We got the sadistic restraint divine epiphany before we made it to the event where you can get a guaranteed divine. Do we have any idea what Olga does? Yeah, Olga is going to multiply the final damage output of dots. She's going to be applying both fracture and agony, and she'll have the ability to trigger her own fracture and agony stacks, while also somehow providing a buff to, I think, the team based on the amount of fractures, vulnerables, and agonies triggered, if I recall correctly. We can give it a quick peek again. Like, I know where to find it, so that's not much of a problem. So let's go to live. Here we go. I like the music in the background, but would it be worth to buy the pre-build for 350? No. Hey. So, Olga, right? Enhance the mechanic that cumulatively stacks per activation of agony and fracture. Offense focus support enhances the dot of her allies through her fragmentation debuff, and she can activate the agony and fracture that she applies. Fragmentation, which is the one they talk about here. When dot damage is taken, take a proportion of that damage as fixed damage. So pretty much a multiplicative increase to that dot amount damage taken, right? So mechanic that has to do with agony and fracture activations has the ability to activate agony and fracture, which also means she should have the ability to apply it, and then has a buff that makes it so that dots do more damage. We also need Great Rift Guide, don't skip it this time. Okay, I'll look into it, alright? Is vulnerability stored in the balls? You know, some men do say getting kicked in the balls makes you feel the most vulnerable, though that means you could twist it into a way where I guess vulnerability is stored in the balls. But no, my real question is, how did we get to it? Like, what led to you wondering if vulnerability is being stored in balls in the first place, right? Looks like without an Olga, Arabella wouldn't be worth it. I don't know about that. Twist it. Turn it. Zip it. Punch it? I don't know. Probably not punch it. Alright. So we're hoping for cost reduction div. I think that's the main part that we're going for. Well, we found it. We did. Only issue is, I don't think that's a very desirable fractured hollow verdict to have, because it only activates once and then does a vulnerable. But no, more importantly, if I take this on a divine that I don't need, I still need to play Sorty for the divine for the common unique epiphany, re-epiphany core thingies. So that also means that we have reset, right? The salty store reset. So that like the first 3 cores are like a little cheaper. I hope. Maybe.
あなたも私も息絶えてないわね。果たしてこれで
Wanna fund your Arabella temple? I don't think so. Arabella already bled me dry quite thoroughly earlier today. So I don't believe I have any intention in investing into your Arabella obtaining business. Would an Arabella on 9 be stronger? Oof. Well, for the current season planet and the current content surrounding the season, it would be Arabella. Everything else, well, I don't know. I don't know. The game has changed so much? It does. You really fell off the CCN grind, came back for Arabella. It has changed a lot, yeah.
終わらせます。
You have like a massive amount of quality of life features. But the main thing they like to add is skill trees. They love skill trees. Or upgrade trees. They love them for Chaos. They love them for Salty. They love them for the season. They really do like him. Buy cores from Chaos Store. Oh, I already bought the cores from the yellow store, right? The 10 divine cores, 10 common cores. It's kind of nice. On a more serious note, I was pulling for her at work, but Mei Lin decided to visit instead. Could get her, but bought her partner instead of getting pulled before greed eats me. Smart. But what are you gonna do with an Arabella partner without an Arabella? Alright? So you kind of have to get her now. Seeing as how you already got the partner anyway.
踊って悪くないわね。
I mean, you could do the fanciest of things, which would be, yeah, like the number one fancy thing would obviously be to use the Arabella dedicated partner on Hild, so that Hild has a better dot build. Oh yeah, could get her but pod partner instead before greed gets me. Oh yeah, so basically you get Arabella in a bit. Alright, understandable, sorry. Well, he's tweaking, you're tweaking, I'm tweaking, who's tweaking? Everybody's tweaking? But the partner is a striker though. Yeah, but that just doesn't, that just means the top effect doesn't work. But that doesn't stop you from getting 3 turns of every time a card of the assigned combatant hits a target, 1 fracture. Right? Like that doesn't stop you from running her on Hild. Like for example, Hild's dedicated partner outside of the crit chance doesn't really do that much for dot. So, well, you know, it works.
存分に上がって悲鳴を上げなさい。踊って悪くないわね。さあ、ちょっとフラップしちゃうね。
Did I see that Billy coming to global? What does that mean? What would any of that mean? Did I see that Billy comes to global? Isn't Billy already here? Or is there something on CN that shows something? I don't know. I'm your favorite twink. Well, I doubt I qualify. I'm curious to see how well an agony build for an Arabella would work alongside of a Tressa.
存分に上がきが。
I mean, back when I tried my hardest to make something work with Tressa, we got like, what, 50,000 damage in a turn? Like, the big problem is just that there's not enough interaction. between Arabella and Tressa, as in mainly Tressa cannot trigger other characters' agony. And obviously agony itself being in a rough spot. No point building agony until Olga high key. Also true. Olga will already be applying agony. So maybe Olga is indeed the safety and rescue Tressa needs. But, well, we shall see. Should you aim for instinct damage or attack percentage? Whatever has the higher crit rate and damage over time substats. You should aim for whatever has the higher crit rate and damage over time substats in terms of goblet. The obvious route for hit in this team would be her fracture build and not her single target build, correct? Well, if you wanted to run a hit together with an Arabella, then yes, you would want to build a fracture build where even you most likely want to pivot a bit more towards card draw rather than fracture arrows. So you want to run like a 2 to 3 split between draw 2, apply fracture on extra, and actual fracture arrows. Fracture scales of everything outside of card damage. Pretty much. Fracture scales with everything that's not card damage. So, crit chance and crit damage, dot damage, attack, instinct percentage, if the character that applies it is obviously instinct. Well, the dot effect on claim 5, and any other damage amount increases and morale increases you can find, though again, you will get more of a benefit from percentage than additive. Look at me, Gongrophone. Oh. Isn't Gongrophone the really hot character that kinda died? Sad times, man. How's the base damage? The stacks determine the base damage. Like, think of it like this. Every time you apply a fracture stack, the fracture is going to be 40%. Then once you have 10 stacks, you would have a 400% base, 20 stacks, 800% base, and 30 stacks, 1200% base. Most guys said that Ara, Naja, Arabella, Ara, Naja, are the height. Which team you think is the best so far? I mean, if you're talking Great Rift, it's probably gonna be Arabella, Naja, Adelheid, because Arabella is super expensive. Naja can make things cheaper. I think one of the main reasons why Arabella is even in the, why Naja is even, no, Adelheid is in the discussion, is just due to the fact that she, one sec. Let me see if we can not die here or do anything special. But I think the main reason why she's in the discussion is because of the E2. I don't know if Adelheid's going to be that great if you don't have a E2, because she doesn't give the 30% multi. Is the partner must-have? Almost a must-have, yeah. Because there's not a lot of other good options, especially if you want to boost her fracture damage. And that's probably going to be especially essential as well, alongside Olga. Alright, that's certainly a card. Draw one card of this unit, Divine. Did you get an Arabella costume? Oh, I did get her skin, yes. Summer Arabella seems to get bigger hips and bigger lifeboats if you get her skin. That's a very, very important and major benefit. Somehow. Now I'm quite curious. So let's say I apply these stacks and I hit somebody multiple times. Is it going to give me 2 stacks of fracture? Or just 1? 2 stacks. That makes the partner a lot better as well. Like, again, kind of important. That when attacked, meaning that if a card attacks you multiple times, you also apply multiple stacks of fracture. That is very big. The size matters for the game plot. Uh-huh. Yeah, I could see that. What's your impression of Arabella right now, like her power level compared to the rest of the cast? She is probably the strongest AoE damage dealer we have. That's at least that. And then in terms of single target, can't really judge it yet. Still need to figure out how. No, her normal outfit is too tight, so free those heavenly things. Understandable. Yuki users in shambles. Not the Yuki users. But no, I guess if you wanted to complain about something, you should not be complaining about Arabella. You should be complaining about the lack of AoE content. Or, you know, maybe even AoE... No, not just like endgame content as a whole. Like outside of Great Rift. Like non-temporary endgame content would be sweet. Did the game freeze? Like I kind of have to interact with this guy. Because otherwise I can't get the select divine. I think. I mean, we might still be able to get it, but... 07 Yuki. Might wait a while before I go for E6 Arabella, though, unlike an instant E6 Hype Mary. So you should skip, right? I'm not gonna E6 my Arabella. I don't think. Well, one of the main reasons why I didn't end up E6ing Arabella is because I went way too hard on Hild. Like, seriously, way too hard. You would feel better if there was some sort of waves content. Well, we have the tower for waves, right? But we need more. Especially, like, the value of a unit to some degree also is based on the amount of rewards they can bring you. So, we actually need, like, potential AoE content that also gives you something if you clear it. Yeah, exactly. Like, we need... I don't know. Like they had the ideas, they had the things, they showed them off. So Sadistic Restraint is probably one of the best cards to get zero cost on, or not zero cost, but even just cost reduction. So hoping. Draw one card of this unit. Well, we don't really need that unless we go with the Nausea. Because if you're running a Nausea in the team anyway, having even more draw isn't the worst thing ever. When I say I went too hard on Hild, what do I mean by that? Well... As you can see, I didn't go hard at all on Hild. I was actually lying. My Hild is clearly still E0. So, I'm just pretending that I don't really need E6 Arabella because I supposedly went too hard on somebody else. Why doesn't the event work the same as Season 3? Find the right divine was a lot easier. True. But I feel like they introduced that like final choose event only on the last character of this season, didn't they? With like Tenebria. Because this is a different one. This is the same as if you were to... Yeah, this is pretty much the same idea where when you find the event, you can actually just select a card to divine. This is not the equivalent of the event where you can get 3 different divines. That was at the end and came with Tenebria, right? Yeah, but that one came with Tenebria, not with the second one. Why do I leave Hild at E0? Initially I didn't even intend to go for that many Hilds. Then I don't know what happened. I have a very deliberate blank period in my mind in regards to how we even got there. And then I was like, well, I'm gonna wait a week. And then I was like, well, I'm gonna wait 2 weeks. And then I thought about, well, I mean, the optimal team, right? Arabella, Hild, Olga. What would best allow people to judge the performance of the units? Well, obviously, not if all of them are E6. Like, for example, it would be really hard to play Hild and Olga, Hild and Arabella together if she were to already gain, like, 15% extra crit rate. Well, I mean, okay, 15% is just 15%, right? But it is 15% nonetheless. I don't know, I guess I'm gonna wait until we get Olga. And then, like, a week into Olga, we're probably gonna dupe Hild and then maybe dupe Olga, depending on how good she is. I don't know. But yeah, Hild 0 inbit could also be something to be thought about later. I wanted to buy Ara's costume, but it's just so weird that you can't see it in the battle. Like, what is even the point? Lol, I hope it changes with the upcoming costumes, though. I guess the main reason was that they can't afford to, at the moment, also remodel and redo all the animations. Like, for example, when you use the card that obviously you didn't want to swap her to her normal skin version while she uses the card. Also all the other like animations in regard to like the golden card, the purple card, the ego skill, that kind of thing, I guess. Hey, it's pretty awesome and cute, so I get you. Understandable, indeed. Do you have any other units that you didn't use the dupes of? I have quite a lot. I have quite a lot of units that I haven't actually duped. Like, for example, I would like to say Orlea, but that's not the truth. The game forced me into duping. Okay, I forced myself into duping Orlea because I can't read. But, like my Kayron, my Malin, my Kalib, I think my Naja has a couple dupes lying around, actually. I could show you, but, yeah, for that we first need to get to like a point where I can escape without wasting the run. I'm sad that Hild is the best character at E0. She slaps so hard. Hild is pretty sweet at E0. She is pretty sweet. That is undeniable, at least. Recommended partners for Spectre Cubes. Scarlet is really good to get. Briar, if you wanted to play Kayron. Oh, what's her name? Ah, the Luke dedicated partner. The like mechanic. Her name, right? Whatever her name ends up being. And I think those are like the three. Janet. Yeah, those end up being the three big ones, I guess, out of the Spectre Cube. And then maybe you could even think about doing something crazy, like going for multi-dupes of them instead. Like, could you imagine having a maxed out Scarlet? Ay. Like, ay. Rin would be crying in her sleep. You did an Arabella Mika Cassius tower clear? Hey. You're just probably gonna get Hugo's ones, cause fuck it. Well, fuck it then. Yeah, like Hugo is a solid pick, because Hugo is just, well, Hugo. If I had an E1 Adelheid, do you recommend buying her E2 from the shop? Ooh, I mean, only if you really see yourself playing Adelheid a lot. Does it have a lot of value, the dupe? Oh, absolutely. It's a 30% team-wide damage bonus after all. But yeah, well, if you don't really think, like, if you don't like her, for example, there would be no point, right? Oh, out of AP already. I thought there was a different reason. Wait, how did we end up with one stack of fracture? Very curious. I have a cube and the ticket, and your Hugo is E3. Should you go for E6? Ooh. I mean, you know, Hugo E3 is already very, very strong for him. I don't think the... I mean, the E4 is sweet. And, well, the question is... Do you usually get to 20 stacks of morale? Because if you do, you don't need the E6. And if you don't, it's free damage. So it kind of also comes down to how much do you min-max your morale stacks. The less you min-max your morale stacks, the bigger the impact. We should have picked up the Amorphous Cube when we had the chance. Should have picked up the Amorphous Cube when we had the chance. Is the download data worth? For some characters, yes. For some characters, no. But also, preferably, you should mainly focus on the non-crystal ones. Because at the end of the day, you are still paying two summons. Though, if I had to make a decision, if you have the Battle Pass Striker partner and you have an E2 Haru, or at least a Naja, I would say go and buy the first Haru premium data, actually. Would I be able to explain the Mountain of Corpses weapons effect? Well, Mountain of Corpses weapon is pretty shit. I don't know why it works that way, but it only applies the damage bonus to the very first card you play in a turn. Why? Again, I don't know. But that's the way it works. So it's just a plus 25% multiplicative to the first card you play in a turn. And then if you play Sortie and it says like add 1 hit, that is also only for the first card played each turn. I don't really understand how that, you know, ended up being the final effect though. But that's the way it works. When will I make a video for you? Would it be possible to start from 0 today in CCN? Oh, absolutely it would. And it would also be giving you the perfect foundation to, by the time the anniversary rolls around in 2 months, be at pretty much the same level as everybody else and, yeah, take full advantage, I guess. So, I do believe if you were to start right now, you can, because there's a lot of, yeah, especially early on, a huge amount of content and a huge amount of time you just have to naturally play and, like certain upgrades to get and things to do. So yeah, I mean, better start sooner than later. I wouldn't necessarily go ahead and get her to E6 even if I had the spare cubes. At least not until I can find a proper deck that can show me how much fracture damage we can deal. I feel like, seeing as how you have Omega codes in the backhand anyway, I guess the real decision maker comes down to how much stronger does an Arabella become after you add an Olga into the mix as well. Because depending on that, you might be able to shine a brand new light on the impact of her dupes, right? Cool, no guild or PvP content, right? Yeah, no guild or PvP content, but there is multiplayer content in the works. When will that release though? Nothing concrete. But yeah, we're going to get multiplayer at some point. In which form? I don't know, but it's not going to be like PvP multiplayer. Hey Cthulhu. We love Cthulhu, don't we? Hopefully multiplayer releases tomorrow. Understandable. Yeah, and then we go down to what? 7 and then up by 2. How could you tell it was a Cthulhu battle? When you play a fight and your cards gray out before the fight is even over, you know you're getting invaded by Cthulhu, the one himself.
存分にまとめて縛ってあげるわ
So yeah, it's about playing a fight, playing your cards, and then your card row graying out before the fight is even over. Or better said, while the fight is resolving.
仲良く始末してあげる
Did you just inflict 12 fracture with a card? She did, because we doubled the stacks of 6 to 12. There is this card right here that takes whatever fracture stacks the target has and doubles them. Though it also, it basically it takes all fracture on the field, doubles that amount, and then applies it to the target that has fracture amplification. So this debuff right here. That we also auto apply with the upgrade. So yeah, we only need like 15 stacks of fracture to get to full stacks. There we go. Took a little for him to die. Weapon? Well, it's a weapon. Crimson Domain being a basic, and imagine it being animated. Yep. Okay, it's glitched out again. I guess you can't really continue when you like Cthulhu somehow. Ara ideally had at least 3 cards activating Fracture. I don't really know if that's truly ideal. Like, it depends on the amount of stack gain you get. What I thought of would be something like get to 30, activate twice, get back to 30, activate twice, have the... Did I say just say activate? But whatever. And then for the final part, you just let it get activated at the end of the turn. I'd say E0, but get partner for now. I'd say a casual E0 plus partner is a good spot to be in. You don't have many resources. Would she be worth it, seeing as how the anniversary is coming up? Impossible to say. You know your account best. Do you think you can get both an Arabella and, let's say, a limited that arrives in 2 months? Yes or no? Also, would you rather get what you know or save for the unknown? Your call. I mean, you said activate twice, 2 times. I did. So you do activate 4 times, but just 2 times in a row rather than 1 time each after, kind of, somehow. But because somebody said has 3 cards activating Fracture rather than a card activating Fracture once, twice, once. You know, the problem is that if you pull Arabella, you'll also need to pull Olga, probably. Well, Olga is not a limited unit, so you could technically also just get her at some point, but I see your point. So, 1 in 10. We are hoping for cost reduction divine on Sadistic Restraint. Let's see it happen. That's a good one. That is a good one. That's a hit. That is nice. Which save data would be worth buying? For the moment, the only thing I can think of is the very top Haru save data on the condition that she's E2 and you have the Battle Pass partner. Or you only intend to use it in tower. Did they ever say anything about releasing new 4-star characters? They said there's a singular 4-star character that exists, but they're still trying to balance them properly. Max win, to be fair. Anita Max win, yeah. The only difference here is that it doesn't apply any fracture stacks itself. But now the question is, what do you do with this? Right? What do we do with this? How many times do we copy it? And what exactly kind of deck do we end up with at the end of this? I feel like it'd be for the best to just take advantage of this and copy it 4 times. And then at the end of the day, just change 2 of the copies to like something else. Most likely the multi-hit that inflicts fracture. Yeah, and then maybe get like a copy of the double. So we have like activate 2 times twice. Oh, the words, they just don't make sense anymore. But, right? Like, I've said the word so much that it lost all meaning. But, okay. I don't think we need 6 activations, but we could certainly get away with 6. I mean, we already have like a remove ×2, which is nice. So yeah, maybe we just go for like a full sadistic restraint, just copy it all due to the reduce cost by 1 value. And then to fix up the deck or finish the deck, we can just play like a little run assorti. How does that sound? Finish the run here. Yeah, finish the run here. Play a nice run assorti. Call it. Figure out a way to give you a proper guide build video thing. Release that in like 3 to 4 hours from now. And then I think that's kind of successful. But what I would be very curious about there, especially the first few hours of her release, there were a lot of comments going around saying something along the lines of people saying she's trash, or people having done the math on something like E4 bigger than E6. Could somebody like compile a couple of these Reddit posts or like 1 or 2 of these videos, so we can maybe watch those or read those at the end to see if there is any value to the arguments that have been brought up or whatever else it might end up being. Yeah, people said that, for example, getting the partner 4 times would net you more than getting an Arabella to E6, because somehow mathematically partner E4 is a 88% versus E6 a 44% increase, and I would like to see how, like, out of which ass they pulled the number, and if that ass actually had any reason to exist in the first place. Right? So, I kind of want to see receipts. I kind of just want to see some receipts. Bro maths. We shouldn't have done that here. Then again, there's an off chance we get another cost reduction divine. Almost. Oh, I missed going over Arabella. Arabella resting point animation in detail. We missed going over that in detail. Hollow Verdict with Weakness Fortitude. Thoughts? Weakness Fortitude is... Well, that was a 1-turn. Weakness Fortitude is kinda awkward. Ooh. Well, we obviously need a different one there, but no. Weakness Fortitude isn't that great unless you intend to play multi-hit Arabella. And we didn't even play that many cards, did we, huh? Just kinda choked and croaked and died. Would you recommend to put for Arabella as a new player who only has a Veronica, or save for someone else? Sure. No, I think even especially as a new player that only has a singular Veronica, just go for it. Get a copy of the lovely lady. Especially seeing as how you still at the beginning, you also have a lot of resources, especially in like Hyperspace Basin and the like, you can still squeeze out of the account. So you should, even if you go for like an Arabella now, should be in a very comfortable spot by the time the anniversary rolls around, and then be able to fully participate there as well. Yeah, I think you could definitely go for her. Then again, to be fair, if you do go for her, you probably also want to go for the unit after this. Well, it would be great to have like a team that can basically clear all content and just have it on the ready. But that is sure, it would indeed be a bit of an investment. But yeah. It's just easier. Okay, better said, it's more likely for you to regret not having picked up a limited unit in the future than it is a standard unit, because there always is that chance to just get them, right? Perfect. Oh, chat, can I skip Arabella? Ara isn't weak. Yes, but she's limited. You're not worried about it. Well, give me a few days. Give me a few days to see if there's anything that an Arabella does that nobody else does, or anything that makes her special. And also, before you completely write her off, you should remember to go back to her kit once we know what Olga is gonna end up doing, right? Because depending on that, that might just twist the entire argument on its head. What about the 1-year anniversary? Exactly, what about it? Well, we should get most of our information somewhere in the pre-season to season 5. With how I know these devs, it's gonna be, well, it's probably gonna be a video that's gonna be filmed in the studio. It's gonna be the developers talking. They're most likely gonna give us a roadmap that covers everything all the way until like maybe early next year. And that thing's gonna release around a week before season 5. So around 2 weeks after the character after Olga. But before that, I don't really see us getting much in terms of like tangible information for the anniversary. So is she okay but need Olga to be better? I can't say that yet. And that is because I still haven't been able to build like a proper deck. She's complicated. The one thing I can guarantee you right now, she is complicated in regards to how you play her best. Right? So that's what mainly we've been spending. Obviously it's a bunch of theory crafting, but also a bunch of like just attempting to get something great. But right? Like it's not something where you can easily just say, well, what is a unit's power? Just due to that to being a couple too many factors. Hello, Mr. Streamer Man. Should you buy Arabella save data? No, you shouldn't. Does this mean every other save data for gems is equally as useless? No, it is not. There is some of them that are quite fun, but I feel like it's the kind of thing where I go with you together and we go over every single character and all of their decks and then decide based on that, well, are they good, bad, what's the good thing with them. But something you can absolutely and probably should be doing is for some of these decks you can try and take some inspiration from them. Because while they might cost 350 gems, nothing stops you from trying to make that exact same deck happen. Especially the Haru Weakness Fortitude deck is now more likely or easier than ever to get due to the guaranteed select card Vitor Divine event that just got introduced. If you are only pulling Arabella, is she a skip? Raw value. Well, do you care about aesthetics? Or is it power only? That is something I'd like to get answered first. Arabella would be bigger than height should the fracture cap be above 50. Just power. Wait, you can download decks now? Yes. You're supposed to get at least one deck for free with everyone. One deck on playing Chaos, one deck on playing Sortie. But that doesn't work completely yet. Hotfix tomorrow, trust me, they're gonna remove Fracture Cap. They know exactly what kind of disaster that would create. Because they had Agony without a cap. I mean, you know, I'll be honest, it would obviously be a lot more fun sitting here and being able to see Fracture crit for 1,000,000 damage Yes, it would be very fun. But the question is for how long? For how long would that be fun? Getting like 1,000,000 damage. I don't know. I don't know. I'm iffy about getting her if the next S5 Limited comes out and outpowers her. Oof. I mean, outpowers her, right? Especially in like, in what and where? In tower? Well, everybody can clear tower, kinda, right? Could I explain the divine thing I just mentioned? Well, now you can go into your skill tree, your seasonal skill tree, and you're going to want to search for wrong part of the map. But okay, so look for it, right? Go into your skill tree, your seasonal skill tree, and get the new node that looks like the bug thing, and it talks about Avark. All right. Then in the beginning of your chaos run, look for a battle area with a purple icon. But it's a different shade of purple and a different symbol. When you go to that battle area, you can guarantee select divine any card you want that isn't epiphanied yet, and it will guaranteed get a Vitor divine, meaning Vitor has weakness, fortitude, draw a card of this unit, and initiation. Those are like the 3 divines he has, on top of like the standard 6 divines or 9 divines. So you have around like a 1 in 10 chance to walk away with a weakness, fortitude. It might even be a bit higher than that. But yeah, it's the best chance you ever had at getting weakness, fortitude, specifically on anchor shot, right? Who's the strongest DPS now, and why is that Hyde Mary? That feels like a trick question. That feels like a trick question, but I don't see the trick yet. I am getting a little nervous though, I'll be honest with you. In terms of getting like a full claim card, we only have one more event. But I think we can't really fail not getting a claim card here, and we still have the shops. So I guess I shouldn't be as nervous about it. But also, there's no point to me getting a divine. I also don't really want to give the card a survival perk, because if I do, we're kind of cooked. I guess we're just going to take the credits. What card to dupe? Okay, so other than her being limited, is she a must pull? I'm hearing combos similar to Yuki when she's released. That is exactly what I was saying, why somebody is supposed to send me a couple of the links for the Reddit and such. Genau. Oh, fuck, my brain died. My brain is dying. That is sad. Oh no. Did somebody send me all the links? I don't know. Did they? Because I'd like a couple links of like a couple Reddit posts or like a video or two. Preferably with like a pin on the message. That'd be great. Honestly, if I get close to a perfect deck with Aura, I just use the save data editors. That's the same thing I'll be doing. Which is the entire reason why I'm considering running a sortie after this as well. No, Vinch. Vinch, you're on shrooms. That was nothing. That was just my head being bugged, alright? Don't worry about it. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Cucurella. That's very hurtful. You shouldn't be calling people that lightly. I am now very deeply hurt and seriously sad. Yes. When you're dropping the guide, G, surely not while I'm streaming. Probably in like 2 to 3 hours, I'd say. Give or take. Depending on the time it takes to upload, the time it ends up being. It's probably going to be like another 45 to 50 minute banger. But I do have the intent, at least, to also finish a sortie run, which kind of means we get a delay by like an additional hour, right?
私が守ります。気をついて。存分にあがきなさい。まとめて縛ってあげるわ。踊って悲鳴を上げなさい。確認します。あがいてみて。
Is Observer the only way to get fracture amplification? Yes. Technically no, E2. E2 gives you fracture amplification at the start of battle. At the start of battle, so if it's wave-based content, it doesn't matter. But yeah, E2, if you're in like a just one enemy fight, you don't really have to reapply it. Good day. May I perhaps know, did I purchase the skin? I did. Though, for your confusion, or for helping your confusion, there is no, right? A copy event. That was huge. That was very, very important. But no, there is no in-game combat of the skin still, right? So, just so we have that out of the way, we all know what we're getting. Lol, tier list for dot damage dealer, Arabella, and then Tressa, and that's the end. No! No, it would go Arabella, Hild, Tressa, and then like unreleased it would say unreleased it would say something like Olga, and you would also probably try to include something like a Serenial as an agony damage dealer by applying agony 4 to her homing lasers. Any better idea of if E4 is actually powerful? I mean, the highest fracture damage hit I've seen today for the moment was 14,000. So that would probably be there like an additional... Like, you'd probably be able to hit fractures at a casual like 16. Though, to be fair, we also didn't yet max the full E0 fracture potential. Oh, also, Orlea. One of the make or breaks for Arabella is how well Orlea boosts the damage. Like, Orlea might just be the key, at least especially for now, without an Olga, for us actually seeing some big numbers. Your highest was 36? Ooh, nice. Any context? Like, dupe level, I don't know, Orlea build, yes, no. Vulnerable, yes, no. In a Great Rift where damage is boosted, yes, no. So I can get a bit of a reference for 36 being like something easily achievable, whatever, or the like, right? In before Cassius will be the best slot. Yeah, but that's only if you were to play on multi-hit, right? But Cassius is the best slot if you had any intention to play multi-hit ARABELLA. Holy shit, that scared me. Well, did I already test them? No, because I don't have the deck. I don't have the Orlea deck. And unfortunately, I also can't buy it for gems. Sad. Oh, to be fair, I guess the best multi-hit support for Arabella would actually be... wouldn't be Cassius. It would actually be Haru. Haru would actually be the best support for multi-hit. Especially because you can just buy the deck for 350 gems and call it a day. And because you're only aiming for like... claim. Yeah, you don't even need any claim benefits. You don't really care about claim if you get that one. Bro, I'm sick of hearing the same questions, same answers. Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you end up streaming for, what is it, like close to 8 hours, there's a lot of people coming in, and there's a lot of people coming and going, and even though we might have answered the question of one of them, somebody might just have the same question just like 20 minutes after, right? But yeah, don't worry, right? We're getting to the end, and surely a lot of people are already a lot smarter. And yeah, right. Would the opener be the best one? Usually yes, yeah. Like the 80% flat damage increase, it really doesn't. Oh, I sold! I sold! Fuck! Please tell me I can buy a claim card somewhere else, like anywhere, or get it for the final boss. But yeah, you can use the flat increase isn't worth. Usually, the flat increase isn't worth not getting the effect, because most of the good effects rely on the condition of fracture amplification being active. So it either only works turn 2, or you first have to draw the fracture amplification, then get the benefit. But fuck! I hope. I mean, it's very unlikely for us not to find a claim card. Only issue is, while it is unlikely, the chance isn't 0. And if a chance isn't 0, I can fuck it up. Right? If a chance isn't 0, I can find a way to fuck it up. I am capable of that. Where greed leads. Great event. Fantastic event, actually. Oh, we could take a generational gamble, depending on what comes out of this chest. Obviously, first we need to beat the enemies, but I'll tell you about it after. I'm hard. Understandable. The only fracture thing is your bank account. Also understandable. What if egg? Exactly. What if egg? I'll explain the gamble and why it doesn't make sense after we see. Let it ride on 17 black. Let it ride. Yep, we shall see. We shall see if we're gonna let it ride or if maybe it's better to just have it die. Alright. It's gonna be... Okay, awesome. So, now that we've eliminated one of the mythics from the drop pool, we have a significantly increased chance for the crit damage weapon or the egg. Now, the crazy idea here would be, listen to this. Selling the Cthulhu weapon in hopes of getting egg. Could be something. Like, take Cthulhu weapon, get rid of it, use obsidian sword, pray for egg or crit damage weapon. And that is a gamble we shall take. Is it also a gamble we shall regret? 100%, 1000%, 10,000% I'm gonna regret this. But you know what I regret even more? Not having taken the gamble in the first place. But okay, we still have to fix this epiphany, otherwise it's gonna cost me even more. We need draw 2. No draw 2. Means we need like 2 to 3 re-epiphany costs, but that should be fine, they should be cheap. Now! Wise person once said, what if egg? Indeed. Now the real trouble. There's 2 things we're gambling on right now, at the same time. Number 1, we're gambling on a mythic item from the boss. If we don't get one, well, tough luck. Number 2, we're gambling on finding another claim card. Because if we don't, well, tough luck. So, let's get it. Well, that was quick. Okay. Let's first get the... There we go. Oh, it's not a... It's a claim card, but it's not a range applicable one. It's a control. Control. Okay, we did it.
First gamble is a success. We did not fuck up the sever ties. Late in Epiphany is whatever. Now duplicate card. We need to duplicate the right card. Which we did. Okay. Egg or crit damage weapon. It is a purple. There is only 3 in the drop pool. So it's at minimum a 1 in 3 or it's guaranteed. If this is double purple, we will at least win. The question is, how hard do we win? Yeah! Yeah, let's go! Yes! Gamblers win! That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes sometimes. Winners win. Whew! Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Big brain, put it all on black. Ah. Whew! Okay, we finished this deck. Now we only need to do a sortie run to get it done. Ah, that's why we gamble. Never punished. Indeed, indeed. We might be awful at summoning, but we don't win. We don't fail at gambits with our time. Nice. A very relaxed, perfect, at least for the planet, basically perfect gear. 4 copies of a cost reduction divine. And almost perfect epiphanies. Like perfect epiphany can stay, obviously can stay level 3. This one might need a little bit of a tweak. But or we could keep it. That could be ballsy. It could work. We could keep it. And then yeah, we have pulsating egg and yeah, the obsidian sword. Ooh, I want to do a mutation core. So I guess we have another reason why we need to play sortie, eh? What's so special about egg? Well, egg is the best ring you can get. And one of the best mythics on the entire planet. So the basically what we ended up doing was, are we going to take just a 25% flat amount damage increase, which is almost useless for a fracture deck, and 8% attack? But what we gambled on and what we've won is we've traded 25 flat for 15% attack increase. So we upgraded by 7. And we also changed from 25 flat to a 12% multiplier. So, yeah. You know, that's actually worth the save data customization. At least. I don't have that yet. Shit. Well, and then we need that one sticker. And then we need a somewhat fitting background. And we could make a background as well. How big can I make this? I don't know if this is gonna look good, but we're gonna try. Well, nah, that doesn't work. That clashes like crazy. Remove. I like this idea of like the instinct being the sun, you know? Kind of like the sun, and then like maybe it shines down on Arabella. It works. It does not have to be perfect. Alright. Yeah, that's a cute save data. I think that's okay. We've definitely shown our versatility in the expertise of save data fuck-upping. Question, why were you running lower level Chaos Zones? I did that before. What I was running right now in the Chaos was a tier 15 on difficulty 8. Or do you think difficulty 8 is low? Well,
It has changed a bit with how we like build decks in the first place. But do you remember the guy that asked, why did I still play on tier 15? Well, the reason why I play on tier 15 is because a run like this is a lot more exciting, right? Like getting a deck like this done in one run feels a lot better than doing like 20 sortie runs and then building it from there. I'm new, so I'm clueless. Oh, okay. It's about a trade-off between difficulty, run modifiers, and what we want to achieve. So, the reason why we were doing difficulty 8 instead of difficulty 11 is because difficulty 11, very high chance of death, no reward gains. Difficulty 8, lowest difficulty, highest tier of save data unlocked, meaning the most amount of changes we can do to a deck during a run so that they actually get put over, making overall stronger decks. But usually, at least as of this moment, people are kind of playing just tier 7s or tier 6s because they're even easier. You could ignore very, very disgusting debuffs like coin decreases because they are one of the most annoyings. And then they just build like a deck to like 80% finished, 90% finished, and then just do the rest through sortie currency. I wish they moved sortie rewards to chaos instead, so we only have to do chaos and sorties for fun. Well, see, that's the thing. Sortie sweeps are coming. Somebody said Rita was like super overpowered now, right? At the start of the turn, draw a attack out of this unit doing Chrono Ascension, 30% crit chance and 60% crit damage. Sweet. Not bad. Should we do like an 18 run? What would you say? What would you say? What kind of run difficulty should we pick for her? Right? She's supposed to be good in sortie. So Arabella, what should we pick? In terms of like difficulty. Like 18 out of 25, like a 12, maybe an 8, maybe a full 25. But remember, full 25, good chance that we just fucking die. And if I fucking die, I don't get enough sortie points. How many sortie points do I want to get here at least? Well, I'd like to buy all 3 cores of potential, which means we at least need to beat... Okay, kind of we want to beat all bosses. Oof. But yeah, I think 19 out of 30 is good because we're doing 18, so the only change is a bit of monster health. And we still have quite a good chunk of debuffs. 27. 18. Well, just an 18 or a 12. Okay, let's try this then. Core. Arabella is supposed to be core. Let's see how core she is to our enjoyment of sortie. So, we will obviously also do Faithless Path, or Faithless Way or whatever, so it becomes harder. It's the cost change, that's annoying. I like the one where we draw less a lot more, but alright. So, next step, finding a teammate. Veronica would be point increase. Problem is, I don't think we make it alive. Other problem is, I don't think we're gonna get a support if we swap her, do we? Well, I guess we just gotta have to make it work. Double DPS, double like cat and panther lady or cat and bear lady. No, cat and bear, double cats, I guess. Cat lady and panther lady. Let's see if they can make it happen. We also want to kill this fire elite, which means we kind of almost have to go through the bottom anyway. So let's see. Fuck it, we ball. Are the combatants in screen in any order? Left ones are better. It's kind of in a bit of an order of when I thought of them. But definitely highlights would be Hild, Naja, Adelheid, Cassius. Cassius on the condition that you run multi-hit build, and then Mika and Typhara just for raw AP gain. And don't underestimate Orlea. There's a reason why Orlea is in the middle of this mech, You know, if you think of it as like a mech, like a bodysuit. There's a reason why she's in the middle. Okay, let's see. So we do a bit of AoE damage. And then we apply a bit of fracture. Okay, okay. And then we can obviously apply a bit more fracture here. And then we can multi-trigger fracture. We can trigger fracture one time, actually. Not multi-trigger. But everything's almost dead, which is nice. So let's get a bit more in. Let's use the most important card in the game as well. Yeah. There we go. Now we are safe from any and all harm. And there we go. Luckily, thanks to the foot card, we have not taken any damage, which is awesome. If there are no cards in hand, draw 2, apply 1 vulnerable to enemies. Could be useful. Well, let's pick one up. Let's pick up a Distortion Belligerent. What makes a nausea so good for her? The cost reduction. Like, she really needs somebody to help her reduce her costs. And then you can also take advantage of the healing, right? Because she's like cost reducer and healer in one, combined with the increases from veracity and predation stacks, as well as also the specific interaction between that one card that's 2 cost and says, when I'm cost reduced, give me an additional hit. That also works. The health decreases, ouchie. But that also works with nausea cost reduction. Okay, scream for me or hollow verdict, Divine. What could be more impactful? Probably scream for me, especially if you get like draw 2 of this unit. Okay. Well, a bunch of fracture with draw 1. A bit less fracture but 2 morale. Or a bunch of fucking debuffs. So I guess we go with most amount of fracture stacks plus draw 1. Planning on getting her E2? Not at the moment. Maybe after I have a bit more time with like the decks to see what does and doesn't work. And potentially once we get a bit of an idea of what our lovely Olga is gonna look like. Bye-bye enemies. Now the serious question is going to be, what do we do if we're fighting something that's single target focused? It's a good one. Now the other question, do we go for this defeat card? I mean, on one hand, it is 432 base and it is 2 fracture to all enemies and it does have lead. But on the other, it does have defeat in it. This would be 2 morale and a bit of a multi-hit, but like single target. Let's just go with more activations. How much of a damage increase is E0 to E2 to E6? I think from E0 to E2 should probably only be a minor damage increase, but it really depends on how much you manage your fracture stacks. E4 should be a more noticeable increase due to you now getting directly initiation, lead initiation for defeat, initiation for 2 to everyone and 1 vulnerable, and 3 and double activation. Well, I don't know if I think we might have too many activations. But yeah, and then E4 is going to be where you for the first time get like an actual multiplier to fracture, which depending on if you play the multi-hit bit isn't relevant, or if you play the fracture bit is kind of relevant. And then E6 is obviously just a step up of E4 with an additional damage bonus to what you're already building towards anyway. Now this is the question. Do we select and duplicate the shield card? It's a tough question. Probably not. We should, but I won't. Convert all basic cards. Well, that's a crime. We can't do that. Sprute Dogs was saying E2 and E6 are big breakpoints. Well, I don't know how much of a breakpoint E2 is gonna be. Like, the point where it breaks, it doesn't break your back by having to continue to like E3 and E4. I don't know. Like, I'm not entirely too sure what you can achieve with the additional couple fracture stacks you gain. I mean, well, it is ending up going to be 12, right? So, okay, let's think of an example. You start with 30 stacks and you double activate. 30 is gonna first cut it down to 15, but then up by 2 because it's one enemy with the fracture amplification. So you go up to 17, then by 3 because of the E2, so you go up to 20, which means then you only go down to 10, and then you go back up by 3 and then by 2, so you land at 15. Versus if you didn't have it, so you do a 30, a 20, and then you are finished at 15. On the other hand, you would start at 30, drop down to 15, move up to 17, drop down to 9, move up to 11. So you do a 30, a 17, and you end on 11 versus a 30, a 20, and you end on 15. Really deck dependent, honestly. Really deck dependent on if it does, doesn't, didn't, won't, will end up mattering. Used so far, one Rita card is crazy. Arabella is indeed dancing alone in the moonlight. Well, maybe Rita will come in when it matters, you know, with a big crit chance, the big increase, you know, the will to fight. Probably on the elite. Once again, very important disclaimer. There is a reason why Rita... I shouldn't have took this, but there's a reason why Rita's partner is one of the most loved in the game. She has just beauty. That's just, well, she is just a partner well done. Shout out to, yeah, shout out to her. She is pretty. But yeah, well, we wanted to check something out in detail. This one very specific animation. They won and already got 2 decks with Echo and Arabella now to farm Black Mass. Oh, I already have also 2 decks with Echo and Arabella, which is sweet. But yeah, Black Mass is gonna be, well, certainly something. Look at her. If you were ever wondering what is her mission, right? What's the selling point? Oh, but I need to know for her, what does she do? Somebody said she like just summons poison. I think that's pretty realistic. It's just very hard to see on like 3x speed. Yeah, she breathes poison. And turns it into like a flower, or I guess breathes a toxin. But yeah. Also look at Rita. She looks so innocent, man. A pretty good gang. A pretty good gang, I'd say. Verdant Day. Remove a card. Probably. We could remove that over time. Maybe cut the heal. And then flash the restraint. In order. Damage against targets that have not yet acted. Meh. I mean, 5. You know what? Give me 5 morale. Give me 5 morale sadistic restraint. Why not? Testing out a 2/2 bit where I copy each one once for 2 draw twice. 2 motherfucker, I said the word twice too much today. 2 trigger and amp, then 2 draw 1 of this unit, then add fracture, hilt bit, and nausea to help reduce cost. Alright. That's a good one. That sounds like you're cooking. You know what's sad? We don't even have a way to apply fracture amplification right now. It's a little awkward. Her being a core unit, but a core part of her kit not being on her first card. It's a curious decision. I really would have thought to some degree fracture amplification would have made it on it. But to be fair, I guess it's more important to fracture in the first place than to fracture amplify.
踊って存分こっちよ踊って存分あがいてみて踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ
Oh, we could have done this like AoE extra damage taken super secret mega thing. Hey, it's a Crimson Domain. Awesome. Alright, so let's apply 9 stacks to the highest in the room actually. And then let's get a couple of these. Ah yeah, it's single target explode, yeah. You know, I guess that's the main difference, huh? Between duplicating Sadistic Restraint and duplicating Hollow Verdict. The reason why Hollow Verdict does what it does, and because it's AoE fracture activation, meaning that it will most likely be the one that like shines the most during the Great Rift. Just due to the fact that, well, you preferably want to activate as much fracture as possible. Oh my, Salty with Arabella is so fun. That's great. Damage to all enemies max 3 times. That could be cool. Yeah, alright, sure. Whip. I mean, that's exactly how it sounds, right? 30% chance to at the start of the turn gain AP. And can I skip the stickiness? But I guess it gives us a shield and a heal, so... You know what? It might actually be a lot more solid than I'd like to give it credit for. But we found a Observer's Pleasure. Only problem with this one is we're kind of locked into its version now. Because it's a unique card. But I guess it's better than waiting for like the perfect one to appear. So let's make it Divine straight away. At the start of the turn, activate this card in hand. At the start of the turn, when this card is in hand, first use blah blah or draw 4. I mean, I don't really need help activating it, so maybe if it's the first card in our hand, it actually gets some insane value. Now, Distortion, Inner Corruption. When a basic card is activated, 2 morale for 1 turn. I don't think we do that many basics. When the 3 decks on the Google Doc like you pinned, which one do you think is the best? I feel like multi-fracture activation has the most potential. The team one depends a lot on, well, the team, right? And the multi-hit build is just something you've already seen, but it is safe to work and safe to get the job done. Alright, let's apply a bunch of fracture. Let's make him pay. Alright. Now, does he still get the stacks from the supposedly dead enemies? Let's watch if his fracture count goes up by like 4. I think it did. Yeah, I do believe it did. Which means Yeah, it still counts enemies' dead souls as taking fracture damage. Which is very huge in terms of like how much fracture stacks she gets. Fuck it, let's see if if claim 9 works, LMAO. Fuck it, man. See what you can make happen. Absolutely, why not? Hey, yo, do we have a build code? We have 3 of them. They are pinned, I believe. Let me see. Hey! Why is it not... I hate this sometimes so much. I swear, fucking Twitch has this instinct to just unpin my pinned shit for no reason. No, all good, all good. I blame Twitch. Like, manually unpinned or end of stream, and it never does it. Like, I could have sworn I pinned it like a few hours ago. It's annoying. She can fracture the timeline. She probably does, yeah. Yo, 8 hours live W. 8.5 hours actually. Okay, there we go. That's our first. No, that's a portion of the money required towards our first. Ooh, now big question. Soul Collector or Plague Lord? Probably Soul Collector. Most likely Soul Collector. That's why her E2 is a breakpoint. A breakpoint for what? Don't Soul Collector, don't lol. Oh. At least it's not the Prime version, am I right? At least it's not Soul Collector Prime. Soul, indeed. So, the real Jinwoo, why exactly is her E2 a breakpoint? That's the question. I just lost my 50-50 after grinding pretty much 95% of the content unlocked right now. Do you think I can still get Arabella, or do you need to spend? Oof. I don't know, man. I don't think... if you get lucky, obviously you can. But I don't know if there's just gonna be, well, 50 to 70 summons that just magically drop out of the sky, unfortunately. I think they made her for Sortie. I finished Sortie run with her in just 20 minutes. She's so fun. Ooh, that could be, like, a fact that she just very much breezes through Sortie. I wish a weaker version of E2 was in Arabella's base kit so that we could get more fracture stacks. As she already has quite a good chunk of fracture stacks that she ends up applying. So I wouldn't really be worried about that much, to be honest. You know, the real sick thing is going to be, again, he's going to get like 1,000,000 fracture stacks. I'm predicting he's going to get plus 10. He did. No, way more. Because then it got halved. Right? It must have been way more. Let's see. End of turn 1. Fracture amplification plus 2. Minus 3, plus 2, plus 2, plus 2. So it was plus 10. Then how do we end up at 9? Well, I don't know. Oh, because it is single... No, wait. His own fracture gave us plus 2. But then it's only 5. I am not going to question it, actually. I'm just gonna pretend everything works exactly as it should be. Which it obviously does, right? So... No trouble. That's awkward. I was very sure he was gonna die. What be an optimal team without Hild? Probably like a Narja Adelheid, Narja Orlea, Cassius Orlea, Cassius Narja, Serenial Cassius, Serenial Orlea, Veronica, Cassius Veronica Orlea, that kind of like combination. Like something along those lines. Was she good with no dupes and a partner only? I have only her and her partner. Do I think she's good? Well, well, well. The good old question, right? I think she's good. Is she insane? I can't say yet. Because we're still in the process of actually building like a proper deck that does her justice. We shall see. Trying to decide if I should use my codes. Isn't this like a ridiculous amount of draw? Kind of. I know, but the card doesn't activate multiple times even if it defeats. Alright, well, whatever. I wouldn't E2 yet. That went against my plans, but what can you do, right? What can you do? Alright. Select the card to discard. With a heavy heart though. I didn't do that lightly. Hey, House, you appreciate the tier 1. Thank you very much. Enjoy your Arabella launch badge. I hope it's something you can look back to fondly in the future. Make the build video clicking, man. Waiting for your video before building. I mean, well, obviously I can't make it right now because I'm obviously in the... I don't know, these cards look... She looks like a vampire, doesn't she? Is it just me? Am I imagining things? Am I tweaking? Probably not, right? This looks like a vampire. Well, you are done observing... Oh! Well, we found our reason for why you need to summon for Arabella right now. She has an exclusive breakout animation. She has an exclusive out of breakdown state animation without any of the prior features. This like rainbow twist coming out of the, I don't know, fucking spirit zone. Nobody else in the game has that. So yeah, exclusive breakout. It's just me or does Arabella feel a lot more underwhelming than every seasonal? I mean, there's only 2 others. And a bunch of the recent standards. Well, to a degree, it might just be you. Or we might all just be missing something crazy. But yeah. She applies Fracture Amp at the start of the comment with her E2. I was just mentioning since you were complaining about the exact problem. Oh, that's what you mean being E2 with being a breakpoint? Well, it's only at the start of the battle, so if you're playing tower, it doesn't help you. It's not like you can change Hollow Verdict being being less necessary on the upgrade version just because you get E2. Right? Because as far as I can recall, it does not influence the like a multi-wave battle whatsoever. That wasn't the biggest healing I've ever seen. Like what the fuck you mean 11 healing? Pulling E2 for making her less trash. Pull partner. I'd say pull for partner because you can always just use that currency to, for example, get yourself another dupe of the next limited. Or whatever else it is your heart desires. Because at its core, right, spending 400 for potentially skipping 120 summons or 140 summons versus spending 300 for skipping 60 to 70. Huh? Select and use one upgrade card in the dropper. Well, do we have any of these big ones?
I just came to get the ARABELLA badge lol.
I'm watching you on YouTube. I just came to get the ARABELLA badge lol. Appreciate it, the race gamer. Means a lot, man. Means a lot. Enjoy that ARABELLA badge. I don't know if you can actually do anything at any point with it, but you can surely flex it at anybody else that doesn't have it. So good on you, man. I mean, who knows? You might even get the King ARABELLA badge. Very important. Very, very important. Utterly important. Honestly speaking, it might be a wait for Olga angle, but at this point the season is almost done, so might as well skip all the way. Well. Is that the truth? Is that the case? Ooh, 60% AoE multi. Not bad. How's it for weapon only 60 to 70? Did they change? Weapon is guaranteed? Weapon always was. See, it must have been you misremembering it. Because weapons were always guaranteed. Oh, I better said partners. Partners are always guaranteed. There was never 50-50 for the partner banner. Gonna skip Olga then pull an Enif so I could redeem her from shop. That's not how that works. Because you will only be able to get a dupe. You can't get the actual character from the shop. If it were like that, well, we would certainly not be pulling as many characters as we are, right? So, yeah. Unless, obviously, you said something in a way that I misunderstood. They were always guaranteed, but you never pulled on them since you can buy partners from shop. Well, you shouldn't necessarily buy partners from shop. Then again, if you only ever buy partners from shop, that is a way you can play the game. That is certainly a way you can play the game. Ooh, this could get interesting towards the end for sure. I'm kind of thinking of just using the partner because we can. Like, I know he's like one of the weakest elites and we don't really need to do it. But like, on the other hand as well, it is worth it, kind of. But like, only kind of. Blah 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 blah, homo haya.
存分あがいてみせる。
悪い、これはおつかま一緒に絵本を読もう。
踊って悪くないわね。飴じゃないけれどあげるわ。存分に余裕ね。
逃げられない。
おだこっち悲鳴をあげなさい。存分まとめて縛ってあげるわ。
Okay, enemy is dead. 3 vulnerable if the target has not active 150 shield. Maybe I should have taken it. 100% damage taken for 1 turn. Coordinated attack, a bit of weaken. Weaken's always nice, could save our ass quite a bit. At the start of the battle, gain Fortitude and Resolve. Fortitude and Resolve, awesome, honestly. I thought it was be like, I don't know, like damage reduction, you know, something that's temporary. Sadistic Remain seems kinda good, no? Which version of Sadistic Restraint? Which version of Sadistic Restraint would we be referring to? Because there's a few of them, right? 5 different ones. Why are all weapons at 1 star? Because you're just starting the game and you're playing on a low enough, like your difficulty tier, your save data tier determines the star level of your gear. The 4x1. Wow, you're a funny one. There's 2 of them. All right. Let's figure this out. I like the interaction between this, like, deck search anything and make it blessing plus applying observer's pleasure. I think that's kind of sweet. Otoson something something blah 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 blah. Something about a bear or the like. Big boy damage coming from my guy over here. But so far we are holding up quite well. I'm not entirely too sure how much credit we can give Rita for this run as a whole. Right? She was certainly part of the team. From like a perspective, if you think about it. Alright. Art of Unmaking. Well, that's kind of tempting, I guess. Sure, let's go for it. Is the deck you're trying to build the multi-fracture deck you shared? Pretty much. It's unfortunately not exactly the same, and that is because I have 4 copies of a 4 copies of a Sadistic Restraint in it, because I only found 1 cost reduction divine during the Chaos run. But it is going to have pretty much the same core concept, just with one Hollow Verdict being swapped for a Sadistic Restraint, but still kind of following the same core idea. So far, I've refused to cut out the foot. Oh no, anemia. Wait, no, anemia, we wouldn't have been able to get rid of that anyway. So, somebody said it was a terrible idea to fight the big red bitch. Let's see how bad it really was. Let's see how bad of an idea it really was. This one's cool, but like,
毎度あり
we do need to get this distortion spite shield first. I think this has potential, like move all of them back to hand, and this like double hitter plus cost reduction.
どれを選んでも絶対満足しますじゃじゃ
It's probably also kind of a bit over the top.
新着です
Well, Rita doesn't really have a purpose now, does she? Now that her basics are gone, she kind of just vegetates around.
綺麗ぜひぜひ生きてたらまた会いましょうね
So wait, which deck is better on the docks that you pinned? The first, the second, or the third? Thank you, boss. Well, the one that's called safe is the safest. Because building this is going to lead you to success just through sheer multi-hit plus single target damage increases. The team one is the one that probably requires the most effort, and the multi-fracture should be the one that is my personal favorite as of this moment.
悪い狼一緒に日本は山
That's kind of the split between the three, I guess.
踊って
But yeah, for the multi-fracture as well, I need to build an Orlea. And that's gonna be something.
捕ま本が
Oh, big book damage.
それ悪い狼
踊って
捕ま一緒に日本は山
存分悲鳴を上げなさい踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ
Maybe we should have used like a couple of debuffs. Like a couple of whoops. Couple of like ego skills or shit before. But it's gonna be fine. Because we can use them now.
普通は一緒
Like Venom and Damage Multiplier.
さようなら 団長ブラックスピカの力をお見
And
せください
there we go. Get this out of the way. Get that one over.
お父さん
存分
Hit him with the 1. Get him with the 2.
始末してあげるじっとしてなさい存分どうかしら
Unfortunately, we're broke, so we don't have a 3. At least not really. I appreciate the follow. Alright, so we have the application, the damage increase. We are at 17 stacks. We can pick a card out of our deck between very important, very impressive choices actually. Now our deck is empty. Great. And we can hit and ba 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 bam 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 bam, and we multi-fracture trigger, so enemy takes big damage, which is big good. Enemy obviously gives us big beating because that's what enemies usually do. So we make the boss obviously a lot weaker. See if we can maybe
一緒に日本は山
get a couple of these stacks back up. Nice. And now we can really make him pay. Kind of. Almost. Now we aren't critting. I guess that's one of the issues, right? Oh, I mean, you know, we shouldn't really be struggling with crits. Our crit chance is 43%. Not entirely too sure how we got here, but well, Arabella, you should be critting more often. Hello? Loki loving the big book attack, pretending to be cute, but it's just so brutal. Yeah, the big book attack is pretty awesome. The big bonk book. The BBB, big bonk book. Draw one of this unit, shield equal to... we don't need it. When using attack cards, reduce my HP, I'm probably gonna die. And the fixed dice also is probably gonna kill me, so... Top tier gear choices, really, like... Peak gear choices. And at least we have a boss that's like 2 enemies. So it's like kind of AoE, but like kind of not, but at least like a little bit. It's just a problem. One of them does more damage and the other takes less. Like one of them takes more damage, the other takes less damage. Could be worse. 1-1, right? Kinda. Like one. No, oh fuck, it's a different. Well, I already cursed myself. Let's see, what is 1-1? Does it do anything useful? I forgot that we weren't doing a penance path. At the end of the turn, if AP is 1 or more, gain 3 at the next. Well, I gotta be careful with that shit. But sure, as long as I remember it. Big increase. Yeah. How many cards do we have? Specifically, after we recruit a character, how many cards do we have? Because we have the 21 fade as well now. When are you gonna the breakdown, I mean? Oh, after the stream. So, give it like hour or two. So we finish this sortie run, then we might just look at... we probably don't have the time to look at opinions of other people. Maybe we do. I don't know. What do you think? Do we still have the time to also look at like what a couple other people said? To see if maybe they have a point or maybe they're all just... yeah, I don't know, doing things. But okay, shop. I mean, I don't really want to fight much anymore, but I don't think we can get around it, so we probably just go through the bottom. For Arabella, what would be the main use of every deck? Well, the multi-hit deck is the safest and it's just going to be single target. The team activation one is kind of when you really want to like build in and take advantage of hit, also having fracture. And the multi-fracture activation should make the utmost out of fracture as a concept. Though none of these decks are particularly made for strictly AoE scenarios. Like something like the Great Rift. The Great Rift deck would be something a bit different. But that's usually the case with the Great Rift, right? Why Orlea for multi-fracture? I mentioned that earlier. Because Orlea is the biggest source of multiplicative damage amount increases we currently have in the game. At least that's the theory I'm going with but unfortunately I can't really prove it until I've built the deck, which is probably a topic for tomorrow. But luckily it shouldn't be that hard. It's just get an epiphany, get it divined, and win like a 1 in 5. Like we just need the right epiphany to land on the right card, copy it 4 times, and the deck's basically done. So it isn't really a sortie deck, I think. The Orlea deck isn't really something that's gonna need sortie. Orlea is so expensive compared to others, I don't know. The deck we will build is gonna cost 1 AP a turn. Yeah. I think the deck would be like 1 AP a turn tops. Depending on if we leave in Will of Light and if we... No, it's... Yeah, it would be 1 AP because we want to be able to apply vulnerable at our choice. Or at our time of choosing, right? And the other one would be, well... maybe we don't even need the vulnerable. But then the other question also is if we put in a seasonal card. Which we probably should. At least try to get like claim 5. But we could also fulfill that with the third teammate. Also, I'm not entirely too sure who'd be the third teammate, right? Draw negative and AP negative. Well, true. But what can you do? Because if you can make fracture do big boy damage, then that should even out as like worth it over Arabella run, but I really do wonder what kind of requirements that third teammate would have to fulfill. They would probably have to give a good amount of draw, really good amount of draw, and provide AP. Maybe something like a Fae. Problem is with Fae, she discard the cards we care about, which can't be good. So, maybe we'd have to come up with somebody else. Thoughts on Vulnerable Divine instead of cost reduction, since it allows the 2 fracture activations to be the one that benefit? Is it though? Is it actually... Like, I only used it once, like a double activation with vulnerability, and I wasn't quite able to confirm if a card applies vulnerable and then activates, if it first damage, then vulnerable, then activation. Like, I'm decently sure that was how it went, but I can't 100% confirm it. I'd have to, I guess, either try it, or some of you would be like, well, what would I be hoping for? I mean, more damage, right? I just want as much damage as possible. And that should be something within the capabilities of Olga to deliver without that much trouble. But also, well, I don't even know if she needs more damage, because still, again, we haven't really built like a proper like hitter, you know? I mean, at the moment is where she belongs for what we saw. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. So, bam, bam, enemy dead. Yeah, it does the vulnerable first in activation. That's what I'd also assume. It's just, you kind of have to find the AP to pay for it, right? But that is certainly useful, because that is like a separate 50% multiplier to... yeah, just right, like a separate 50% multiplier. Not really useful to play that there, or put that there. But like a 50% separate multiplier to vulnerable, to the fracture hits. It's just, I don't know, it's a question of if you can afford it, right? But it is most likely going to be the biggest damage. I mean, it'd be weird if it wasn't, right? Be weird if it wasn't. But yeah, the card interaction order is very important. Whoops. Did they change the survival 5 bonus? No, why would they? Shouldn't it? Doesn't it still give 3 morale? I mean, do let me know if that changed, but it should still be, if you're above 50% HP, gain 3 morale at the start of the turn. Yeah, but it really does just come down to where you either go cost or you go vulnerable, right? Nothing else makes much sense. Morale, Resolve, and Fortitude. Oh, wait, no, it always provided Morale, Resolve, and Fortitude, I think. It's just nobody really cared about it. Like, sure, it is pretty good at also helping you survive, but in the grand scheme of things, we really do like to overlook everything that doesn't make the numbers go higher. It's not that important that the enemy numbers go lower, you know? Right? It's just, it's not really talked about. Obviously, it's really good for tower, because it helps you survive, but it's just not really in the focus. Come on, give me cost reduction, Divine. Treat it as a common card on shuffle, move from draw pile to hand. Damage amount in boss battles. Ooh. I mean, 200% is 200%. But this allows us to get more fracture stacks out overall. No big boom equals bad and big numbers big good. Exactly, you get it. Like, you understand the philosophy. There is a reason why we are all here together. It was destined in the stars and somewhat something like that. Let me just quickly check. Yeah, gain 1 AP extra. So we need to be 1 AP, right? So that we can trigger the divine effect we have. So I need to make sure I don't forget that. Yeah. What? Oh, Arabella goes down? Oh no. Oh no. Arababy, what are you doing? Stop trolling. Luckily, most of our deck is Arabella cards, so no real harm done, you know? But yeah, we'll apply like 2 ego seals next turn, and then see if we can make something nice happen. Oh, we had 9 AP. Well, that's a chunk. So, paralytic poison first, so we apply more fracture stacks. Pathetic end, so that a percentage of all the damage we deal against basically everything gets rerouted to the boss. Then 100% increased damage taken for the boss. Then more fracture stacks. Then more morale and fracture triggeration satisfaction. Well, that didn't crit, so it wasn't very satisfying. But that's okay, because remember, we can add a couple more stacks. And after we've done that, we can add a couple more and then trigger it twice again. Unfortunately, none of them crit again. But we can now use our finishing touch to get rid of one of those. We also have a decently sized shield, so that he doesn't really hurt us that much. And now the other guy already has a couple stacks. He is ready to take a beating from Observer's Pleasure. We can use Belligerence to get ourselves a couple more cards back. Use Once Upon a Time to find exactly what we need in our deck, which is going to be the apply plus draw 1. Now that we've done that, we can then apply a couple more stacks. Made our way all the way up to 26. Then we can further increase the damage the enemy takes, because why not? Then we use the most important card in the deck, the foot. And then it's time for Hollow Verdict to, well, make its Hollow Verdict. Alright, enemy almost dead. If we could get a crit, that would be great. No, we did not. But enemy is basically dead. Anyway. So, see you later. Okay, now for the Chaos Core. Couldn't have done it without the foot. True. What would it be? Crit damage necklace versus crit rate necklace? Well, if you got a at least the partner or the partner at full copies and you have a hilt, then there is a world in which you could pretend that you don't need the crit rate necklace. Yeah, people complaining about the damage supposedly when the rework needed is the foot card. Well said. Well said. So, let's get a couple more cards at the beginning. Play out a couple of these cards that don't really matter to us in the grand scheme of things anyway. And then get additional draw, which should be fine. And then also we want to get even more stacks. I don't think we have to like ult yet. But we certainly can do so.
観察の価値がないさような団長
Alright, so let's start it off with a couple fracture stacks.
踊って
Follow it up with a couple more fracture stacks.
縛ってあげるわ
After having applied a couple more fracture stacks, we can make them all go Kabuya! And then we can follow up with a Art of Unmaking. Because it's time to unmake this horrible creation. Alright, 23,000 damage. Not bad. Okay, now what? Get rid of Future Decree because it's low-key useless. Apply the extra damage taken. Get the extra morale. Play the most important card in the game. And then Sadistic Restraint.
縛ってあげるわ
Uh-huh. Okay, so far so good.
踊って
Use Future Decree again for free AP.
これは
Teddy, because it is very useful. Use Once Upon a Time to pick out Once Upon a Time, because that is a high level, high IQ play. Obviously, we're not going to do that.
存分に悪くないわ
And so, let's see. You're currently at 4 stacks, which means we need to work a couple stacks into you, which is what we do here. Then we work a couple more stacks.
縛ってあげるわ
And after having worked in a couple stacks, we can obviously do Big Boom. Unfortunately, we don't really like the crit. It's apparently against our morals somehow.
存分に踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ仲良くし
And then Big Punch. Big crit at least. Nice. Good damage.
あげるわ
And well, we can find another card in our deck. Which is Book. Because weaken on enemies is overpowered.
こっち何度でも
And that was a solid 30,000 damage in a turn. Good turn. 32,274. Sorry. I really do like how much we've done with Chrono Arc. It's impressive. It was the key card that like held this entire run together. Arabella already going down again is slightly suspicious. I'll be honest. That's kind of weird. And at an inopportune moment. So the big question is there anything we can do to make that not happen? Like maybe if we show the enemy we speak the same language with the foot,
存分にあがきなさい
or we should rather just try to get as many debuff stacks as possible in first if she goes down anyway. Then let her go down swinging.
踊ってまとめて縛ってあげるわ
Well, that seems to have convinced the enemy. They are now intimidated, leading to us being able to continue our onslaught uninterrupted. The enemy has finally seen reason.
踊って悪くないわ存分に
I'm not entirely sure how we got here, but well,
踊ってまとめて縛って
I take it, you know, free gifts and shit. I take it.
存分あがいて
Intimidated by the sadistic panther, whatever it might be. Bye bye. GG. So that was the second hardest difficulty of a run in Sortie you could do at E0 partner one singular copy. We did not necessarily struggle that much at any point in time. I would like to say I am satisfied with her performance so far. We did not have the best attacks. We did not have the worst attacks.
あなたの私
We also have successfully obtained almost 50% progress towards level 61, which is very nice. And we also have enough to do another sortie run, which, well, would be time for another time. And that is because we're going to buy 3 Cores of Potential, And more importantly, the big ones. Core of Mutaciones. So, let's get the finishing touches on our deck. Then maybe if somebody has some more opinions, right? Have a look at if somebody sent us a couple Reddit links, a couple videos or whatever, so we can quickly look through them. But then it's pretty much end of it, because I'm gonna need like an hour 30-ish to make the video. Then I'm gonna need like probably like 30 to 40 minutes to upload that shit because of how long it's gonna be. And yeah, then I should be finished for the day, which makes it a very long day, seeing as how I woke up at 5:30 in the morning and we currently have it 7:15. All right, PM by the way, but let's see. Arabelle,
私と話しに来たのかしら。
let's have a look. All right, so Arabella, the current save data is this. What I want to do is I want to turn one of them into the multi-hit, multi-fracture application. So this one, 4 hits, you guaranteed 5 hits, 1 cost, 10 stacks of fracture. Then we also need to change the very first one. Or do we? Or do we? So the question here is, do we rather go for 3 fracture and then or 9 fracture to the highest, or 3 fracture and 2 cards? I mean, 2 cards are 2 cards, right? Like you can't really argue against it, can you? Like I liked my little head math in regards to like the amount of supposed fracture stacks we have. Then again, we do have draw 1 of this unit, draw 1 of this unit, draw 1 of this unit, so 3 times. Which means if we combine it with another draw 2 here, well, we end up in a situation where we draw 5 and the deck only has 6 cards. So
2 cards equals Gotas.
2 cards equals gold as fuck. Understandably. Booba. Yes. It's the Mega Booba deck. It has it got the right one, and then it got the left one, and the left one, and the left one, and then it still has the middle one, the front one, and then we also have the side one. We've collected all of them. The only problem is we had to cut the foot card. It still hurts my heart, but it is what we had to do. So I think we can keep this deck. This deck is gonna have 6 activations, 1 double duplication, 1 10 fracture creation, and a 9 fracture application. So should be alright. Should be a good deck. Should be fine. Now for the final one, mutation cores. We have 2 of them. The Mega Booba deck. Shh. Shh. Yep. Peak. At the start of the turn, gain a counter attack per remaining action count of the monster at the end of the turn. Not only do I not intend to have any action count left on the enemy anyway, counter attack, that's a crime. You know? It's actually a crime. A big crime even. Do you understand that I'm currently actually feeling pissed for having bought the, like, I know in the long run, right? In the long run, I'm gonna be happy that I have these Epiphany change cores, but like currently I want more. I want more mutation cores. Whatever. It's time to mutate the shit out of this into something useful. Nah! Nah! No, that didn't just happen. No, 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 no. I refuse to believe that. No. No, that is a simulation. That is a simulation. We might actually be on a dev account going from counterattack level 1 to counterattack level 2. What even are the odds? I don't know, but I hate them. Counterattack Arabella has been obtained. Accidentally. Let's go. counterattack level 2. Is there a counterattack level 3 that we need to chase? Let's see. Have we already maxed out our counterattack potential? Damage amount, upgrade cards, additional hits. Yeah, no, we have not. There's a final level of counterattacks we need to get. And that is up to 5 based on action count of enemies at the end of the turn. Yeah. Show. Is Re-Epiphany keep the Divine Epiphany? It does, yes. Unless you change the typing to a different card that does not keep it. Alright. So, quick question, right? Quick roll call, quick idea / whatever. If we, whoops. That works. Ara tier 1 and Pride win. Is that good, bad? I don't know. Didn't they say it was like mega sad times? Oh yeah, what's their... Ooh, let's see, what do they have? Oh shit, so many fucking windows. No wonder. Okay, we need to clear a couple of them. Otherwise, I shouldn't be surprised if things just start crashing or like internet connection goes or whatever. So, let's see. What did they say? Well, she is supposed to be a active... See, this is how you know shit ain't valid anyway. How is Faye in tier 1? That's a good question. It's a really good one. How is Tenebria in tier 0.5? Why the fuck are we glazing Selena that hard? But I mean, sure, if you really want to get... But like, how are we glazing Selena over Hugo? I don't know, man. It is what it is, but it doesn't look pretty legit. Hild, I mean, as an active DPS at 0.5, as a draw in tier 1. I don't know, man. I don't know, support Hild. Support Faye being that low. Or Leah being tier 1.5. Oh, yeah. And, yeah, you see this? Magna's like... You know, Magna's like really terrible. Did you know that? Like, if you wanted like infinite vulnerability stacks, it's actually bad. Also, Magna and Shizuru, they don't actually deal any damage. You know what they do? They heal the enemy. Well, it's certainly a list. Do we have anything else? Do we have anything else to look at? Is there anything more? Because there were a couple people saying like, well, there's some articles or whatnot. Or some like, can we get some math? Could I get some Hild math? Arabella math? There were a couple of you saying, also, let's give him the role real quick. Make sure that when you do join the Discord, get yourself the CZN role. Otherwise, you're missing a bunch of channels. And I can't ping you. Okay, maybe that's intentional on your end. But, haha, you can't escape. You shall get the CZN role whether you want it or not. I don't care. Here, take it. Alright. Silly to make a tier list in this game overall. I mean, you can try, right? And they did try. It's not like it's completely outrageous, but it's certainly... Discard extra tag. That's a good one. What is this deck? Draw 2. Activate. Plus vulnerable. Reduce cost. Combo. Reduce cost. Activate. Inflicted. That's an interesting one. It's not bad. Also, he cut the purple card. Oh, and I like the color on the save data because of the summer background. It's not bad. But no, is there anything else we have? Like a math or something? Top 1 support unit in game, hit damage calculations in different comps. Okay. From Megu. Yeah, good for them. But no. Okay, looks like we're done here, right? Looks like after 9.5 hours, we've made it to the end, right? Kind of. Well then, gentlemen. IGN tier list. Conscripting Discord members. Shush. Any linkers for my tier list? Well, that's what you want, right? You want my own, so you can actually have takes on it. Wait, that's not how it works, because I will never have a tier list. Wah, 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 wah. Pride has ego math. Oh, Pride has the ego math. Oh, great. Let's see. let's see how they did the math on it then. So T1 active DPS. Yeah, cards, Epiphanies, variants, yeah, great, yep, awesome. Where? Review? Introduction. Single target damage 3 out of 5. AoE damage 5 out of 5. AP efficiency 2 out of 5. Utility 3 out of 5. Great AoE damage, great dot damage, good safe draw options. Unable to deal weakness attack on a fracture damage, which is where a large portion of her damage comes from. Can be very XP expensive to play. Lacks ways to buff fracture significantly. Single target damage not as good as her AoE damage. Nah, that's crazy. Her single target damage isn't as good as her AoE damage? Damn, that's tough. Crit rate equals crit damage, unique card damage, common card damage. Okay, it's basic potential. Okay, that's fine. 100%. 106%. How do you even do the math on that? And how do we, like, well, I don't know. Also, a 0.24% increase, even though you increase all cards by 6%, it's suspicious. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where those numbers come from. But yeah, holy, E6 is like a massive jump. Choo! Insane. But yeah, no, E6 is really good. That is the truth. You'd like to see more Tenebria glaze? Well, I mean, looking at the dupe, right? Looking at the dupe, now knowing what we know, right? When Arabella activates Fracture that she inflicted through an ability, you also inflict a further stack on a Fracture with the target that has it, which means that the math would go, you go from like 30, but then you go down to 15, but then you actually go up by 2, but then you actually go up by 3, and then you actually go up by 1, which means you would go from 30 down to 15 up to 21, and from 21 then probably up to like 11 again because you can't really halve it properly, and then you go up to 17. So you'd actually do like a 30, 21, 17 rather than a 30, 15, no, 30, 30, 17, 11? Ah, whatever. The deck you have is the best build of Arabella in Game 8. Aha. So, I have stolen my build from Game 8, have I? That's crazy. That is unfortunate, man. I thought I was actually coming up with something unique. Hello guys, what's the recommended dupes for her, Mr. CZ and Jesus? Well, you either go nowhere or you go E4, E6 is kind of how I feel about it. Like, to some degree, somebody said E2 was going to be a break point, but it only really is useful to a degree if you're playing in a singular fight. Like, wave-based content, applying it once at the start of the battle is like, whatever. The additional fractures she inflicts, though, it will obviously be a damage increase because you'll end up having more stacks at the time fracture gets activated. It's just, at the end of the day, it's 12 stacks, right? It is 12 stacks. So, what be a hill build for an ARA team? Something like this. Let me see. So, one of these fracture ones would obviously get removed, and also seeing that we now know what we kind of know, probably want to change a couple of these to cost reduction, because it's still expensive. So it's really like cost reduction here, cost reduction there. Duplicating this one. Well, also a big question in regards to the deck is she at least E2? Because if she's at least E2, you can actually use one less quiver reload and one more draw and release. Well, probably would be something like this. You have like a driven hunt that you probably run on the survival 1 claim 2. You have your vortex arrow, you have 2 sets of drawn release, and then you have a couple of the homing arrows. Should you have something like, let's say, E2, which allows you to just create extra attacks after using extra attacks, which should trigger more extra attacks. Wow. You could then duplicate something like a triple drawn release with a double quiver reload. And then in terms of divines, you would probably still do something like, well, this. This would probably be like the dream-ish deck if I could build one or get one right now to just run alongside of her. Because while to a degree, yes, you're shooting less arrows, you're still applying the same amount of fracture. Is my Arabella E0? She is. Hit would be T0.5, Arabella would be T1. What a good day. Sure. Alright, but yeah, overall, I mean, what would this deck look like? You'd have 8 cards, you would have 9 draw, you would have, no, 10 draw, 8 cards, 2 to 3 cost to play the entire deck still, but yeah, you could also use pull 2 to decrease the cost, but the thing is we use this. For the next 3 attacks of this unit, 1 fracture, right? Like, the intention behind this would be apply as much fracture as possible. Yo, I need friendship 10, my Arabella. First things first, that background. What background? What background could you be talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean background? Background where? Background what? What background? You posted your Arabella bit in the Discord. Is it too much draw / value, or should I try and go more on the damage and get more AP support? Let's have a look. The female pop singer's Reddit profile. Good for him or her. I don't know. Let's have a look at how they calculated it. Sure. But all right. Other people, the skins aren't worth you can't see in a battle. Well, not everybody, right? So let's see. We have a 3 fracture, 2 draw, 0 cost. A 50% multiplicative. You probably want to change the 50% multi, because that's not going to do much for you. Yeah, I think if I had anything to critique with this deck, it's probably the Scream for me Epiphany. The fact that you picked up the 50% multiplicative. The rest looks pretty sweet. Though one of them is activating Fracture of Allies, so you'd kind of want to run it with at least somebody else that also has Fracture. Could be changed towards the one that like takes the Fracture stacks and doubles them, but not that important. I like the cost reduction on Sadistic Restraint for the 10 applications. And then... yeah, the draw one with the double activation is sweet as well. But there's kind of a thought I had, and that is the 10 application really that much better than 3 AoE 9 that you could also make 0 cost in the first place, right? Like, if this was going to 6 hits, it would be the difference between 12 and 9 stacks. But like this, yes, you get the hit stacks, but she really doesn't do much damage with the hits anyway, does she? And here you'd end up with AoE and then 9 stacks. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a reason why we picked up a couple of these copies a bit earlier, where we had like 6 stacks, double draw. But obviously here wasn't really a choice to go for like Scream for me, and that's because we did get the Divines. Like at some point, yes, I could use a Copy Core, I could use a Divine Core, whatever the fuck I feel like I could do, but I think this should be fine. Where could you send your deck for evaluation? Well, you could post it in like the help channel, or maybe ask somebody in the general if they want to help you. But right now I'm kind of... wait. Licinia, Arabella's partner, does not work with anybody else, but it is final mold, like vulnerability mold. Doesn't get its 10% crit rate effect when using Licinia's ego skill, cannot activate itself. It also doesn't activate off of Arabella's opener upgrade, but it doesn't matter since she activated off her cards she plays anyway. It does work with Hollow Verdict skill, so it's only her upgrade. Licinia Vertoxin debuff is DT mold / Vuln mold, looking at what he posted, or she posted, I don't know. what they posted here. Let's have a look at whatever kind of calculation that is. What even is that? What the fuck is this? Solo damage, 101.5 million. What does it even mean? But okay, let's see. This is incredibly strong, and if you have Licinia E0, it increases your damage by around 20% over other 5 stars, understandably so. She does around 10% more damage than previous calcs I've done, as I assumed permanent vulnerability on Fracture, but 16% more damage for decks that do not make any vulnerable. Aha. This also means that refining Licinia increases Arabella's damage a ridiculous amount, likely by far the biggest damage increase from a partner. Licinia is by far the best part, insane margin, as also unfortunately useless on anybody who is in Arabella. Hey, not quite. I mean, you can use the ego skill. Licinia gets even higher value the less optimized you are, because these calcs assume vulnerable on all fracture hit. That means for unoptimized play, the difference will be around 5% bigger. Aha. I mean, what does this even mean? Like, how do we get here? But I mean, sure, 719,986. 120,000, 850,000, 900,000, 1.79 million, 1.359 million, but E0, E4. Usual control settings, damages over 5-turn baseline is max refined 3-star Douglas. But like baseline against what? Whatever. There probably is a reason for it. Other notes from test, her E2 is lower value than expected since her opener upgrade actually applies its fracture the turn it activates. Duh. Despite not indicating the skill, this means that there's no build that benefits from any extreme QL by having E2. It's still good for sortie / chaos, could be good with future units if we have more reason to do lower amounts of fracture hits but bigger hits. Vulnerability interaction with sadistic retains if infinite uptime for vuln on fracture works, and it seems to work fine. Looking for ways to test E4 and E6, make sure they work as written and E4's generic mode as expected. I don't know, in my previous post I noticed being slightly worse than Faye as a DPS with EC06. Now she's slightly better than Faye with E06, but a decent amount worse at both baselines since Arabella gets a much bigger boost from Sig that Faye does. I don't know if you can actually do damage calculation in CZN, I'll be honest. Right? Like, I don't even know if there's like, but I mean, you gotta do something, I guess. So, I mean, nothing actually changed. As I said, you either go E0 or you go all the way to E4. There isn't really any need for any in-between. Nothing we found out actually changed anything in like a major crazy way, you know. So yeah, good stuff, right? Imagine, you know? Could you imagine? It would be Licinia, but it's a C. Wouldn't it be like Licinia? Where's the K? Like, isn't this Licinia instead of Licinia? And who is Licinia? But like, well, I don't know. Is Arabella easy to use? I struggle with playing this game. Well, no. Kind of yes, but also kind of no. Depends on the piece of content, depends on what your expectations are. She might not very well be easy to use. You call her mummy. That works. If bidding an S4 team, would you still go survive 5, claim 3 or go claim 5? Well, if your main goal is to do multi-hit Arabella, then it's still claim 3, survival 5. But if your intention is to just push the maximum amount of fracture damage, then you'd much rather go claim 5 plus. Show the memory fragment stats. No trouble, no trouble. Good to know, more dupes for the anniversary. Well, there you go. So what's the verdict on Arabella? Absolutely someone you can, with peace of mind, summon for and obtain at a 0+ partner baseline. And exactly how strong she'll end up being, well, that is something we'll have to see. Then its skin is good. Well, it has certain enhancements. It's the pose though. It's the pose, and she also like, you know, they didn't enlarge down here as well. Like, no, it's just it's a skin. I swear, man, the same main selling point for Arabella's skin is that it's way bigger. Nah. Tiny amount. Like, they basically did the same with, like, Hit, right? Where they changed nothing. Okay, I mean, even for Hit, they kind of, like, let them, you know, breathe a bit more. Well, it's what it is. Gravity does what it does. There you go. So, thank you all so much for tuning in. Been a pleasure. And, yeah, I go on the final quest of today, which is probably yapping for, like, another 50 minutes. Then uploading that shit for, like, 30. So, expect it by, like, 9 p.m. So like hour 30 from now. Do you think Olga will enhance Arabella's potential even more? 100%, like 1000%. There's no way that you won't be dealing more damage with an Arabella once Olga comes out. So, been a pleasure. Been a couple long hours. We somehow managed to do another fucking 9.5 hour stream. And yeah, we shall see each other in the next one, as always. Peace. Can't guarantee a stream tomorrow. I'll try.